things that could be implemented with little cost, things that made perfect sense, things that could make the newsroom, instead of wallowing in doom and gloom and layoffs and cutbacks, truly exciting. If we had the will to change, the will to experiment, to rethink and restructure, we could make this brave new world of media work in ways that we could never even imagine just a few years before. We could reach more people with our stories, and we could do it in all new ways on all different platforms, all at the same time. What was quite clear, though, from the New York Times Innovation Report, and my biggest takeaway, was that we couldn't survive any of this if we didn't understand our own business. If we left the business of journalism purely to the commercial departments and the accountants, it was going to be the end of journalism as we all knew and loved it. And there was no way that was the kind of journalism I wanted to be a part of, because actually, that job is already taken, and it's called PR. The Innovation Report was the inspiration for this conference, Journalism Next, Innovation, Brand, and Sustainability. I truly believe these are the things that we, as journalists in every part of the newsroom, need to understand to not only survive, but to thrive. So now let's get this party started. I'd like to introduce our MC, Kolani Gwala.
Good morning, everybody. How are we? Are we all right? Thank you, Tanya. Thank you very much for coming through, everybody, this morning. I have spotted a couple of people who I think are veterans in the business, whose views on the business I really, really respect. And I've also spotted young journalists who inspire me on a day-to-day basis. And the reason why I'm pointing this out is because I think, and I'm very big on this mentorship thing these days, I think this is a great opportunity for us to ask questions, especially the young ones. Don't be scared. Ask questions to those journalists who you think will give you answers that you've always been wanting to get around journalism. So I think this is an amazing opportunity for us to interact about the state of our tribe, as Mondli Makanya calls us, the state of journalism in this country, some of the problems that already have been identified. I think this is going to be fantastic. A couple of things, though, that I need to tell you is that hopefully by 5 o'clock this afternoon, we would have covered important issues such as sustainability, which obviously is about relevance of journalism in South Africa today. Issues such as innovation. We are competing with incredible people in the innovation space. I was in Cape Town just a month or two ago at a conference called Simodisa, Startup South Africa, and you meet these youngsters. Unless we innovate in journalism, these youngsters are going to take us, they're going to take over. And the problem with it is there's going to be issues of ethics. There are going to be issues of actually who is a journalist and how do you define a journalist now. So there's just so much happening. So we need to be up to speed with what innovation means for us as so-called mainstream journalists. And actually, I mean, we'll have to define what journalism is, and hopefully this conference will be able to do that. Also, we'll have to talk about brands. What is branding in the bigger scheme of things, in the bigger journalism scheme of things? Is it something that marketing departments should do? Is it something that our word should do? All we have as journalists is really our word. But does it really mean anything anymore? How do you make sure that people come back to you, to listen to you over and over again? How do you make sure that when there are questions in society that people expect answers out of you? So those are some of the things that hopefully by 5 o'clock we would have answered, at least share experiences around. I'm really fascinated by this conference, and I hope you are too. I'm looking forward to something that will take journalism in one way or the other forward here in South Africa, especially now when there's just so much happening in our society. But also in the space, there are other people that are playing, and that's why then we're going to open with people who give us a hilarious element, a funny element of journalism in South Africa. I'm going to open here, ladies and gentlemen, with I suppose some will say craziness of South African journalism. I'm going to ask Loyiso Gola and Kagiso Lediga to come through, and they will be opening with a roast. A big round of applause for them, ladies and gentlemen.
Don't you come back no more. Oh woman, don't treat me so mean.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Kulani.
Kulani.
Kulani Kuala, ladies and gentlemen. Kulani. Thank you so much, Kulani. Good morning, everybody. Hey.
Sorry, ma'am. You can't record. Just enjoy it. Don't record it. Why are you recording? No, I'm joking. Record. But let me do that voice first. Loyiso Gola. What's this place called? Maslow. E-News. On stage right now. And it's happening.
Doing it, yeah. This is just, yeah, I just welcome you guys and say thank you for having us here. You guys, journalists, the media, the fourth estate, cornerstone of every awesome democracy, also known as blood-sucking vampires. I'm sure you're the only people in the country that look forward to government corruption, right? Because it pays the bills. Yeah, they're like, oh, no, it's terrible, you know, right?
Without corruption, you have no jobs. You guys want corruption.
Just rock and roll.
Just steal a little bit of money, please. Just a little, just.
Just rock and roll. Are the Sunday Times here? Anybody from the Times? Ah, there you go.
Oh, there they are.
Why does your paper still weigh 20 kilograms in 2015? Come on! It's like, I mean, times have changed. Black people have actual toilet paper now.
We don't need you. right now.
And the Times is like they're trying to beat J.K. Rowling and all of these guys at fiction writing.
Because the other day, you guys wrote that thing about someone's. We want the person's.
Trevor Noah.
Oh, that person. You said that he lost a cousin. Then I was like, hey, Trevor, I texted the guy, because now you're worried. We're all peers in this thing. Then he said, I have no idea what you're talking about. Then no, but it's in the polls of the street. The whole country thinks you lost a cousin because the good comrades of Sunday Times, oh, shame.
They're just making up cousins as they go along.
But how can you use a 90-year-old as a source? You know, like 90-year-olds can say whatever crazy thing. And also, the biggest guy in the world, if you asked me, if I was walking down the street of Soweto, and then someone said, are you Trevor Noah's cousin? I don't even know what the story is. I'm going to say, yeah, what's going on?
I'm actually Trevor Noah's cousin as well.
I'm his father. I gave birth.
Like, yeah, you're Swiss, yes. You do love chocolate, you're Swiss. And also I went, it was very annoying because it's $28 for the Sunday Times, and then you go online and they're behind a paywall, and I'm like, what the hell is up with the paywall when we all know your sources are like 90-year-olds and Twitter? Come on. Oh, did I touch a nerve there, sir? This is Twitter your source.
Where are you from, sir? Are you a Twitter? Are you the CEO of Twitter South Africa? This is the CEO of Black Twitter. He starts all the trending topics.
And the Mail and Guardian? Anybody from the Mail and Guardian?
Or as I like to call them, the Noseweek's poor cousin.
Ooh. The Mail and Guardian. How's the cash flow situation at the Mail and Guardian? Is that a low blow? Cash flow? No, we don't talk about that. I thought that was quite crazy that the Mail and Guardian wrote something about Iqbal Server's newspaper, and Iqbal's reply was to say that they've got cash flow problems. I mean, is there no honor among media men, right? That's like me making a joke about Loyiso Gola and then him replying by saying, you've got a small penis and AIDS.
Not that small penises and AIDS are a problem.
to qualify, yes. And the TV people, anybody from television, ANN7, do they even come to these type of things? If ANN7 was like, if there was like a league, they would be on the relegation list, right?
They'll be playing Mvela.
Yeah,
Almost being relegated from Mvela.
yeah, they're like the Bafana of
Not Mvela.
Mvela League. And SABC News, anybody?
SABC News, how's the qualifications going? No, come
there
on.
you go.
You guys are run by a guy with no more trick. No more.
SABC
Who's
News.
got appointed with a guy with a standard 3. So the average qualification there is grade 9.
That was rock and roll. And that Eben Jansen guy, come on. I mean, with that, we all know about drinking and driving, but that was some other shit right there.
But here's the thing, because if you're in the media and let's say you on 702 or on TV, you deal with morons all the time. Because the world is full of morons. Some are disguised amongst us. They won't reveal themselves. Look, at any moment they can just pop up, and then you'll be like, oh, I always suspected, but now you. So then, as one of those people, like Reed, have you ever listened to Reedy when she's talking to the people? The one thing that I really don't like about listening to Reedy's live show is she's always qualifying herself. She's like, I'm not saying all Christians. I'm just saying a certain. I'm like, Reedy, I fucking know. You are not talking about all Christians. And the worst thing, have you ever listened to Reedy's show? It's all good and well until she runs a marathon. Yo. Then we're all there going, everything, the World Trade Center could be falling.
Oh, yeah.
And then when I got to the 78-kilometer mark, you're like,
really, somebody just flew a plane into the Alps, really. Howick, the corner at Howick, yeah. Just like radio and marathons. I was like, that radio station's crazy. It's John Robbie.
John Robbie's people.
John Robbie. Because I listened to John Robbie the other day, and he was going on about owls, right? The people calling it, and then obviously the white people were like, oh, John, the owls are great. An owl, great, good luck creatures. I found an owl in my garden, John Robbie. And then John was like, oh, I just love owls. Owls are awesome. What great. And some of them are going extinct. Oh, owls are awesome. And then a black caller, this black man called and then said, hey, John, I think these things are witchcraft, John, And then John was like, well, that's a bit harsh. Oh, let's hear from another caller. And then the next caller was another black woman. Was like, I agree with the last caller, John. These things are witchcraft. I've never heard a man sound so compromised on radio. It was like, what is it, John? Are you for owls or against owls? Please, you fence-sitting bastard. Pick a side.
Let me tell you why I don't particularly like listening to John Robbie, because what happens with John Robbie, because I listen to commercial radios, where they ask very easy questions and you get money. John Robbie, difficult question, fuck all money. John Robbie, 6:45. What happened in 1939 that influenced? No, John Robbie, we just woke up. This question is too difficult. But there's always a guy from Kempton Park. John, I know the question. I know. And then you're like, who is this guy in Kempton Park who knows all the answers? We must find that guy.
Yeah, that's crazy. eNCA now, okay, they are employers. But
yeah,
eNCA,
they are employers. No, but they're not safe, huh?
But yeah,
they like to make stories entertaining.
Yeah, I watched Nicholas Bauer the other day, and he basically just went and bought groceries and then told us about the groceries. And this was news.
Context, budget speech.
They baked the cake for the buzzer speech. I was like, how much are these? Debbie, how much are you guys spending on props every month?
Because every episode, as you can see, we have a bicycle. We all know
Yusuf Omar rode a bicycle to work, and that was a story. Hey. Please, guys, please. And I see Alistair Sparks is here. Alistair Sparks, hey.
Hey, Alistair.
Hey. You know who's good with conversation? Adolf Hitler, smart man that.
Hey, Alistair Sparks. How was dinner with Idi Amin?
Hey, Dr. Evil, he's cool with conversation, man.
Hey, Pol Pot, what a gentleman, hey.
Anyway, you guys have been great. I hope that we've warmed you up. And advertisers here, advertisers, anybody from advertising, you guys make money from advertising. I just like to say that, you know, if there's anybody from advertising, because that's where you guys make your money, could they please spread their repertoire a bit, you know, when it comes to communicating with black people? Because it's always limited to yo. Yes!
It's water.
Please. Thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of your day. I've been Rich. He's been Katiso. Good night. Thank you, Kulani. Thank you.
Wow. A big round of applause for the two ladies. Loiso Gola and Kagiso Lediga, thank you very much. Thanks indeed. That was awesome, wasn't it? Yeah. Oh no, it was fantastic. That is the state of journalism in South Africa. That is just exactly what it is, the lay of the land. But then we're going to get, I suppose, an academic view on the lay of the land, on the state of journalism in this country. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for Glenda Daniels, I beg your pardon, from Wits University. Glenda. Oh, okay. We're going to have to, that way, please. You're going to have to come around. And by the way, what these guys were saying about John is not true. John Robbie is better than that.
Good morning, everybody. I can't match that. That was fantastic. Thanks so much for laughing at journalists and all of us in the media industry. So I'm going to talk to you about the state of the newsroom in South Africa today. It's confusing. It's messy. People are trying to keep up with different, disparate trajectories and pressures, hugely pressured environment. Just to tell you about the research from the state of the newsroom for the last 2 years, where are we with the political landscape before we go on to technology? The political landscape is threatening because we still have the Protection of State Information Bill waiting to be signed by the president. We have advised in SANEV that he goes to the Constitutional Court to check its constitutionality. He hasn't done that. And then we have the Media Appeals Tribunal. Scary stuff, because even though that is not law, it's a resolution of the ruling party from 2007 and then reaffirmed again at Mangaung. Then we have these seismic shifts in technology. See, I'm from one of the dinosaur traditions. I'd even forgotten about my slides. Journalism in those days was very different, as you would have heard, and you'll hear for the rest of the day. So these seismic technological shifts consist of trying to make the digital first transition. And there are lots of buzzwords today. Audience first, mobile first, digital first. And just as soon as you get used to the latest buzzword, there's a new buzzword. It's very difficult. It's a very difficult climate for journalists. Not so difficult for the 25-year-old or the 22-year-old that comes into the newsroom because they were born with this, mobile first. For us, it's different. For the over 35-year-old, it was a very different sort of environment. So we hear that traditional modes are outdated, and we've got to innovate. Innovate means build new platforms, use new platforms, and we've got to be sustainable. In other words, we've got to make money in the business, and journalists have now got to become aware of the business of journalism. Very difficult, because in the past, journalists wrote their stories, and their stories got into television or the newspapers or radio. Now we're competing with social media. Very difficult to compete with Google, with Facebook, with Twitter. So the versus all journalism next. In terms of the state of the newsroom, this is where we're at. We had huge retrenchments in the 2013 to 2014. Over 600 journalists lost their jobs, and they're mainly journalists from the traditional mode, or the legacy mode, as you call them. I don't know what those poor journalists are doing right now, if they're making money from freelancing at still R2 a word from 20 years ago, or if they're doing PR. So the retrenchments have taken place. Also because people now, the consumers of news, want their news. They're platform agnostic, it's called. They want their news everywhere and anywhere and all the time. And yesterday we saw on the Apple Watch and in one-liners, things are changing before we can even try and keep up with the changes. So what we saw in the state of the newsroom is journalists are trying to keep up with social media, trying to engage with social media. And the research showed that 15 minutes out of every hour is what journalists spend on Twitter. So it seems like Twitter is taking the mainstream in terms of social media, but there are lots of other social media that maybe journalists are not engaging with. There's WeChat, Snapchat, WhatsApp, and all sorts of pressures to deal with, all sorts of new applications that pop up all the time. But a very interesting finding in the state of the newsroom was that only 5% of tweets, of the analysis of journalists that we did, of their Twitter extraction, were used for engaging with citizens. Now, the whole thing today is also citizen engagement to increase readership and to one's own news organization. But this 5% of tweets is small. The most of the tweets that were sent out were about broadcasting your opinion. So what are the implications? That's why we're here. Sustainability, to discuss ways on how to make money from journalism. Innovation, what we can do. We've got to learn that we'll fail. We pick ourselves up again, dust ourselves off, and start all over again. So listen out for these themes. And now the distinctions between commercial and editorial have the distinctions between editorial and commercial, the Chinese War, we used to call them, have broken down. That's another new pressure for journalists. And there's the discomfort of the dinosaurs, the people that have always, that are struggling today to survive in the workplace of journalism. Change, therefore, in my concluding point, is the new stable signifier. Obviously, that's ironic because there is no stable signifier in journalism today. So we've got to have a willingness to fail and fail fast. The identity of the journalist has become blurry, and it's a world full of experimentation and innovation. In South Africa, as we are in the middle of the developed world and the developing world context, in fact, our readerships have gone down everywhere except perhaps for Izwe and the Times, that are still on a slight upward trajectory. But the biggest newspaper in the country, for instance, the Sunday Times, from 500,000 to 385,000, that's decreased. Broadcasting audiences have increased, however. So that is the beginning of the end of how it was. And for the rest of the day, you're going to hear about new ways of experimenting. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thanks, Say. Thank you very much, Glenda Daniels. A big round of applause once again for her. It's not looking good at all. The figures are, I suppose, depressing, but it is what it is. So how then do we thrive in that environment, in that picture that's been painted by Glenda? In asking ourselves then how we thrive, we need to see how we are doing it when it really, really matters. We'll take a look now at the biggest stories of the year in South Africa and hear from a panel of experts about what went right, what went wrong, but also how we covered some of these stories. How did we deliver on the storytelling? Did we earn the audience's trust? Produced and moderated by Ben Said of eNCA. Please welcome our guests, ladies and gentlemen.
Come and whisper in my ear, give us President,
of all
Honorable
people.
President, I'm sorry to interrupt your speech.
We want the president to answer a simple question: when is he paying the money?
From Malema, I now have to ask that you leave the chamber.
What should stop the Minister of Police when we want to ask that question again?
You're a broken man presiding over a broken society.
South Africans are not attacking other South Africans. They are attacking non-South Africans.
Where can we be safe? We'll never be safe.
Most of the people who are working at the government, they have electricity at their place, but while us, we don't have electricity. No.
Nothing has been done. Really just the lights just go off without knowing anything.
Even if you don't know anything about this company called South Africa, at least your house, at least your home state.
The fire pool and swimming pool is a strategic asset useful for firefighting and therefore is a security feature.
You know, some people who could not pronounce Kanja, they've now learned Nkanja, 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 hey, hey, hey.
Good morning to you all. My name is Ben Said from eNCA, and that does not look like a good story to tell. The last 12 months in South Africa have been turbulent and violent, possibly the most disruptive since 1994. And one day I was sitting in my office thinking, it was a Friday, that day the Western Cape Police Commissioner Anu Lemoore had been arrested on suspicion of corruption. And it was also a day in which xenophobia wreaked havoc in many parts of the country. And I thought to myself, what kind of land do we live in where the arrest of one of the most powerful policemen in the country is not even our lead story? But these are the times that we live in. And it's repeated every day when we as editors juggle with which stories to throw our resources at. How much prominence do we give one over the other? What is the zeitgeist of the nation right now? Are people interested in the latest corruption outrage or the latest celebrity scandal on Twitter? We deal with these issues every day. And have we told our stories correctly and accurately in South Africa, which is one of the most complex of countries? Is President Jacob Zuma leading the country down a path from which it may not recover? Many assume so. Well, just last year, 62% of voting South Africans gave Zuma and the ruling party, the ANC, their backing. Looking at that evidence, are we missing something in the media? Are we rushing to judgment too quickly? Is the story we are telling unfairly critical of those in power? A great many of those 62% of voters may think we are, and that has important ramifications for the future of us in the media. Should we be more supportive in the incredibly tough job of running South Africa and rebuilding from a new nation from what are really the ashes of apartheid? Many charge us that we are not supportive enough in this endeavor, in this crucial endeavor. But are we heading headlong towards disaster in South Africa? Social, political, and most importantly at this point, economic. Is the media the canary in the coal mine? And do we have an extraordinary and unending role to play in pricking the consciences of those running our government, our businesses, our unions? And if we do have this extraordinary role to uphold justice and freedom and always strive for equality, how effectively are we doing this? So we've chosen 5 key themes for this discussion. We may dip into some others. They're all big stories from the last 12 months. They're all incredibly important to the future of South Africa. So we're going to look at xenophobia, the electricity crisis, growth and jobs, or the economy, put another way, and Nkandla, and the disruptions in Parliament. To help us answer these questions, I'm very privileged to have some of the top voices in South African media with me here. Starting on my extreme left, Palesa Marudu, columnist and commentator. Then we have Songezo Zibi, the editor of Business Day. We have Shaka Sisulu, who is a columnist and blogger and media strategist. And we have John Perlman, who of course is a radio host on Kaya FM. If I can start with you, Shaka, just 1 minute each, just to kick us off. Just briefly, can you sum up for us whether you think the media is telling the right story of South Africa right now?
Okay. Thanks, Ben. I suppose the answer is yes and no. It's interesting because you'll find media properties like Loiso and Kagiso's show that are able to, I suppose, tell the story of South Africa in a way that I suppose many people take to the stories nowadays. And I say this because any particular story that is big will explode in the Twitter universe. I spend quite a lot of time on that universe and looking at it. And the default reaction for most South Africans on any story is we make it light, you know. We turn it into comedy. So I think you do have programs, media programs like that, that kind of touch the bone of South African, or how South Africans relate to a particular story. And then you find that across the board, depending on the, I suppose, media camp, the stories are told with almost a predetermined narrative. So if I said, can you tell me the difference between how ANN7 would tell a story and eNCA would tell a story? Most of us already have an idea of, okay, one is going to go in this particular direction, one is going to go in that particular direction. And what I feel is, I suppose, what I feel is detrimental to the media is not so much that the media is starting to pick sides, but that the fact that the media wants to play, pretend as if we're taking some kind of independent middle role. I think increasingly we are going to move into a society where we see it in the West where you know that particular organization, media organization, has that particular political stance or ideological, centering, which then informs how they tell all of their particular stories. We saw the Mail and Guardian when it made a pronouncement around which party not to vote for last year. A lot of people, started to look at that and say, where is the media going? But I actually think that's a positive thing. So I think the media is telling the story of South Africa from the perspective of the 4,000 or 5,000 people in the media and their own inherent biases and whatever it is. And I think the more we accept that and the more other new media, I suppose, organizations or media types come onto it, more platforms, the more you'll have a diversity in the narrative and how the story of South Africa is told.
So Gezo, do you think that's fair? Do you think that the media can be firmly put into easily explainable ideological camps, or do you think it's more complex?
It's a lot more complex, and it depends on the particular issue at play. I think one thing we must not kid ourselves about is that the role of editors, even journalists, in order to make the choices about what to do from day to day, or in the short, whatever planning period you're looking at, you need to make a determination of which story is important and why, because you can't do everything. That is the first thing. The second thing, Ben, is that media organizations or journalism is not about being a post office for information which you just disseminate as it is, because you don't want to take you don't want to take sides in it, as it were. You're constantly making judgments about what you believe is right, because it is on that basis that you decide what kind of story is going to be. Thirdly, the choice of story to lead with or to pay particular attention to has got to do with what you believe is important. in terms of the publication that you represent or the platform that you represent, but also in terms of what you believe is the general interest. So there's a difference between an interesting story for me and an important story. If you were to ask me what is the most important story in South Africa today, I would say it's electricity, it's energy, it's Eskom, it's the nuclear deal that government is talking about, which potentially could wipe us out economically. That's an extremely important story. You ask me what is the second most important story? The second most important story is the story of potentially institutional collapse within government and in other areas. Why? Because we've got challenges growing the economy, which is one of the topics that we're talking about. You've got poverty, inequality, you've got the credibility of institutions, which is important in order to galvanize society to move in a certain direction. So those are important stories for us at the business day, for instance, those kind of stories. So you're therefore always making a decision about what story you dedicate more resources to, that is people resources and others. And so it is not as simple as that. The last thing I want to make is that I think there is a misperception that being a journalist, you necessarily need to be neutral. I think you need to be fair rather than neutral. Do I believe as editor of the Business Day that the decision to go with nuclear in South Africa is well-founded? I don't believe so. I have a right to say I don't believe so. There is absolutely nothing wrong in saying that I don't believe it is the right decision. The question is whether I give the government, which is pursuing the decision, sufficient voice to state its view in the Business Day. That is the test of fairness. And so I think there's a lot of departure points which are false anyway in trying to talk about what the media is and what it's not. And maybe as a last point, I think there's a reason why, to respond to Shaka, Loisa's show is the way it is, because the Business Day can never be that. And the City Press can never be that. So you have to look at all of this as a kaleidoscope and ask yourself whether there is a diversity of platforms and instruments which tell the South African story in its totality. That's the question.
Thank you. Palesa, one of the interesting things about you is that you're an insider and an outsider in the sense that you write columns for newspapers, but you're not entrenched in a newsroom on a day-to-day basis. Is it your sense as a media consumer out there, similar to the way the public consumes media, that we're getting it right when we tell the story of South Africa?
Yeah, I mean, I think South Africa is a very complex society and undergoing a complex change, social change. What you find is that over the past 25 years, there has been quite a major shift, a social shift, in a sense that there has been a deracialization of the middle class. And I think what you tend to find in the telling of the South African story, it is that perspective, that we don't quite fully comprehend what is actually happening out there. And then we tend to miss the story. And I think a classic example of that is the story that we missed in Marikana. That we couldn't quite understand it because there is social distance. And when we go in to cover an eruption, a social eruption, like in the scale that it happened in Marikana, we tend to don't get it right. And an interesting thing for me was that, we tend to speak to people that we think are newsmakers. And the Marikana example is a classic one where we spent a lot of time talking to the police and speaking to the NUM and not really speaking to the newsmakers, the real newsmakers. And the real newsmaker emerged after the police pumped 14 bullets into his body. And that was Mambush, the man in the green blanket. So that is the thing that we need to understand, that we spend a lot of time in Rosebank and Sandton and Cape Town, and then we don't really get the story right. And Marikana is one example, as well as the xenophobia attack. So I think that I don't know how, I'm outside, I'm also inside, but I don't have the luxury of having to make a decision about, okay, so how am I going to fully comprehend this major social change that's happening in South Africa with only having people that spend time in Sandton and Rosebank.
John, somebody who broadcasts from the heart of Rosebank. You obviously have a one-on-one engagement with certainly your listeners in Gauteng. Is it your sense from speaking to them that in the stories that we are covering and the way we cover it, that we're generally getting it right, that we are tapping into the zeitgeist of the nation, what people are talking about right now?
Well, first of all, I don't know what zeitgeist means, but it's a big word, so I'll do my best. But in all seriousness, the nation is not having one conversation. The nation is having tens of thousands of conversations, and the nation doesn't believe in one thing, and whenever we say the whole country was united around one thing, we're generally wrong. So I'd like to make 3 points. I mean, I think what we're covering is fine. How we're covering it needs a huge amount of work, and I want to make 3 points about how we cover it. The first thing is a question of rhythm. We cover the big stories when they flare, and flares always provide distortion. So if something breaks in one place, you assume it always breaks, and you assume that place or that relationship is always a dangerous one. And it isn't, and I'll use the national conversation about race as an example. We talk about race relations when they break badly, but we don't talk about the little fissures and fractures and the incredibly painful exchanges that go on between people of different races that are part of the everyday. But we talk about it when it blows up at a school or when kids are put in segregated classes. And I'm not saying that's an important point. And then we wring our hands and we say, oh, but during the World Cup, we were all so united and we loved each other so much. And we have these conversations about extremes. So on Kaya, for example, on the race issue, we try and talk about it regularly. We ask 2 questions. What do black people want white people to do differently? Wide open question. And then the next week, because the audience is 99.99% black and mainly African people, we asked, what do black people think that they might do differently in their relationship to white people? And it was a completely different conversation. So, rhythm. We don't stay with a story often enough, and you could say the same about xenophobia. The second thing is, I think as the media, we need to get comfortable with confusion. We aren't always right, and we don't have to be right, and we don't have to find someone who thinks they're right. I think we should be having more conversations where we say, we actually do not know what's going on, but let's at least create a platform where we can get a range of answers and not expect any of them to be definitive. And then the third thing I want to say is we've got to get a better quality of debate going. The people who are loudest and most provocative are not always interesting. And often, as I think the political parties themselves are going to find in Parliament, extreme views start becoming repetitive and people stop listening. So let's find smart people, and they're not all in the places where we expect them to be, and let's start asking them some good questions, not the leading question that brings the answer we're hoping to get to confirm the view we already held.
Palesa, John was talking about rhythm there, about how we tend to focus on issues when they really flare up, but in actual fact there's, fissures all the time. If we look at the xenophobia story, for example, massive news story this year, but of course attacks on foreigners they do happen all the time in our communities around the country. Those images went across our TV screens and were shown in our newspapers, shocked the international community, shocked us here in South Africa, particularly the middle class. But should we have been shocked?
Should we have been shocked?
Yeah.
Well, yes and no. I mean, I think the scale was just shocking. And I think the media actually told a very good story. I mean, the way they told the story was quite compelling, and it had a shock effect. Should we have been shocked? I mean, I don't know. I don't think we should have been shocked because these things happen. And that's what I'm saying, that because there is a social distance, we're not where the story is happening. We go there when it flares up. And then we tend to miss the story. And I think that, for me, talks to a general view that there isn't a lot of reporting happening in South Africa. There is a lot of opinion. And I'm saying this being an opinion writer. But I think that if we actually go and report and tell the story, we'll be able to understand the story more and not get shocked when it flares up. And that's my view, that we need to be able to go and tell the story and report.
And of course, social media probably makes that worse in the sense that it's not what one would call real in-depth reporting, but it is there, it's important. Shaka, Jacob Zuma called the media unpatriotic for showing the images that we did. Is he right?
Well, it's ironic because shortly thereafter, the media really went on a drive to galvanize South Africans, and you still see struggles of that, to galvanize South Africans around an idea that, we are not xenophobic. You had almost every media organization having some form of response, and some form of program where it was trying to galvanize their audience to say that we actually aren't xenophobic, we shouldn't do this, and so on and so forth. So I think the issue around the response of the media in the wake of the first attacks it comes out of a doctrine that we hold very dear, that if it bleeds, it leads. So if there's as John said, there's a big flare, we're all going to rush to it, we're going to, stand around the fire, we're going to talk about it, we're going to cover it, and then we're going to move to the next huge disaster. And I guess anyone looking at it over a period of time would just assume that South Africa just lurches from one disaster to the next disaster to the next disaster, because every week in the headlines there's a huge disaster.
Is that not the case, though?
Well, I mean, sure, there's a huge disaster, but every week in South Africa there's also an incredible miracle happening. There's also, wonderful things, but I guess they're not interesting. Someone once said to me that the reason the news covers disasters or bad news is because that's supposed to be an aberration. It's supposed to be the anomaly, so we're talking about, hey, that thing is strange, let's go talk about that. Whereas when you're doing it every day or every week, then that thing is not strange, and oh, hey, that's the norm. So perhaps there is a case to be made about covering what is now the aberration, which is good news. I do feel often, and I felt it around the issue around this FIFA, oh my gosh, we paid a bribe. The way I understood the story, South Africa paid money to FIFA, to an approved FIFA program. But, and every other country that was mentioned, if you scan through their media, they kind of like, we're not really going to talk about this, let's talk about other things. Because I believe there's geopolitical factors behind this particular story. But here in South Africa, we're like very keen to accept that we've, we've paid this bribe because we're corrupt and, hana. And in that moment, I actually started to say, perhaps we are now victims, or the media is a victim of its own success. It's now stuck in a cycle where it has to tell it has to tell the bad side of things. It can't get out of that. We can't sell papers unless we're telling the worst. We're telling ourselves about the worst of ourselves.
So, would you agree with Gwede Montashe's point, which is that the media, alongside others, is one center of power and is often anti the forces of progress, progressive forces in this country? Would you go that far?
I think that South Africa is an interesting place simply because there's no hegemony, really, around the people, around ideas, around belief. So you're going to have different parts of society pulling in different parts. The media, as we know, is an incredibly powerful, part of society. And I suppose it would be easier for South Africa if every publication and platform and radio station was saying things in the same voice, the same tone, the same cadence. And we started as a people marching to a particular beat. But I think the point about where we are in history right now is about figuring out what is important to us.
what's important to the different sections of society. What Palisa says is quite important because presumably 10 years ago, Palisa wouldn't be here saying, well, you know, the middle class is detached, so the news that when our journalists go and pick up on a story, it isn't necessarily the real story. We're just kind of, you know, we're just kind of scraping the surface. I think it's easy for politicians to say the media is not doing what we want them to do. I know that the ANC has said it, I know the DA has said it, I know the EFF has said it. Every political organization has had some issue with the media reporting. And then you know, a week later they're cheering because the media is doing what they would like them to do politically. I do think that it's going to probably take us another 20 years to kind of figure this thing out, that what is important to all of us across the different spectrums that starts to unite us. I do think that there are still a lot of media organizations that are driven by a view that doesn't resonate with me as a black person. I think there are a lot of media organizations that hold views that don't resonate with young people in particular. And I do think that a lot of possible media protocols, I don't believe are going to take the country forward. But at the end of the day, I don't think it's going to change because politicians point it out. I actually think it has to come from a conscientization of the people working in the media.
John, this argument about the Sunday Times showing the killing of Emmanuel Sithole on its front pages, many said that it was dehumanizing. They shouldn't have shown those pictures, that if it had been a white woman killed in this way, that the paper would not have dared to have shown that. Is that a fair comment?
I don't know. I mean, it's maybe fair to some people. It's not the view I hold, but I don't expect my view to prevail. I mean, I think we should accept that all of this is contested space, and it goes back to my earlier point that that is an uncomfortable conversation that we will never finish. Let me share with you my views, though, on that picture. When I put the paper down I opened the paper, coffee, breakfast, I immediately turned it over. I could not look at it. But I do feel that it was overall a good thing that that picture was published because the absolute horror of that kind of killing needed to be shown. I'm much more troubled by two other things in regard to the covering of the xenophobic violence. And by the way, please don't hear me say I'm benching the conversation about whether a white or black person, white person would have been shown in the same way. It's an important conversation. We have to have it. But look what happened afterwards. Marches, a huge shot in the arm of cash for the optimism industry while we all try to say we're not xenophobic, and then gone. All those millions that were promised for community campaigns, where are they? The selfie marches have been and gone. The problems remain. And we continue to be scolding and wagging of our fingers at people living desperate lives in townships and in squatter camps who say, don't call us xenophobic as a way of cutting off our tongues as we try to raise issues that are of genuine concern. That, for me, is the unpatriotic problem. That is the failure. Let's have a conversation about how we depict the dead, how we show violence and any racial prejudice that is inherent in that. But that is not the xenophobia conversation. And a few short months after that horror, that conversation's gone. Everybody, oh, well, we did that. We took an ad. We said how much we love all Africans, wherever they come from. But the people who are at that rough, grim coalface of life where that conflict takes place have not been heard. And absolutely, to my knowledge, not a cent has been spent to try and ease that. And that, for me, is the scandal, if there is one.
Can I just add on that? I mean, also, just the way we're covering the whole Operation Fiela. No thorough analysis of what that actually means. You know, I think it was you guys on eNCA and going with the police to some of the hostels. And basically, those guys' rights were being violated on camera, and there was absolutely no perspective from the media around what does this mean? What does it actually mean to go into a hostel and go in and raid? And people repeating the fact that the government is saying that, you know, these are illegal immigrants and there's guns and so on in there. But actually, you know, they can't come to your house and do that.
Yeah, I mean, I think there was some perspective given in the days afterwards in the media about that particular issue. But Songezo, I mean, are we not falling into the trap in the media of trying to reach out to an increasingly desensitized public, people that are turning away from news, and going from one shock horror story to another in a perhaps vain attempt to try and get people back interested in what's going on in society, and essentially fighting a losing battle?
Thanks, Ben. I'll come to that just now. I just want to deal with the discussion so far, because there are several important points which need consideration. I think it's always an assumption that when you're talking about the media or the newsroom, you're talking about a space where there's enough people, there's enough resources, you can send people everywhere at the same time to ride with the police, do all of this stuff, and come back and you've got a mountain of stories to choose from, and they've had time to do it. The reality in South Africa is that we're not like the New York Times and these kind of guys who can put 3-4 people on a story and give them a week or 2 weeks to work on it. We don't have that luxury. We use the same people for in-depth as well as we use them for breaking news, because the resources are simply not there. And as Glenda said last year, and maybe in her presentation earlier on, we have had an erosion of resources in newsrooms over time, which means the quality of the reporting that you're going to get is not going to be as you would like to. The second thing is about putting structures in place which allow you to tell different types of stories at the same time or over time. Part of the changes we've made in the business days, specifically the newspaper itself, around the flow of the newspaper. The first section is the hard news. The second section is more in-depth analysis and opinion, but also a little bit more of investigative stuff. By the way, we have looked at Operation Field. We have editorialized, I think, 2 or 3 times about the extent to which people's rights are violated in this operation. Does it actually enhance xenophobia or does it pull it back? We took a view that the language around it, the seeming targeting of illegal immigrants as a primary driver of this operation, actually has the opposite effect of what government says they're trying to do. So that's one issue. The second issue, and I want to, again, to deal with the FIFA issue because I think it's very important. And we must recognize that when people read newspapers or read opinion, they're looking for something that confirms what they already believe. We are all like that, to varying degrees. So one of the things we were acutely aware of in covering the story in the business day, at least, was that we need to decide which frame from which we cover the story and whether we believe this was a bribe or not. So we've taken a view that we're going to use South African law and what South African law says about this type of activity and whether we believe it was a corrupt activity or not. So we've departed from that frame because it is very easy to borrow a frame from somebody else, which would then take you out of context in your current environment. As we believe that at least there is a basis for an investigation. That's what experts have told us and so on. We can't ignore it. It's not unpatriotic. We've got to recognize that the World Cup story and the FIFA bribe story gives all of us a profound conflict because the World Cup was exceptionally good for us, I believe. We had a good time. It was an exceptional branding experience for the country. I think it did exceptionally well, and its reputation internationally was enhanced. And therefore, this bad, creepy uncle story comes up, and we actually don't know how to deal with it. Is bringing that out a fault with the media, or does it speak to society's inability to process the conflict that it is faced with? I think the role of the media then is to give people different voices in society an opportunity to have a meaningful discussion around this. So are we, to your question, therefore, only going up after one shock after the next? Again, it goes to, for example, the structure that is spoken about that we've taken in the business day, because it allows us to deal with breaking news as it happens, but it also allows space for reflection as well on things that have happened in the past and to carry the story over time. We went and spoke to farm workers in the Western Cape. Carol Payton did. We wrote 2 pages all at once in the paper, going in depth, talking to employers, talking to hairdressers who are foreigners, talking to local South Africans. We've had people talking to the Minister of Home Affairs and so on. And I believe the totality of the story has been exceptionally well told. The final thing I want to say is the difficulty I had with the story was one of framing. Because is it just out and out xenophobia, or is it a competition for resources? And I think there is a misdirection that could arise out of simply framing it as a hate of Africans. Because I've repeatedly posed the question, if the government were to decide that for the purposes of affirmative action and BEE, all black Africans qualify, would the same middle-class people who are aghast at what is happening now be as benevolent towards other Africans as they purported to have been? It's another conflict that South Africans don't want to deal with, and we tend to project our inability to process all of this on the media. Not that the media is perfect, it's not. But I think there is an unrealistic expectation that the media is going to be fundamentally different from the society from which it comes. And that is naive.
John, if I could ask you, we're going to move to the electricity crisis now. We are still wringing our hands. We are still looking to government for a solution. We are still blaming government for what's happened. But a couple of things. Medupi and Kusile will be fixed. There are other projects in the pipeline. This crisis should come to an end. Should we be a little bit more understanding of government's position on this point? And as much as the government dropped the ball, did the media play its role in the early 2000s at pushing government to do more about the electricity crisis? Could the media have done more?
Yeah, I'm certain we could have done more. I mean, I think in general, we don't have great coverage. Obviously, titles like Business Day are different, and I think, but we don't generally cover the skeleton, the bones, the real structure of the economy. We tend to cover numbers. So we have a report on the profitability of Telkom, perhaps a smaller report on the job losses. We tend to see profit and success in the economy as JSE numbers, and again, I'm not talking about Business Day, I'm talking about the wider conversation. We don't have a very detailed understanding and a rich conversation about prosperity, which to me is a related concept, but it's something entirely different. So coming back to your conversation about Eskom, I don't think the building of those 2 power stations is going to make it fine, because a key issue in the electricity conversation is the cost of it. And one of the things I think we're not doing very well in our reporting of economics generally from the government point of view is keeping tabs on the books. And that's because the numbers come out in a gush of scandals about money not spent. But we don't look at the opportunity cost of money spent in that way. So if we can have a really intelligent conversation about how the electricity crisis is resolved, and you mentioned nuclear, then I think it's got to be in the wider context of what actually does the country need, and where does government, but also business, get value for money in what they spend. I think we tend to talk about corruption as a scandal in a very personalized way. In other words, who got the money? I think government's much bigger and deeper problem, which has nothing to do with morality, but has a lot to do with capacity and competence, and I think it affects business as well, is ensuring that when you spend money, you get value for it. And I think that's going to be the story we have to try and tell. Yes, we may have, the lights may be on, but at what price?
And Palesa, I mean, the ANC government in the late 90s, early 2000s, when it should have started building more power stations, probably didn't have the money in the fiscus to be spending on these sort of mega projects, particularly once social grants were brought into play. So shouldn't we be a little bit more understanding?
Well, I mean, I think we have a problem right now, and I think that what we need to try and do is to try and solve the problem. You know, it was in 2007 when Becky said that, you know, they did not make the right decisions when they needed to. and then now we're having this problem. So I mean, I think, you know, there's a lot of frustration around the crisis. You don't have lights, there's load shedding, there's traffic, there's a lot of frustration. But I do think that we need to try and solve the problem. So when there are right decisions that are being made by government within ESCOM, you know, appointment of Brian Molefe is a very positive development. I think that we need to be able to support that and be encouraging. Because if we continue with the bad story of the crisis and projecting our frustrations in how we report it, we just make the situation worse. And I think where the government is trying to solve a problem, I think we should try and project that and be supportive. That is my view.
I'm going to move on now, unfortunately, because we're running out of time, to the economy. I mean, we all want our economy to be a well-engineered, purring, German-type machine, so beloved of our political class. But at the moment, it's more like an old farm bucky that, you know, can just about get the job done, but is not going to last for terribly much longer. How, Songezo, should we be reporting on growth and jobs in the economy? I find that a lot of our reportage is based around the same old people shouting at each other from their same ideological positions, which they never change. And where are the fresh ideas coming from? And shouldn't the media be doing more to promote fresh ideas?
I think fundamentally we have to cultivate an understanding of the South African economy. In many ways, it is an old economy. It is mature, and it's got historical asymmetries, which means the opportunities for growth in existing sectors are limited. Let us take mining as an example. Mining isn't going to grow any faster than it already is now, primarily because the global economy to which we export, either at different stages of beneficiation or in finished product, is changing. There are external economic difficulties. We export a lot to China. The Chinese are trying to restructure their economy into a consumption economy rather than a primary products consuming economy, because their infrastructure program has started to ebb. So the question is, are we developing sufficient new sectors of the economy upon which new wealth can be created, upon which new players can enter? We can provide space for innovation, and it is also the space through which, talking black economic empowerment, we can afford emerging black entrepreneurs an opportunity to play a leading role in those new sectors, which are going to play a much bigger role over the long term. That is not a conversation that we're having. So we're constantly looking to extract more value out of sectors which are fundamentally tired. The second thing is we don't do enough to link the dots between different developments in the economy as a whole. So we're talking about electricity right now. I'll mention two other things which have got a direct impact on jobs, and I'll use ESCOM as a specific example. They told me last year, we published it in the Financial Mail, again, important story, not sensational, most people don't notice it. Between last year, 2013, and 2018 or 2019, ESCOM is going to spend 125 billion rand complying with the Air Quality Act. There's a carbon tax that is still coming, right? Which is going to add further billions onto ESCOM's bill. Then, on a separate day, we have a discussion about electricity tariffs and what people should pay, and the inflationary impact that it has, and input costs on companies, and this beneficiation that we want to do. We don't close that loop. So if we can't talk about the exceptional regulatory bill that is being placed on ESCOM on top of the constraints that it already has, how on earth are we going to get to this dream of a jobs utopia and growth that we're talking about? So there is in Parliament, amongst experts, an unwillingness or inability to link the dots between the seemingly unrelated. The problem with this is that it is not sexy.
Yeah.
It is not sexy. When you put this on the front page, nobody's interested, right? I will tell you the most popular story we've had this year on BD Live. It flew. This thing just flew. It was a story on the potential collapse of Kariba Dam, within 3 days, it had been accessed 11,000 times and shared on Facebook 7,000 or 8,000 and tweeted many times more. It's a story of the apocalypse and how people could drown in the area immediately next to it. At the same time, we provide these other kind of insights, but people look at it, it's boring, it's economics, it seems tired, they're not interested. And yet, that is the stuff that later on, when the lights go off while you're watching TV, your favorite soapy, then people start wanting to shout and saying, it's not because it hasn't been covered, it's because South Africans, and I think like maybe anywhere else in the world, if, as Shaka said, it doesn't bleed now, they don't care, actually. They really, really don't care.
But Shaka, isn't that incumbent on ourselves as media to make people interested, to provide that sort of information in a way that is engaging, that people can relate to?
Yes, definitely. I think that I think there's a great opportunity in looking at the media landscape holistically, you know, in a 360-degree manner, where you don't just say, this segment is for news, this segment is for dialogue, this segment is for discussion, this segment is for music, and this segment is for fun. Where you actually interweave, you know, different elements of interest so that you're able to carry the story, you know, into it. I mean, if the value chain of the regulatory environment or regulatory bills that puts then pressure or cost onto Eskom, and that puts, you know, further pressure onto the consumer. If that story is not sexy on the business day, perhaps it would be more sexy in Istingo. But we're not, you know, I don't think we're looking at it where we're saying, let's integrate, first and foremost, let's take a step back. What is, you know, what is important? So, as John says, if the cost to the consumer is the starting point that we all agree, this is very important, how do we then use that as the basis to then, you know, tell the rest of these stories, inform our people? I think lastly, I also find that the media generally, most stories, make an assumption about your level of understanding about this thing that we're talking about. And there's a lot of use of jargon. It's almost as if the person writing it is trying to prove that he understands this thing.
Yeah.
Whereas I would just like you to explain it to me in a way that I can relate to it, and in a way that makes sense, so that I can then apply this knowledge I've just learned in other spheres. And perhaps if, again, I'm going to go back to what John said, perhaps if the media was okay, or more media practitioners were okay with the confusion, and then, you know, use that as an opportunity to uncloud the confusion, and then, you know, take us all on a journey with where you share what you're learning. Perhaps in that way, more and more people would come along the ride, where we actually try and explain to them the impact of economic cycles and activities outside of Kariba Dam imploding.
Palesa Nkandla.
You're not saying it right.
Nkandla. Have the media made too much of this? The president thinks so. Other senior leaders in the ANC say that that we have. But have we?
Well, I mean, I think if we recall how the Nkandla story came about, with Menell Rousseau at the Mail and Guardian, just go in there just to check out what's happening in the town where the president spends most of his time, and then the scandal was there. I think we should keep on that story, because I think that story represents what's happening in South Africa. If we're talking about the monument of corruption, I don't know who coined that, but it is really, that is what it is. And I think we should keep on that story. It's an important story, because if we just say that we're making too much of it, it means, therefore, that we're letting go of what is really a truly big story in South Africa around corruption and the destruction of our institutions, and that is represented in the Nkandla story. So we should keep on that story. We should not let go, and that's my view on that.
Shaka, I would say similar to the FIFA story, in the sense that it's actually become a symbol of perhaps dissatisfaction with the activities of the political class in South Africa. Would you agree with that?
You know, it's ironic because, as you said earlier, you know, there's so many people upset about Nkandla, and yet the figurehead at the center of it, right, comes back into Parliament, and he actually, his party has got a higher majority than Mandela did when he came into Parliament. You know, I think and that is a testament to the fact that there isn't a single, I can be upset about something, but that doesn't necessarily mean I'm going to do what you expect me to do in relation to that.
But isn't that okay?
Well, you know, I saw an interesting tweet earlier about Nkandla and pay back the money, and some guy says, whites get so, you know, they love pay back the money. They haven't paid back the land yet. Yeah. So you actually are finding that, you know, we're not, I think, as a media, uncovering all of the different nuances and sentiment that exist across the South African landscape.
John, you speak to, obviously, your listeners on a regular basis.
Yeah.
Are they as outraged as many in the media think they are?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's some interesting things about Nkandla. We had a very interesting conversation where we asked the question this after the Justice Minister's, Police Minister, I beg your pardon's presentation. And we said, is Nkandla an opportunity for the opposition, particularly the EFF and the DA, or is it a burden? And I think that you can ask the same question of the media. It is a story you have to cover. But it's also a burden because if you don't have anything new to say, then you run the risk of sounding stale and just missing the opportunity to make other more significant points about the way this has been linked to the undermining of institutions, which is far more damaging than corruption is the cost of covering it up. That's where societies pay the real bill. And I think that's perhaps a story we need to stick on. But I think what Shaka is saying is interesting. I think we want to jump to conclusions too quickly, and then we have to try and explain to ourselves why our conclusions are wrong. So back to your question about the audience, Kaya FM listeners, I think it's fair to say, are incensed about Nkandla, but it doesn't mean they're not going to vote for the ANC. And to jump to say 4 legs table, 4 legs dog, all dogs are tables, it doesn't work like that. You've got to go through many, many other stages and nuance your arguments. What I find fascinating, and I've really found this both a challenge and a thing of great interest on the radio, is the knotting together of Nkandla and e-tolls is something that is really going to be a challenge for the African National Congress in any elections in Gauteng, which doesn't mean they'll lose them. And by the way, I think 62% doesn't necessarily mean that you're happy. It just means that you're married. People may choose to stay together, and that's why I think Nkandla within the ANC is as fascinating as Nkandla with the opposition parties. If I could make two other very, very quick points about Nkandla. The spotlight on who benefited is too narrow. You cannot possibly have that level of overspending with all the money going to the contractors. It just doesn't work that way. It can't just be a massive mistake where someone added a naught where it shouldn't have been. Some other people have made money, and I don't think the digging has begun, and I'm not going to be in a position to do it. And the last thing is opportunity cost. When money is spent on some things, it cannot be spent on other things. The biggest challenge, and it comes back to your question about the economy, is if we can in some way educate the public about what happens to money when it's spent on one thing and not spent on another, then I think we'd have done half a job. And again, it's not just a government thing. If corporates spend money in a particular way, it has consequences for other things they might have done. So that's me and Nkandla.
We've got to move on swiftly, unfortunately. Songezo, I'd like to ask you the shenanigans in Parliament. Have the media, in your view, taken a little bit too much delight in seeing the president squirming on occasion, Baleka Mbete looking compromised, and forgotten that they're supposed to play an impartial role here?
In fact, there is quite a lot of truth to that. I think the story that has not been told properly is a general erosion of the capacity of Parliament to play its proper oversight role over time. And therefore, there is a cost to only focusing on the drama and the eviction of people. It's important, but we failed to provide, I believe, perspective on the true state of Parliament. And I think when you look at the first Parliament, 1994 to 1999, it really was a robust Parliament. The executive went to Parliament and got a roasting when Parliament felt that the executive was not doing its job. There have been instances where I thought Parliament should have summoned people to come and appear before it. The construction scandal was one such example. They never did. For instance, they never called the construction companies to come, but they called mining companies to come. And I've been to Parliamentary committee meetings. The capacity of MPs to ask penetrating questions does not exist. They're just not good enough. And so you find that there's an erosion of capacity within the media to ask penetrating questions, and Parliament is equally bad. And the overall accountability system suffers as a result. So I agree with you. The drama in Parliament and Willie Madisha doing funny things the other day tends to take undue prominence. I think it's a muhu of the week thing.
Well, I can tell you though, it's ratings gold. So it's clearly the public are very interested in what's happening in Parliament at the moment.
I think on the positive side of what's happening in Parliament is almost, it's something that has been threading through this entire discussion. The issue of transparency. Now, whereas a 94 Parliament might have been robust in terms of what it was doing, it's really largely, the most of us couldn't see what was happening. It was a blind spot for society. And now we're starting to get a sense where society is getting in the habit of examining, of watching, of looking at it itself. I think the country can only benefit from an increased level of transparency across the board.
Quick point, 30 seconds, John. Last point on this issue.
Oh, on Parliament. Okay. I enjoyed the fact that people became more interested in Parliament. I think it's wearing thin. I think the political parties are not sensibly enough taking advantage of the increased focus on them to make good points and ask questions. And we as the media should not just be nudging them in that direction, but say, listen, if you're going to stomp and scream and shout, we're not going to cover it.
Last point. I think the fact that there's so many young people in Parliament, it's a positive development. And they're robust and they're very engaging and they're making it fun and entertaining, and I think it's a good thing. That there's more youth coming into Parliament and there's more younger people getting into politics, and it's drawing more younger people interested in politics, and I think that's a very useful development for South Africa.
Thank you to all of you. Plenty to ponder. I think the media is still going to have to spend a lot of time thinking about how it engages with its audiences. Those audiences are increasingly getting their news from other platforms, and we've got a real battle on our hands, I think, to maintain interest. But I honestly believe that by constantly engaging with what's happening in society and telling the truth, that audiences will stick with us going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks. That was fun.
Thank you.
Thanks. That was fun.
Thanks very much.
Wow, a fascinating discussion. A big round of applause for the panel. I'm just looking at, thinking about time a little bit. It's a pity that we didn't take questions, hey? Because I'm sure so many of you would have wanted to, Should I ask them to come back? Yes. Ben? I think you guys should come back because I think people have questions. Maybe let's take one or two questions and wrap it up nicely, because as you were talking, I was also thinking about some of the things. For instance, one of the things perhaps that's not coming through is that we don't, as the media, always make the decisions about what we, hear on the radio, see on TV, or see on the front page of the business day. And I'm going to give you an example. Just this week, one of the stories that I covered on my show was about the woman who got injured at Sandton City. To be honest with you, it wasn't an editorial decision that we took in our meeting. It was because of the pressure that was on Twitter. People were saying, but why are you not covering the story? So how do I then balance that? Because it's not me that's making that decision, it's the audience. The audience has changed so much that it is so much influence on what they hear on the radio, they see on TV, and they also read in the newspapers. So I think that's an important element in this. But also, I think what I heard people talking about, slightly, perhaps not directly, is the issue of how audiences or readers get bored and determine what's on the front page of Songezo's newspaper. It's not so much that Songezo doesn't want to cover what's important, but he's also thinking about the numbers. He wants to sell more than 35 newspapers. So how then do you, 35,000, I beg your pardon. He does sell a bit more than 35,000.
I think you're being patronized.
So that is also an issue perhaps that we haven't covered here. As much as John is correct to say, deal with issues of racism on a I suppose, sustainable basis. But I promise you, this is what, and I'll give you an example again from my own show. I did a story this week about the fallout from AGOA and the chicken story and blah, blah, blah. First day, I probably got like 200 calls, and I'm not lying, between 3 and 6. Second day, I pick up a follow-up on the story, nobody calls. And this is because people, because of Twitter, the concentration issue is such a huge issue. People move on very quickly. So you're not going to keep on banging on racism tomorrow, today, the other day, because they are tired. So how do you strike a balance between discussing that which is important, but at the same time responding to the demands of your audience? So I think there are so many questions. Maybe you can pick up on that very question, John.
Yeah, I'm not suggesting we should have daily discussions about race.
But I'm just saying the balance.
But I am suggesting that there are many ways to have that conversation. So, for example, we had a discussion about the pressure on very successful young black people to support members of their family. And I think the media tends to take the first black person to do this or that, or a new CEO and whatever, and then a whole lot of stereotypes and prejudices, I think because there are those things, go with it to say, oh, that person has a lot of money. And they do, but they have a life that requires all sorts of things. They may be the first person in the family to go to university, so there's an expectation that they would, perhaps fund a cousin or a younger brother to also move along the way. So I don't think that necessarily has to be the same old conversation about race. I think it's a different conversation about the nature and stratification and variety and diversity in the South African middle class, and the different things that prosperity mean to different people. Yeah. So that's really all I'm saying, is that we can have a set of ongoing sensitivities. When you have development in a community, you could say, okay, how is this going to affect South Africans, but also other African people living in that area? We can weave these things in rather than saying you have to have that as the topic of the day every day.
Okay, questions then? Questions? Questions over there. Where's the microphone? Sir, you got the microphone. Let's start with the lady right in front of you there.
Thank you.
Maybe you. Yeah, okay.
Okay, so the president threw a challenge in parliament by saying that there is a poverty of politics in South Africa, and I think the challenge is also thrown to the media in terms of how they've covered Kandla. So how could you have done it differently? How will you cover it going forward so that it remains relevant? I do realize the watchdog relevance that the media plays. So how can you cover Nkandla differently?
Okay. Yeah, let's take the gentleman, and I'm going to ask the panel to respond. Yeah.
Yes, thank you. My question is the role of international media vis-a-vis local media. Local media buying down to pressure, political pressure. Let's take the two big stories for an example. The Marikana story, looking at the Al Jazeera coverage, then the eNCA follow-up, then also the big one, the xenophobia, the CNN documentary showing a community that wants to, as in the community that are actually describing how, what they would do to a foreign national. Then also the Sunday Times picture. So my question is, because there are lots of information to be consumed. If the local media are not on point, people can go elsewhere. Sunday, international media. So that's my question, basically.
Okay, all right, fantastic. Right in front of you, and then I'm going to go to you and wrap up with you. Yeah.
Thanks for the insightful presentations from the speakers. Yeah, it was David from Statistics South Africa. So basically, my question is who's bullying who? The lack of horns between the government and the media on its own. Hence, the media tribunal request for proposal. So, yeah, even the country on international eyes, on Western eyes, how do they perceive our media as legitimate credibility?
Fantastic. 3 questions this side. Let me take one, and then you'll be the last one. Yes, right at the back there.
Or even AKA's arrest about stealing mobile
I think
phone.
we got the sense. We're good enough, yeah. The microphone at the back, and then you the last one, yeah.
I wanted to ask, is it possible to ask 2 quick questions, or is only one?
Just one, please, if you may.
Okay, sure. It's actually for John. I wanted to know if the media hadn't focused on the optimism industry, do you think the media could have held account the Zulu King for his comments?
Okay, fantastic. Yes, you're the last one, ma'am. I think we'll
I'm
hear.
not sure I understood that.
Sorry, if the media hadn't focused on the optimism market, do you think what?
It would have held King.
Optimism market.
Oh, it would have held the king accountable. All right, John. Yes, you're the last one here.
Good morning, thank you. I would like to ask about sources. When we ask questions, do our leading or penetrating questions make it impossible for our sources to say, I don't know? Or do we automatically just target somebody who looks and sounds as though they know something about somebody famous? How do you really get to the answer to that penetrating question?
Okay, fantastic. Let's allocate questions then. I'm going to ask Ben to do the international versus local media. You've already got your question there, John, specifically for you. I think the question about Nkandla Palisa, do you want to tackle that? And the sources, Songezo, you work in the newsroom on a day-to-day basis. Maybe I'll give you one as well.
I'll respond to the international versus local. I think the first point is that the international media are never going to give a local story as much depth and as much coverage and as much insight. And I think you see that certainly in eNCA's ratings every time there is a big local story like xenophobia or Nkandla or the opening of Parliament. Our figures go through the roof. The figures of international channels being seen in South Africa go through the floor. We definitely reap the benefits because I think the audience still trusts local media over international media. Of course, the opposite happens when we get to, a war in the Middle East or a bombing in London. We suffer and the international media does well. So in the South African context, people still trust the local media over international media. And we will always give a more rounded and more in-depth view of what's happening here.
John?
Yeah, so I hope I understood the question correctly. I think it's not a question of covering one or covering the other. And when I talked about the optimism industry, perhaps I was a little bit scathing, but I do have a deep frustration that after these things we have very big public demonstrations of concern, but we're not that good as a society at following up with the stuff that will help make that thing right. So I think on the one hand, you get let's all march and let's show how much we love our African brothers and sisters. On the other hand, let's find someone to blame. Let's blame the king. And I don't think either is true, although both are relevant. And if we only do one or the other, or perhaps even worse, if we do both, I think we miss that critical stuff in the middle, which is the real richness, but also that's the real difficult conversation. And it's not just a difficult conversation because the media doesn't have resources, although Songezo, I say that with full respect for the scenario you sketch out. It's the difficult conversation because it is the difficult conversation. So we want to be able to go tut-tut or wag our fingers either at the king or what we perceive to be his proxies, eking out lives under bitter conditions in the communities that we've created. But actually we have to stop and have a much more thoughtful conversation with them, whether we like their opinions or not. So yes, we need the march, we need the adverts, but they ain't going to fix anything. They're just going to provide a temporary moment where we can gather our resources and we can think clearly. But we have to move quickly on. We're a country that really loves miracle moments. I would suspect that whoever bequeaths miracles has given South Africa its lot. And now we have to work. We've got to fix stuff. And that's what the media's got to be talking about. Not the worst of the worst and what we believe to be the best of the best.
Yeah. Shaka, do you want to defend the march?
I mean, no, not really.
Okay.
It
doesn't need defending.
No, it doesn't. You know what you can do, though? You can answer the question about who's bullying who between the media and government.
I think it's interesting because I've been in both sides of the room. So I have both sides' perspective, and you know, I've been in a media room where they'll be like, you know, these guys, they never get back to us, they don't want to tell us anything, and maybe Shaka, can you find out what's happening, because no one wants to talk, and then the other side of the room, they're like, oh, these guys, they're always trying to get us, and you know, anything we say, they're trying to use that to then attack us the next time, and so what I sense is that there's an adversarial relationship. And it's weird because even where you'd have people who were on one side, either in the public sector, coming into the media room, or who were in the media room going into the public sector, the relationship, the power structure, or the structure of that adversarial relationship continues. I do think that between government communicators and media newsroom editors, for example, you probably need to have a lot more, private discussions. You need to build more relationships of trust, where you know that this thing is not going to necessarily leak, and where you know this thing is not necessarily untrue, and where they can begin to share things. I think until government, particularly its communicators, its proxies, and the media fix this relationship, we're going to have a problem with this issue of transparency. Because you're always going to have a situation where stories come out and, they flogged in a particular way, then suddenly a spokesperson comes out and says that's not the truth, and then if the spokesperson or, his principal has enough political clout enough, next thing there's a march, and next thing, society is being divided on what actually could have just been a very simple, or maybe even difficult, but would have been a conversation like this, where people then kind of figure out, okay, what are the next steps? So I do think that there's a lot of work that needs to happen between government communicators and the leaders of the media organizations.
Songezo?
Out of time, two quick things about sources. The first is that, in our treatment is that we don't have sources that are anonymous to us. We make them anonymous because we need to protect their identity and we need to protect their safety, basically, in many instances. The second thing is that in my experience, we've published perhaps 10% of what we get told by sources, because the fact that somebody is telling you something does not mean you don't need to verify that, first of all, they reasonably could have come into the knowledge of this information, they've got access to it, it is credible, and then you can use it. The third thing is that sources are important. Blowing the whistle invariably involves breaking some or other rule, because this thing is supposed to be hidden, and therefore we have to appreciate the importance thereof.
But it's very briefly, because we're out of time completely, but it's a Ngandla thing that we covered earlier.
Yeah, but it's very simple. We continue with Nkandla. The reason we continue with Nkandla is about protecting our institutions of democracy.
That's it. Thank you very much once again. I'm sorry, and this discussion can continue forever because it's about our bread and butter, things that we do on a day-to-day basis. But we need to contextualize then how innovation assists us in terms of dealing with the problems that have been identified. We'll take a tea break. When we come back, we'll talk innovation then. Let's take about 15 minutes, 20 minutes? Or does it say? belabor the point about growing the economy. These are some of the intricacies involved, as opposed to just covering the JSE, for instance, but at the same time wanting to hold on to the audiences. So which is exactly what we are talking about in this conference, contextualizing things here. So to kick us off then, we'll hear from Andrew Phelps. He is with the New York Times. He has 10 things that we should all know from the groundbreaking New York Times Innovation Report. We'll go straight into our second short sharp to hear from research expert Joss Cooper, who will talk about the 10 things that we need to know about the state of South African mobile, surely the platform that we will sit at the heart of innovation. Let's start with Andrew. A big round of applause for Andrew.
Thank you. Hello again, everybody. Okay, this will be very short and sharp. So you heard me talk yesterday about the innovation report, a lot of good questions about what you can actually do with some of that information. So I've actually tweaked the title of this to be 10 things you can try from the innovation report. Let's see how quickly we can get through it. Number one, repackage old stories. We did 2 experiments. The first was a page featuring a collection of 9 videos about love chosen from our archives for Valentine's Day. The second was a collection of Nick Kristof articles from the archives about sex trafficking. We created no new articles, only new packaging for the articles. We kept them off the homepage and launched a strategic campaign to promote them on social. The result, both were huge hits, even though the content was years old. This is something everyone can do. 2, leverage influencers. Every community you cover has influencers, people who are well-known and trusted. When you have a story to share, let the influencers do the work for you. When we produced the Nick Kristof collection, we asked 11 highly influential people to share his work on Twitter. Each influencer got a link containing a unique code so we could track who had the biggest impact. Very sneaky. The story went viral when Ashton Kutcher tweeted it to his 16 million followers. Number 3, embrace email. Email is not dead. Email is the easiest and most efficient way to cut through the noise of the social web and reach your readers directly. The Times is reaching almost 7 million people by email, and our most successful emails are highly curated. One feature called What We're Reading is a weekly summary of the best articles from around the web, recommended by our journalists with short blurbs, very easy to produce. Number 4, build habits with briefings. Briefings are a simple and powerful way to get people caught up on the news quickly, and people love them. Every morning we publish a morning briefing, which is simply a roundup of the 5 most important stories of the day. Each one is about a paragraph long. Briefings are often the most popular article in the mobile apps every day, and readers who use the briefings come back to our apps more often than readers who don't use them. You can build powerful habits by creating predictable, useful content for people. Number 5, ask for feedback. It's amazing what you can get from people if you just ask, and I mentioned this yesterday. We found that reviews of our iPhone app were consistently mixed, so we ran a polite survey in our app asking people to rate it in the App Store. Overnight, we received hundreds of 5-star reviews from people who say they love it. Just make sure when you ask for feedback, you do it in a way that respects your readers' time and intelligence. Number 6, organize evergreen stories by relevance, not date. Evergreen stories are not always news, but they're always new to someone. If you write a theater review, anyone who wants to see that show should be able to find your review anytime, even if you wrote it 2 months ago. Same goes for travel articles, book reviews, music criticism. These stories should be optimized for search and social, very easy to find. And since evergreen stories aren't news, there's no reason to take them off your homepage after one day. Readers don't look at your homepage as often as you do, so make sure that stories get the breathing room they need. Number 7, aggregate yourself. The most successful aggregators on the web repost the best bits of other people's content and wrap them up in clever headlines. When you publish a story, think, what would an aggregator do with this story? Pick the most interesting paragraph from the story and write a blog post about it with a catchy headline linking back to the original story. Then share it on social and watch the traffic roll in. Number 8, promote one story a day. You may not have the resources to hire a whole audience team, as we've been fortunate enough to do at the Times, but it should be at least one person's job each day to pick one story and see how far it can travel online. Think about the intended audience for that story. Perhaps you can engage a community on Facebook by sharing the story and then doing a Q&A with a reporter in the comments section. Or find a home for your story on Reddit, which is a place with thousands of niche communities and dedicated sub-editors. Number 9, ooh, I'm ahead of time. Encourage and reward experimentation. Launch new projects quickly, then iterate. Set clear goals. Reward employees who show initiative, even when their experiments fail. Share lessons from both the successes and the failures. Communicate these lessons with the rest of the staff. And when something isn't working, pull the plug swiftly. It might hurt, but it'll help. Always be transparent about why you're killing a project. Which brings us to number 10, kill average ideas. If you, wow, round of applause for that. If you ask people at your company for 10 new ideas, 2 of them will be great ideas that you should definitely do. 2 of them will be terrible ideas that you should definitely not do. And the remaining 6 of them will be so-so ideas that you should maybe do. These average ideas should die. People get attached to average ideas and they come back to haunt you again and again, I promise. It's too expensive to research average ideas if you don't believe in them. If you kill an average idea, if you don't kill an average idea, that is, it eventually becomes personal, and before you know it, you're debating feelings instead of ideas. Killing ideas is hard, but think of them as stories. We don't waste our time on average stories. And with 3 seconds left, I'm Andrew Phelps, and thank you for your time.
Thanks for the lovely things. I can't stand there because I won't be able to see you and you won't be able to see me. So I'll stand here. And I'm just going to be giving you the basics of the media landscape today. Indra is going to be talking more about the digital media, so I've been asked just to give the basics. And I'll start with just mentioning all the sources, the usual ones of ABC, AMS, etc., and Future Fact. So just to explain to you that over the last 10 years, when we look at the frame of the traditional media, newspapers, the number of newspapers is up, the circulations of newspapers are down, but the readership is up. This means that copies are being shared and that newspapers are still relevant in our society today. When we look at radio is pretty consistent. There's one small change in that African language radio stations are slightly slightly down. Things are out of kilter there. But the number of community radio stations is exponentially up, though the listenership isn't. TV in this country is still strong in terms of viewing. PVRs, the incidence is increasing. And pay TV is strongly up, but free-to-air is also up, though not as strongly as is pay TV. News websites in this country do have traction, but they are not anywhere near supplanting the value of the traditional newspaper to the population. Nearly 6 in 10 people are reading only the traditional newspaper. We have about 36% that are reading both the traditional and the digital version, and only 5% are reading digital only. Digital has little impact on radio listening, irrespective of what devices people have, but tablets, the incidence of tablets does increase podcast listening. Local TV content more and more is prevailing over international, whether we're looking at people watching TV news channels or whether they are choosing programs or genres. When we have a look at daily TV viewing, it is more fragile for the younger age group of 18 to 24. This is time spent viewing per day, and it's nearly 2 hours even for the younger group. If one looks at those with access to the internet, 18 to 24s are particularly strong when it comes to YouTube viewing, and vlogging is becoming the name of the game in terms of video content. And media synergy in advertising terms is the name of the game there too. In what we mean here is that this is a way when advertisers use more than one medium of optimizing the opportunities to see, irrespective of what category of purchase we're talking about. For example, if we take buying a house, those in the market for buying a house, Newspapers get a 43% exposure if on their own. Internet a 31% exposure level, but if you advertise in both, you get 63% who are exposed to one or other or both. So let's look at number 7, which is critical to anyone in the media game, which is that the whole measurement frame for audience research is changing. There's going to be a core establishment survey with some broad intermediate comparisons. Each of the media types is going to do their own surveys with Thames is already doing it, the TV people, with greater efficiencies than ever before and more transparency, which is all a good thing. And all those surveys can be fused back into the establishment survey to ensure consistency across all surveys. What we find among the population is that the people do believe that it is the duty of the media to expose corruption, whether it's among the business people or among politicians. 8 in 10 of them agree with this, but they do believe that journalists can sometimes harm people's reputations because they don't check their facts, and that there is too much negativity, that they want much more of a balance of the realities of what's happening in the society. Number 9 is that the social media are going to be absolutely critical to the municipal elections next year. The political frame that we have in this country is much more fluid than it's ever been, and that swing voters right now are around 31%. Again, I concur with John Perlman on the fact that people's hearts and minds are not necessarily aligned, so it's not necessarily going to change the political situation dramatically in the near future, but there certainly is considerable use of the social media by party faithfuls and by the swing voters, so they'll have to use that medium very extensively. And finally, guys, you must all hold your heads high, because what we have found in the Future Fact survey is that as the volume of attacks on the media increases by government, so the trust and confidence in journalists is growing, and in comedians and satirists. And these levels of trust and confidence are far higher than that of the president, who's now at a measly -6 trust and confidence level, and of parties and politicians. And those are the 10 basics. Thanks.
Thanks, Joss. Thank you. Thank you very much to Joss and Andrew. A big round of applause for them. Thank you, thank you. So, Joss was talking about what the public expects us when it comes to issues of corruption. And I wasn't going to ask this question, but there's a guy called Zig in Randburg. Is Zig still here? Are you still here, Zig? Oh, he's at the back there. And he stopped me earlier on and he said, can you please ask this bunch? He doesn't quite like us, but he works with us. Because he says, New York Times took how many years to apologize for not holding George Bush and the former Secretary of State for the Iraq issue? He says it took a long time before they apologized for not holding them accountable for that Iraq misinformation issue. And he wants to know whether will the South African media at some point apologize for not holding the corrupt bunch, as he says, accountable for what's happening in this country. Is that a fair thing? Look at him. Or oh, Zig. That's Zig. Zig is calling, he calls all radio stations. You know him, Zig. Listen, thanks for coming. Hey, Zig. We really appreciate you coming here today to listen to what the media is going through. much to consider and, of course, much to keep in mind following the presentations that we've just heard. But the issue is, how then do we innovate to accommodate Zig and others, to accommodate adversarial views that are there in society? What do we need to do? And what actually does innovation mean for us in the media? And that's what our next panel is going to be discussing. And I would like you to give a big round of applause to Tim Spira, eNCA, who has produced this particular session here. It will be moderated by Max Kaizen of Tree Shake. Let's give them a big round of applause, please.
Everybody's doing some kind of video, some kind of sound, and some kind of writing. So this is a very dynamic industry, which makes it much more difficult and competitive, of course, for you to have the edge.
If you're still talking about a digital integration in your newsroom, you're a decade too slow. You need to find what is that so what, that value add, because you can't compete with 45 million people on the street with a smartphone.
It used to be innovative to have a clickable sidebar, but now the bar is much higher. The more interactive, the more immersive your content is, the better. So it boils down to the user's experience.
I think everyone will be able to do everything a little bit, but you're still going to have room for your specialists, and I think people are going to have to work together a lot more.
I think the demands on journalists are going to be quite high and quite tough. I think the demand is going to be that they need to be multi-skilled. I think the days of being a specialist photographer or print journalist, I think those days are over.
Anything that worked in the past won't work now. Following a template is pretty much a recipe for stagnation. We're all in love with our smartphones, we're in love with our tablets. So the relationship with news is very different. It's very immediate, and there's also a trust relationship.
The breaking of the news is the start of the story, but the life cycle of the story goes much further. You must now show your reader, your viewer, your listener how this story affects his or her life. At the end of the day, it's going to be about who tells the best stories.
How to use the new technology to the best of their ability, and how they can help it to find new angles into stories, how they can help it to tell their story better.
Connecting your audience and your readers to information or content in new and meaningful ways. I mean, you have to consider if it's shareable on social media, and is it interactive?
At this point in time, and for digital-only publication, innovation for us means doing more with less.
We try to slice and dice things so they can be consumed easily, just so that it all helps to build the picture for them in sort of a patchwork.
We've started to change our mindset around the newsroom. It's not only a newspaper. We had to unbolt that process, and that was a trick for us to really transform our working operation in a way that you feed all these platforms.
At a higher level, I think innovation is going to mean at the boardroom level, thinking of new ways to generate revenue. Relying on advertising revenue is not going to sustain most media publications.
So we capitalize more on our live stream capability. People love seeing stuff happen in real time, so we just playing a lot more in that space and trying to do remote live streaming.
We go out with a multi-pronged team. We are constantly communicating electronically, so we are on the pulse at any given moment. The decisions that are being made and the strategy for print, digital, and social media are all integrated. We're not sitting in little islands.
Thank you so much. We're in a time when pessimism is best saved for more peaceful and less perilous times. So if tech makes your heart beat a little faster, and not because it's exciting and the opportunities, but because you're a little anxious, we welcome you. We are the panel of nerds, and that piece was made by none other than Lynn O'Connor, who, Lynn was in my class twice. I am a teacher, and part of Lynn's skill set is really innovating, both in terms of audio, TV, crossing channels, and it's a delight. Thank you for coming to the conversation, Lynn. Mohammed Nanabi, who is both an angel investor, so somebody who invests himself in technology, in startups. He is a respected geek in the community, as well as heading up Al Jazeera English online, going through a really difficult time. So just in terms of a powerful news brand, Mohammed, such a pleasure having you here. And my friend, Michelle Atagana, who was editor of Meme Burn, and churning through stories, looking, hunting in a really active way and moving through business models apace. And Mish is now head of communication, and in terms of public participation for Google South Africa. Mish, what a pleasure to have you here. And as you have seen, Andrew Phelps, who is both the co-author of the New York Times Innovation Report, which I hope you have read, and senior project manager for the New York Times. Andrew, thank you so much. And first of all, I think that one of the things that we've been looking at is a very South African context. But we'll be dipping in and seeing through Mish's travels what's happening with citizen journalism through the continent, how individual journalists, very hamstrung, very constrained, are dealing with issues, as well as zooming out and seeing things at the kind of massive scale that Andrew does, and how we move away from the advertising-based model of businesses. And that said, a lot of what I teach, because one of the companies that I'm a partner in is the Ogilvy Digital Marketing Academy, so one of the world's biggest advertising agencies, is changing too. They're realizing that the people who've been producing and distributing content can bring it in. One of the things about BuzzFeed is that it has an in-house advertising agency, actually. Native content is being created as sponsored content, flipping the model, scooping the advertising agencies out of the way. We're going to move and get a really keen sense of where things are going. So, Lynn, in terms of your world, in terms of the things that you're creating for eNCA, where are the things that, from the South African perspective, are you seeing innovation being really propelled, and where are you seeing the obstructions?
I think the South African media really has taken a long time to catch on to innovation. And it's partly because our newsrooms, with respect, have been run by dinosaurs, digital dinosaurs, who are only in the last few years starting to catch on to the excitement of digital journalism. And so we're starting to see some really exciting content happening on various platforms within South Africa. And it's great to see that. And where we're finding it at eNCA is we're trying to balance our television network with our online platform, get our journalists to think with a digital mind. They're no longer television journalists. They're not. They are multimedia journalists. They are backpacking with their cell phones, their cameramen. They are doing, little piece to cameras in their phones. And it's trying to get those teams excited about what they can provide for the various platforms. And so we're starting to see radio journalists, TV journalists, newspaper journalists, traditionally, developing more and more skills. You're seeing people who are creating video. And ordinarily, they wouldn't be creating video. They would be doing, newspaper work, which, and that's keeping us on our toes. In the TV industry, and I'm sure in other industries, these multimedia reporters are starting to keep other people on their toes as well.
What's exciting you? Because I know that you've done Vine videos, for example, so that really quick, super constrained pieces, and it's worked phenomenally well.
Absolutely. We had it just in our head one day to do a quick video on Twitter, asking people a question before, I think it was Yusuf Omar, went out on a story. We sent that video out on Twitter, and the response that we got was just phenomenal. And Yusuf was like a kid in a candy store. He was like, oh my gosh, I've never had this direct contact with our viewers like I am now. And so he started doing more of this, and now he's on Periscope permanently. But we'd like to see more journalists doing that, because it just brings your audience so much closer to you as a journalist, which we've never really had before.
It's fascinating. And also, in terms of experiments, I think the hard-won scientific and the method that you've applied, Andrew, in terms of the New York Times, is that you've shot into a position where you have a lot of lessons for the rest of us in terms of how to get that culture in. How do you get people to come forward and start creating things where you're not propelling it and telling people what to do? How do you create that generative sense of, boom, let's go for it, let's dive in?
Yeah, I think I mentioned yesterday that it takes a lot of hard work to build enthusiasm, and then at some point the enthusiasm becomes contagious and takes over and does the work for you.
Yeah.
I've spent my career at traditional news organizations, legacy media, trying to convince everybody that it was a good idea to move into the digital age. So I have some experience, and I found that quite literally finding the most interested and engaged people from the bunch, there were always a few, and getting them really excited and working one-on-one with those folks is the best way to build enthusiasm and trust, because those people become ambassadors for the work you're doing. They start talking to their coworkers, the people sitting next to them, and suddenly things start to spread. It's not something that happens overnight. I think you mentioned that you saw a reporter react to his story, getting a big reaction online. I mean, reporters, if nothing else, love making an impact. We all have ego, and we love that people are reading our work. And so if you can demonstrate a success story, a piece of journalism having a wider impact and getting a big response, that's a great thing to latch onto and something to really come back to.
Yeah, and things like being able to look at weird tools outside of your sphere, like NPR doing the Have You Heard pieces, and Washington Post picking out the overheard in the newsroom, the stuff that we don't ordinarily see, being able to invite people in behind the scenes, that I think makes the fun, where people can see the craft that goes on, and it seems to lift the game of people inside, and the culture. The metabolism in the newsroom starts changing, because you're throwing open new escape hatches for people to try things that they haven't before. Mish, in terms of tools, there are so many tools that Google provides for free, but of the tools that you recommend that journalists get going on, what's worth it for the African context?
Okay, so I did a whole session yesterday actually on the tools that we provide. And search is the easy one, because you want to get the right information, you want to make sure that your research is on point and you give your audience the best news out there. However, I find that a lot of African journalists are just not utilizing maps enough. When you look at something like load shedding in South Africa, for instance, I would love to see a visualized map of where load shedding is most common around the country. And that data is actually available. And you can easily scrub those data from the internet, plug it into Fusion tables, and it spits out the map for you.
Hold on. Mish, you're presuming that everybody is going to tinker and work in Fusion tables.
I apologize. I do this so often, so I just assume everyone knows what that is. I bet you they do know, by the way, Matt.
Okay, who works with Fusion tables here in this room?
3 people.
No!
5, 6.
There are a few. Congratulations.
They
Respect.
Okay, Fusion tables essentially is a tool that we provide that can take an Excel spreadsheet and scrub out the data for you and pinpoint it on a map. So you can go, okay, where I've got all the data on power generation by country. You plug it into Fusion tables, and it pinpoints it for you, and it gives you the amount of power generation per region. And you can then highlight those and say, okay, well, it seems that South Africa is generating 20% less power than it generated last year, and Nigeria is generating 0 power, and so forth. So it's actually it's very useful for data journalism and really visualizing data, which I think is something that journalists struggle with, because if I'm reading a story and I see an Excel spreadsheet, I'm probably going to leave it. But if I see a visualized map that tells me, that brings that story to life, chances are I'm going to stick with it and see, okay, so this is what it really looks like. So this is how much money that we spent on Nkandla and didn't use on Eskom to fix our electricity issues.
So what you're saying is that in terms of that, we need to see what it's relative to something that we understand, a human scale.
Yeah, because a lot of the time, and I think the previous panels mentioned this, where you have stories that are being told, and the important story that the audience needs to read, because when, forgive my French, when the shit hits the fan, we go, wait, what? How did that happen?
Yeah.
But if those stories were perhaps visualized earlier for them to kind of get a more localized and personal scale of what was happening, then when the shit does hit the fan, they go, yeah, we told you 3 months ago when Business Day or whoever did that article and showed us all those points where we were having issues with Eskom and power issues. So it's really, things like that are quite useful, I find. And a lot of the time as well, it's so easy to go, the internet is a beautiful place. I mean, I'm a child of the internet, it's a beautiful place. You find that there are researchers out there that have done all this research for you, and as a journalist, all you have to do is put it together into a story.
Yeah, agreed. Mohammed, for the scale of stories and the depth when you were looking at this, the world exploding in some sense and gathering perceptions, how do you create the level of trust that Al Jazeera accrued? How do you engineer trust and for people to come toward you online?
Well, I think, trust is something you build up over time. And it's a relationship that you develop with your audience through the work that you do. One of the things we sort of presume that the public, is fickle and won't, we don't give our publics enough credit. We don't give our audiences enough credit, often as journalists. We sit in this, especially, if you go historically back in the industry and as editors and as news people, we sort of sit on this ivory tower and think that we're producing the news.
Yeah.
We're going to tell you what the stories of the day are. We're going to tell you what's important. We're going to select and prioritize what is and what isn't. And one of the things that digital's brought to us is this, it's opened this up, right? And the public now sits back and says, well, I'm not interested in what you're interested in. I don't think what you're saying are the priorities of the day are actually my priorities. And I think that's been a huge shift, and it's something that often editors haven't seen. We haven't seen that our audiences now get to edit us.
Yes.
Yes. And that's quite a fundamental shift. And I think people just haven't realized that in many newsrooms.
But practically, how are you doing it? Because there's that thing of we're in an attention economy,
Mm-hmm.
so being able to sit up and notice what makes your audience sit up and notice, gets them to sit up and notice you. How do you stand up in the sea of noise, speed, crud going on? How do you grasp that attention and earn it practically?
So I'll give you an example. It goes back to 2011, January 2011. So
Yeah.
just as the Arab Spring was about to happen,
Yes.
we had the revolution that had started in Tunisia, and the government fell. And at the time, we as Al Jazeera were producing a huge investigation that we had spent over 6 months working on. We had a huge team of journalists, producers, data people working on a project called the Palestine Papers, and it was the biggest cache of leaked documents of negotiations between the Israelis and the Palestinians. Massive story for us. It was going to blow open this idea of the peace process because we had spent months working on this. Huge story. We'd done it in English and Arabic. No one knew about it. We had a team hidden away in a hotel that was working on this for 6 months. 3 documentary series, web output, everything. And we were going to play this out, and it was going to be this massive news event, and we were going to drive the global news agenda, because this is one of the most contentious issues in the world. And as we start playing this out, something starts to happen in Egypt. And there's these kids who go onto the street to protest. And our reporter in Egypt files a story and says there's this protest, and we're sitting in the newsroom, and everyone looks at this protest and says, it's Egypt, they always protest, right? Surprise. So it's 3, 4, 5 down on the news agenda. We covered it, but it's a short package, right? Everybody in every newsroom's fighting for attention, and every reporter wants to be at the top. But this is going, but we're pushing this big story that we've been working on, landmark investigation. And as the day is progressing and as the evening is going, this protest is continuing in Cairo. It's building up, and we look at it and we say, oh, it's Egypt, they protest, right? Because this has happened over years, and it's Egypt, they protest. So it's going on, and suddenly there's two things that happen. One is we start looking at our numbers on our own website, right? So we got this immediate feedback. And we're looking at Chartbeat, and we start noticing that, well, look, our big landmark investigation that has probably 20 different pages within the site that's built out, and it's, if you came to our webpage on that day on aljazeera.com, that's all you saw, Palestine papers. And there's a couple of thousand people reading that story and reading all those stories, but this Egypt story is just blowing up. And there's nothing there, it's a small video segment about it. And I was sitting with Ashfaq, who's now, one of your journalism lecturers at WIT, and we're looking at this and we're saying, our audience thinks there's something big here. And then we go onto Twitter, and we start seeing all these people we trust, and we've built relationships up over time, because we know these bloggers from the Middle East who are quite instrumental in all of this. And they're all saying, hey, Al Jazeera is not covering this, and in fact, no one was covering it. So if you went to the BBC, you went to Sky, you went to the New York Times, no one was covering this protest in Egypt. They were just protests in Egypt, right? And in fact, they were all covering the Palestine papers, the story that we just broken. And everybody else's webpage had this. And we looked at this, and over time, there's huge discussions happening in our newsroom between editors, some of the journalists, and us. And eventually we said, on the website, we're going to flip these stories, and we're going to make Egypt the main story, which was a huge, huge problem, because we had these people who said, this is, we own this Palestine story, and you pushed it off, bumped it off the front page. Big fight that happens, and it turns out we were right. But it was only because we were listening to our own audience, people on our website, and we were looking at what they were interested in. And we had this sort of sensor network of people out there who we trusted, academics, bloggers, who sort of knew what was going on in the region, that we could tap into over and above our own network of correspondence to say, hey, there's something happening here. And of course, the rest is history.
And Lynn, I know that in terms of what you're doing as well, is you're looking for this kind of stringer network throughout to be able to get an extelligence outside what you can create within the newsroom, beyond your own intelligence.
Absolutely, because the newsrooms today are tiny.
Yes.
They really are small. And so to try and get all of this beautiful, rich content on your website, it's difficult. But, just talking about the trust with your audience, there are so many videos out there that we would love to be able to put onto our website, because we know it's clickbait. We know that the second you put that video of a white man smacking 2 black men around, you're going to get people clicking on that video. But then you also need to step back, and it took me a while to actually learn this, because as a journalist, I want to get the news out, I want to get those numbers up. But you actually need to also just step back and go, hold on a minute, actually, is that video authentic? Is it something we should be showing to our users? Should we be showing our users a group of children smacking each other around and the kids bleeding all over the show? So that's also where I think that you gain a lot of trust with your audience, because they know that you have some sort of ethical point of view on what you put onto your website. But just going to this stringer network out there, we rely on our trusted Twitter followers who will tell us what's happening out there. But again, you need to verify. And we've found that using things like Storyful are just great. And following up on photos that get sent to you as well is just so incredibly important, because otherwise it just completely could damage your reputation.
Andrew, how in terms of the New York Times, because that big breaking story, how do you really, really quickly zoom into tools, the trusted network, pull back and create an incredible story really quickly?
Yes, the New York Times has always preferred to be right, not first,
yes.
And that's no longer adequate. We have to be right and first, which is very difficult to do. Oftentimes if there's news that someone has been killed or some tragedy is occurring, we know that sending that breaking news alert, which reaches 15 million people on mobile, many more people on the web and email, that will win the day in terms of traffic. That will drive a lot of people to our properties, and so there's a big incentive to be first. But when we're not sure, we aren't first, and inevitably the tweets come out. Where's the New York Times on this story? The journalists are going crazy in the newsroom. Why haven't we put out the alert yet? But no one remembers who's first when they're right. People only remember who's first when they're wrong.
Yes.
And I think in aggregate, people trust the Times for maybe not always having the story immediately, but doing it right. I was at NPR, I don't know if anyone here will remember this story, but there was a congresswoman in Arizona who was shot in the head and survived, Gabrielle Giffords, an amazing story. I was working at one of the NPR stations, and NPR reported on a national broadcast that she had died. And I was the guy running the Twitter feed, and I said, okay, it's confirmed. And I have the dubious honor of being the first person in the world to tweet that she had died for a major news organization. And shortly thereafter, it came out that that wasn't true. And of course, we deleted the tweet and wrote an apology. And it wasn't strictly my fault because I was sort of following orders. But I thought, what was the urgency in reporting this woman's death? Because even if I had waited 30 minutes or an hour to report it and she had died, she would still be dead and the news would still be very big. And I think that was an important lesson for me. So following big stories in the digital age, it's tough, but I would urge caution over speed every time.
And also getting newsrooms to understand that there are people out there who love punking the press, that actually there are people who just want the attention. And they know how to Photoshop, they know that the newsrooms take themselves very seriously, over seriously, and want that speed to drive page views. And maybe page views isn't the only metric to look at. And I think where we're still caught in, you need to drive the numbers for people to see the ads, it leads to this crazy race to the bottom. And you end up chasing models that don't add massive value to your audience. And in that case, how do you start being able to go, okay, let's step back and look at, it's not just competing against other newsrooms, but maybe competing for attention. What are the things that, for example, that you've created with, the books and the knowledge utilities that people can use outside of just being able to give the news? Lynn, you do it as well in terms of data tools that people can understand and use.
So, we find that there's so many beautiful tools out there that you can use, but very often you don't know of those tools. And it takes some time to find them. And often those tools cost money, and they cost dollars, and they cost euro, and they cost pounds, and we're in South Africa. So, so it's finding those beautiful tools to be able to tell rich stories to your users. But it's also resources that, we've found. Sometimes you need those resources to focus on the churn of the day. So those are some of the challenges that we're facing when trying to tell these beautiful data stories, beautiful visual stories, and all of those.
Mohammed, as as somebody who invests in the business end of the internet, being able to look at the business models on, there is brilliance in this room, there are no lack of ideas, but how to fund it, and particularly where behavior is suggesting that we hate being served crappy ads against high quality content. So now what? People do ad blockers, and effectively you're diminishing returns anyway on, on what you're publishing in terms of context. What have you seen in terms of business models?
Well, I think, one of the things that's quite contentious in our industry now are the rise of native advertising.
Yes.
And I think this is it's been growing. It's, we sort of always had it in the industry. If you look at magazines and the editorials, they sort of existed. If you look at a sort of high-end magazine like Monocle, the adverts almost bleed into the content, right? But I think the audience of Monocle appreciates that, and they appreciate that sort of advertising. So I don't think there's an easy answer to it, but I think it's growing. One of the companies that I've invested in called Skift.com is a travel intelligence website.
Fantastic.
And within 2-3 years, they've just started, and they are now the biggest travel website, news website. And they've blown all the sort of traditional players in the market out. And it's amazing just because it shows what a digital-first player can do.
Practically, what is Skift doing that's earned them the trust and heft so quickly?
Well, there's a couple of things. So, the first thing is they've sort of went up to this market, and they really understood the market that they're working in. They looked at travel, and the founder, Rafat Ali, sort of said, this is the segment. It's, it's got a bunch of players. They're all sort of sitting here. There's some people who do hotels. There's some people who do airplane news. There's some people who do cruises. And we're going to take this, and we're going to cut across it. We're going to start building relationships with all the players in this market and give them the news and information that they want. There's a sort of, we've had this idea that we need to produce a lot of content, right? So everybody's been rushing to produce masses and masses of stories. And there's always been this sort of realization that we don't need to do that. We need to pull back, and we need to produce quality content that people are going to remember us for. They're not going to remember us for that quick headline. So let's, spend some time, produce in-depth reports, and let's get meaningful. And I think that's sort of the key that everybody's sort of realizing. You can either go and chase the page views and be the BuzzFeed or be the Mike.com and get millions and hundreds of millions of page views, and that's one model, or you're going to produce niche, quality, in-depth content. And I think there's a place for both of those in the market. I think the people who are going to get wiped out is everybody sitting in between, who are sort of just sitting in mediocrity, producing, recycling each other's work, just pushing out what the news agencies are pushing out, all reporting the same thing, and there's no way to differentiate them. And unfortunately, a lot of our newspapers, a lot of our TV stations fall within that bracket. And I think they're the ones going to suffer.
The average.
And unfortunately, it's a problem of scale. This is what's so hard for newspapers. At the Times, we're moving to try to do more advertising on mobile, which is much harder to do because, well, for one, the screens are a lot smaller and people's tolerance for ads on a mobile screen is lower. If you move away from the programmatic model where you generate as many page views as possible with low quality ads, and toward a higher quality model where you're doing higher quality content, advertisers pay more custom advertising, which is what we're moving toward. Well, then you need a whole sales force who can sell it, and then you need to be producing quality content on a regular basis. And even for a place as big as the Times with a big advertising sales force, that's very difficult to do. And so, yeah, there's sort of this middle ground where there are a lot of publishers, a lot of people in this room who are not generating millions and millions of page views every day and who can't create beautiful custom advertisements against, very expensive to produce verticals. I think that's part of the advertising challenge in a nutshell.
And also, in terms of native advertising, I think that developing the units, if you're in a big organization, creating the units that are effectively your own little, you have journalists who become ad creatives, and being able to do so. For example, one of my beloved podcasts at the moment is the Startup Podcast. So Alex Bloomberg moved out of Planet Money and the most listened to podcast in the world, This American Life, into creating these mini documentaries within the podcast that are delightful. They're tiny stories. And it takes a journalist's ear to be able to pick up those stories. But in terms of being found, so you have the death of the middle, and you either are able to get massive scale, where you're cashing in on the volume of so many more people coming in and digging into the news and enjoying it and making their own, or you're deep diving and becoming really specific. But in terms of Google, Mish, I mean, we want to be found. So that's, if you're a tiny publisher, knowing a little bit of SEO is going to help, because Google rewards quality.
Yes, it does. And anyone that's been hit by Penguin will know that Google is getting very serious about quality of content. But if I could just quickly defend BuzzFeed, just for a moment. I think what Jonah Peretti did was brilliant, actually. He got people with the quizzes and the cat videos, and then he gave them quality journalism.
Yes.
And anyone who spent more than 2 seconds deciding which Lord of the Rings character they are on BuzzFeed will know that there's some really in-depth stories that have been broken on BuzzFeed. And that's where I think that model of high traffic and get them in with the sugar and then feed them the healthy stuff later. And I think everyone should do that, by the way.
Chocolate-coated broccoli.
Good times. That's how my parents got me to eat broccoli, But in terms of getting discovered and having your content found on Google, it's quality. And like Andrew said earlier, we're too obsessed. I mean, I used to be a journalist. I'm still a journalist. It's kind of hard to get out of that up until 6 months ago. And we're so obsessed with being first. And we think that if we're first, our news will be at the top. Because as soon as people go onto Google, they're going to see the person who broke it first, their story will be at the top. And I think, Lynn, when I came to chat with you guys about search, and you said, well, we published the story before this person, but we weren't the one in the top, we weren't in the top 3. And a lot of publishers tell me that. I'm like, well, actually, it's not always about who published it first. It's about who had the best context and content within their articles. And sometimes volume helps. So anyone from News 24 in the room before I say anything about them?
It's being recorded, Mish.
Awkward. So News 24 will always be at least in the top 3 of stories, not necessarily because they broke the story or theirs was better, but because they have a lot of volume.
Yes.
So there's lots of people who go to the News 24 site, and there are lots of people who are constantly searching for News 24, and that helps them with their ranking. But like I said, as Penguin kind of rolls out properly to everyone, you will see a lot of changes in terms of SEO and the better quality of content you write. And that's happened before. I mean, Memeburn was super tiny site, barely. I mean, I don't think anyone's heard of Memeburn in this room.
Come on, challenge your assumptions, Mish.
Thank you for paying my salary for 4 years. But there were times where we would publish a story, and I would have spent weeks researching the story, publish it, and then a tiny little press release from the Times, it's number 1. And I'm like, I spent weeks talking to Eleanor Craig about Biomixit, and the Times came first. But my story was way better because I'm that brilliant. Just kidding.
Andrew, you're in.
I just have a quick question.
Come on.
What is Penguin? I mean, besides the creature, what is?
Oh, it's the latest. So we like funny names. So it's the latest SEO.
Oh, it's the algorithm change.
Yeah, the algorithm
okay,
change.
I see.
Good, thanks for asking me. I don't think they also knew that.
Thank you. I should have done
The
that.
algorithm change for SEO. So it was Panda, now it's Penguin.
Right, yeah.
But
Panda.
it really is a quality issue now. And there were times where tiny stories from South Africa were beating out stories from the US on the same subject. So.
But it's so difficult, though, just to pick up on that, because, as I've mentioned before, newsrooms in South Africa are tiny. And so to be able to compete on that scale is difficult.
You don't sleep.
Because you don't sleep, because you are trying to get the latest news up on the website accurately before everybody else, with beautiful visuals on it as well. But at the same time, you're trying to create really rich content, with things like page flow and all of that. And so to get those rankings in South Africa it's difficult, when you're dealing with resources, cash, as many of the newsrooms in South Africa are.
So another thing actually, and this is something I noticed recently, Daily Maverick, fabulous site, love it. How are you guys getting discovered? And this is actually something else. So it could also be the site infrastructure in the back end, where your page haven't been tagged properly and you've got you're not indexing correctly, which we are actually doing a publisher workshop soon. So
Education matters.
I will chat to you, Lynn, after that and get you guys on the list.
Fabulous.
And I think part of this, again, is that we're all incredibly comfortable and fluent in the digital space, but being able to not only educate ourselves, but teach our audiences, for example, how to verify things. And it can be really fun. You can have there, and I think it may be a little Washington Post Tumblr as well, is calling out what was fake in social media this week. Come on, you're starting to get people in and starting to tune them in to, okay, hang on, what are the markers around what's fake, what's just kind of peach sugar to the brain, what are the things that are junk food and effectively make a diabetic, sick audience that is addicted to you but feels awful about themselves, versus people who are fluent, strong, fit, understand the technical space and are with you. You get a fan-powered base of people who you cannot do it all from your own newsroom. You can't. There is a Latin saying, nemo solo satis sapit, which is none of us alone are wise enough, and certainly not now. It is blown out of the water in every single evolving, innovative space at the moment.
Max, just to say that, being in an online newsroom right now is so exciting and it's so much fun. I'll sometimes see my colleagues from the TV side looking into, the online division. And we are having an absolute ball. Why? Because we have got millennials who many years ago, and sometimes still drive me nuts because they think so differently. They do.
How do you?
I'm one of the old dinosaurs who's learning, over the last few years how this digital thing actually works. But, these guys are thinking so differently, and they're having so much fun. Because they're able to tell stories very differently to the way that we traditionally have told stories. So when a reporter comes to me and says to me, Lynn, please go and ask the dev guys to create this beautiful, interactive page. And I go down to the dev team and they look like I'm smoking crack when I say to them, can I have it in 2 weeks' time? But that's just the kind of energy that there is in online right now, because there's just so much out there, and I really wish that journalists across the board would grab these online tools and just use them more.
I mean, I completely agree, and I love that kind of stuff. I mean, I would get lost trying to create a beautiful story out of 300 words, to be honest. But I also think that we need to also remember that the bulk of the audience doesn't have access to the beautiful page that you want to show them. Because when you think about a continent like this, there are 750 million SIM cards on this continent. And there are close to 250 mobile devices. Now, what that tells you is a lot of people swap a lot of SIM cards. So if you travel around West Africa and East Africa, people have 5 different SIM cards for one mobile device. And they're sharing devices. And they consume all their media, all their content for the day on that tiny little screen. And some of it might be, I think the most popular device in South Africa is the Samsung E250, and that screen is ridiculously small. You can't give them that beautiful, rich media content, but what you can give them is really simple, basic text that has the right information relevant to their context. And I felt that's what is missing when it comes to telling stories in Africa, and is that context and the right context for the right individuals is lacking.
Finding that balance.
And people, so there's I forget his name, there's a guy in Kenya, he's a chief in some village, and he tweets like a ninja. He literally, he sits and he tweets about, this guy's chicken was stolen 2 days ago, can you guys help us find it? And people, they do, like the community rallies and they go find it, and he goes, oh, by the way, the president just said this, I watched it on my TV, this is what he said. And his community, they're listening, they're paying attention. And hyper-local is something that I don't hear people talk about enough. Yes. Hyper-local is incredibly important to a continent like ours, because the stories that are relevant to me are not relevant to the other person, but what is relevant to them, I may find interesting. And we're not thinking about packaging stories for communities, for individuals, and we're not thinking about packaging stories for communities online. We think about it in community newspapers. So I think Soccer Laduma is like the biggest publication in this country because of the shared quality and how people literally resell it. But that's a community of people who love football, and they go online, sure, but what about stories for communities who are getting triple load shedding because technically no one's paying attention? My housekeeper, fabulous woman, she tells me, oh, we get double load shedding all the time, it's fine, I'm used to it. I'm like, no, you shouldn't be used to it. I mean, I barely get load shedded because I'm on a hospital grid, which is great for me, but what is she gonna do? She's out of power for like 5 hours a night. She can't make dinner, she can't do anything. And no, she doesn't have the education that double load shedding is actually not okay, because other people, they're parts that are not getting load shedding. And I feel hyperlocal news needs to be dealt with on this continent immediately.
Exactly.
I mean, I agree with you, and I think, but for me, when I look at the South African media landscape, hyperlocal is important, but there's something beyond that. And one of the things that we sort of should strive as journalists is to this cosmopolitan ideal. And I know sitting in the southern tip of Africa, that's difficult, right? But one of the things we've seen with the internet, and lots of research has been done, and that shows that, as we get into social media and we start building our own communities, we sort of become self-reinforcing. So if we have a specific political view, social view, those are our friends, we see those stories, and we sort of reinforce them, right? And we never end up with this diversity of views. And it's so tragic, especially when you look at a country like ours. It was not 25 years ago where we were all segregated physically, right? And still, to a large extent, people are still physically segregated. And what these tools and technologies allow us to do is to sort of break out of this and to be able to go into places where stories weren't told previously, to go into communities where we just didn't know each other. And still, if you go out to many rural places, you go out, we're sitting in Sandton, but Alex is down the road, and we don't know those stories. We don't know what's going on in these communities. And the technology and tools that we have allow us to go into these places and tell those stories and to get to know each other a bit better and to sort of bump out of our flock, to use Ian Zuckerman's term. So, instead of just sort of self-reinforcing and sitting in Sandton or sitting in Hyde Park or wherever we are and, continually hearing the same stories and the same problems, but to go out and sort of really get to know each other as South Africans. And I think there's a huge opportunity in this market.
How do we do it? Practically, how do you for example, being able to get out there and going, we want citizen journalists, how do we get short, sharp snips? How do we turn people into journalists who can work with us, where you don't ordinarily have access? They're surprising and unexpected stories from places that you wouldn't think to look for them.
Get them on their phones.
How?
Get them on their phones. Twitter, I think, it's not the be-all and the end-all, but it is growing. So get them on their phones. Go out into those communities and encourage people to send you little snips of audio, of pictures, little video clips. But I think it's important, we can't be journalists in the newsroom only. You still need to go out into the field. We can't work the phones only. Go into the field, go and find those influential people in communities and tell them, tell us your story, but send us little snippets of information as it happens. Because, as Misha's saying, pretty much everyone has got a phone. Use those phones.
But do we know, for example, so SoundCloud, I don't know who in the room has SoundCloud, but there's a big button that you can press, capture some audio and go. again, I think that convenience trumps idealism. How do we make it really easy?
So, SoundCloud is nice, but Buzzer, Boomy TV, and there's another one in Nigeria, I can't remember what it's called. So Buzzer's based in South Africa, so let me use that. Buzzer's a platform that allows people in rural communities to tell their stories. Found out about eNCA, what she did was she went out into different townships and she said to them, you got a mobile phone, record your story and I will put it on a platform and tell it to the world. And we will find a way to make you money while we do that. And a lot of those platforms are popping up. So I don't see why media organizations like Times Group, eNCA, SABC are not going to people like eNCA and going, okay, you've got access to these communities that we don't generally get out to. How can we utilize your platform or your connections to be able to tell those stories? Because the same people can use their phone, video something that's happening in the community, and it's breaking news at 7 o'clock. So I think that's where it comes
Find
in.
the people who've got the tools already and the access.
Yeah, because it's already been done.
All right. So with that, I mean, it's for us, it's so exciting. You get people in your newsroom whose metabolisms have already changed. The molecules are moving, but the ideas haven't been shared, the Lego blocks, and that was one of the things in the innovation report, building your newsroom from Lego, not from bricks, because you want people to move stuff around in terms of your context, knowing the code. In terms of your favorite tool or the thing that you're kind of soft on at the moment and would love to build out, one tool or one place that you're excited about and want to be able to share. Andrew?
Well, I don't know if it's caught on here, but Slack is a really
Slack
great
is
tool.
amazing.
It's a
That's
tool
slack.com.
Yeah, SLACK. It's a tool for internal communication. It's not really for interacting with your audience, but it's a way for people in an organization to communicate. It's a glorified chat program, but it also allows you to spin up private channels with different people anytime. And it's a great way to avoid meetings and email and keep in touch with people all day long. I think it's the sort of thing that once you start using it, you'll understand what I mean. It's worth looking at.
Love it. Mish?
Oh gosh, this is so much pressure.
One.
Okay. What was really useful when I was at Meanburn, especially because I was traveling a lot, was the ability. So I love Slack, but I also love Trello, funny enough.
Love Trello.
Trello is incredibly amazing to kind of literally take your brain, put it on a screen and organize it.
And to be able to
it's like
share
a
a
whiteboard
project.
that you can digitally edit.
Yeah,
basically.
it is. So
it's cards that you can move around.
It's amazing. And so Trello.com, super useful, especially for a journalist where you're tracking many stories at different times.
Exactly.
And you can, I remember I used to write stories in Trello and literally just pull it out into WordPress and edit it and publish. So it's very useful to kind of map your world as a journalist and you tell a story.
Excellent. And it's shared across,
and
it's
you can share it across your
collaborative,
newsroom, yeah.
goes into your calendar and into your mail.
I'm going to take advantage and give you a tool and a site.
Oh, yes.
So I've been really enjoying Periscope lately, which is the Twitter broadcast platform. So you just put up your phone and you can start broadcasting right now to whoever's on the platform and on Twitter. I was up on Table Mountain and there were hundreds of people looking at the view with me, just standing there and walking around Table Mountain, and people from across the world coming on and they're interacting with you while you're doing the broadcast. So it's a really amazing and fun tool. And I think we're sort of just at the cusp of seeing what journalists can do with this.
Yes.
The website that I've been really enjoying is the Daily Vox, which is sort of this, hybrid student professional news website. And I think they're really doing some innovative and fun things,
and their
especially
business
for
is
their
doing
size.
well.
Yeah.
Lynn?
For me, Mobi is exciting.
Yes.
And that really, I think, is the way forward. I think that if you're not on mobile or thinking about going on mobile, you may as well not be in the game anymore. We use, quite a few fantastic tools. Timeline, we love. Story maps. It's free tools. that you can use really, really quickly and create beautiful content.
Agreed. And we need to do this because if we stick with the ad-based model, this is what the free internet runs on. You take the ad model away, you create disgusting ads, serving it against churn, people will block it. This matters. It matters to find the business model. So bunch up, share the tools, connect with each other, and we're looking forward to seeing the molecules moving in South Africa. Thank you very much.
Do we go or do we stay? I don't know what's happening. Okay, I think we go.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. A big round of applause once again. Thanks, Max. Thank you very much to Tim Spira, who's the producer. Thank you to our excellent guests, Andrew Phelps, Mohammed Nanabi, Michelle Atagana, and Lino Corner. Thank you very much. Really, really fantastic panel discussion there. But I suppose a number of questions came through, and I think, in a way, Michelle pointed to the next discussion that we're going to have when she was talking about the king in rural Nkandla, I think it was, or maybe rural Kenya. Yeah, I think people are just becoming a little impatient. We're going to finish just now. We're going to do just this quick one, and then we'll all go for lunch. But we need to go through this one because it answers some of the questions that came through in this panel. And this is what I'm trying to point to, that when you start saying, all right, so how then do you deal with what may be seen as a digital divide? And this is what we're going to do. What is this the space looking like in South Africa where digital is concerned? And that's where we're going. And I think the panel was pointing in that direction, that there may be certain issues that are peculiar to South Africa that we need to answer in terms of the digital space. So that is why then we're going to have two presentations, one by Indra de la Nelore from Wits University. Okay, let me get that right. Indra de la Nerole of Wits University, together with Sekwetlane Phamodi of SOS Community Media. Sharp 10 things that you need to understand about South Africa's digital space. That's one thing, but also we need to understand what's happening with the community media space, and that's coming through in a quick second then. A big round of applause. Hey, that's a very difficult surname, eh?
Thanks, Xolani. I'm going to give you a few things, I'm not sure if it's 10, on digital audiences as opposed to digital tools. The first one is the digital future. The future of the audience is already here, which comes from an idea I think is usually attributed to William Gibson. And if you want to look for a lead indicator of the digital audience and the digital age around South Africa, then look for guys with shovels, who you can see around some of the suburbs around here. They're building the infrastructure, and with the infrastructure comes the connections, and with the connections comes the audiences. The first point about the digital audiences we've got is they're not like most of the people here. They're not professionals. Most of them have not got any education beyond high school. And most new users, the ones, how many people here have been using the internet for 5 years or less? No one. Right, so increasingly, unsurprisingly, because we're growing that audience, most internet users soon are going to be people who only started using the internet in the last 5 years, or in the last, this decade. And those people are very unlike you. The average income, 66% of them are living on less than 1,500 Rand a month. We're beyond the idea of mobile first, which someone was referring to earlier. These people are mobile-centric. For most people here, you've got access to mobile devices, of course, but you've also got PCs. You've got things with keyboards. Most new users don't have that. They don't have a computer. Computer access is actually not growing in South Africa, although internet access is. So they're entirely reliant on mobile phones. If they want to go and write a CV, they've got to go to an internet cafe. And another thing is, although there's a massive growth in the use of YouTube and video is the next thing online, Video and rich media, music, even SoundCloud, those kind of things are for the rich. Most new users can't afford to use them because they're reliant on mobile data, and mobile data costs many times more than the data that you can use if you've got Wi-Fi access, if you've got a home connection. So I mean, the pictures there on the right I took in Kenya relatively recently. The top one is data prepaid vouchers, 5 megabit vouchers. So people are using online, but they're using it in a rationed way. They're buying it in small doses, and they have to manage their data use incredibly, incredibly carefully. The bottom picture is a bunch of people I ran into in a village who were sharing music on their mobile devices, but not via the internet, which they'd never do, because it's much too expensive, but via Bluetooth, hand to hand. He's got 2 mobile phones next to each other, and he's transferring music from one to the other. Because everyone's so mobile focused and because and they're very social focused, they don't browse. So home pages are not a useful tool to them. And a lot of mobile devices, remember, are not smart devices. There's lots of ways of getting online on a phone which don't require a smart device, so they're not searching. Browsing is really, really hard. And if they're not searching, that means your home page is really not a useful thing to them. The way they're searching is through social media and through links from friends. The other thing that I don't think people quite think about enough is that, especially if you're involved in the business of media, is that media's not alone anymore. Media used to really be, we could assume, the source, the monopoly for advertising. Advertisers went to media. If we look at this is Alexa's rankings for South Africa, and there are issues around any rankings, and there's issue around Alexa's ranking. Nonetheless, you can see there isn't a media company in the top 10 there. There also isn't a South African company till the middle of that list. And many of those other companies that are not media companies are competing for advertising, competing for eyeballs. So the media is no longer alone in attracting audiences, and nor is it alone in securing income from those audiences. So back to William Gibson, the future's with us, and the key point about this is that it's not evenly distributed. On the top left, there's a picture I took from my local cafe, where there have been guys digging with shovels, and we're getting 125 megabits per second download on speedtest.net, which is nice. The picture below that, if you live in a township around Tshwane, Attridgeville, Mamelodi, you're getting public Wi-Fi, free 200 megs a day, at fast speeds, 7-8 megs a second, for free because of Tshwane. But that's not true of any other major city at the moment in South Africa. So for most users, the experience on the right is more typical, a WAP-enabled phone, and to Misha's point about, rich content won't even work on that phone nicely, it's too hard to get, and it's certainly going to use too much data, and occasional trips to some kind of shared internet, like an internet cafe, or maybe at school or college, when you've got to do things like look for a job or send in a job application form. There is some good news, I think, and it's to do with the thing we don't talk about when we think of South African media, which is that there's never been South African mass media, with the only exception possibly of the African language radio stations. Most people never had access to media in South Africa traditionally, and digital may be the first time where we can imagine a time where most people could have access to media. So as the audiences grow, we had 15% penetration of the internet in 2008. We had 34% by 2012, and that's from data that I participated in researching. 2016, maybe the target from the government is 50%, and the target for 2020 is 90% on broadband, the kind of internet that many of you have access to, that you'd like for the maps and the rich media. But that won't happen unless media gets much more involved in the issues around those guys digging in roads, the actual infrastructure issues, and the issues of cost and access and data networks. I'm from WITS. We run a network society project where we try and research and explore some of these issues. You can reach me on Twitter. Thank you.
Dumelang. Nna ke Sekwetlane Phamodi, and I'm from the SOS Support Public Broadcasting Coalition, not community station, as it was said earlier. The work that we do really is around advocating for the advancement of rich, quality, diverse, and people-oriented public broadcasting services in the country. Now, my brief was to give 10 key points for community media to be sustainable in a rapidly digitizing world. I think that most of the points have been made, and I should probably just sit down. But I've just kind of summarized them down to maybe 4 key points. And these 4 key points are really premised on a future, a digital future where more and more people are actually getting a whole lot more connected. So if community broadcasters are wanting to be sustainable, they need to imagine themselves inside of that future. So we're in this rapidly digitizing ICT environment where all certainty has been destroyed. But at the same time, we are seeing that new and infinite possibilities are starting to get opened up, as we heard in the last panel already. Linear broadcasting is dying a death. Well, at least the traditional linear broadcasting as we know it today. It still has a long future in this country, but there are very different modalities to how people are interacting with the traditional broadcasting space and with their TVs these days. Audiences have become increasingly segmented with increasingly disparate interests, and they also have an insatiable appetite for content that they want to see satisfied immediately. Now, faster and cheaper broadband services have also democratized content creation and distribution. So because of this, broadcasters not only have to offer a vastly larger variety of current and popular content, but they also have to do it with a great deal more immediacy. And we see that for us bourgeoisie classes. We see this in services like Netflix and Apple TV, which are successfully defining a new era of TV watching. You know, we now no longer sitting with TV guides and maybe our PVR. We're selecting what we want, we know what we want, and we get it immediately. And on the other hand, you're also getting services like Pirate Bay and CouchTuner, which liberate content, which is a term I prefer to use, in ways that can no longer be controlled. So we need to be thinking about how can we maximize these realities as community broadcasters. So I'm going to go straight into the first point. Go social. Which is to go social and embrace the second screen, right? And that really means that, really, I think we have a bit of a problem here. Yeah, there it is, yeah. The first one was seek your audiences where they are. And really that's about saying that you can't be expecting people to just be sitting and watching TV in front, inside of their household alone. What they're starting to be doing now is with the advent of social publishing technologies like Twitter, is that people are actually watching TV with thousands of other people on their screen. I mean, I remember when I used to watch my soapies, because I don't own a TV any longer, on my soapies on the Twitter feed, and get a sense of what people are saying. And broadcasters can actually leverage that to their own benefit, because it enables them to understand what it is that their viewers value and why, and then they can be able to develop content in that way. But also it's about taking the screen from the TV and into this device, your mobile. And yes, right now, people are actually, rationing their data. But people like my mother, who doesn't work and relies on me for an income, is sharing content via WhatsApp and BBM with their friends. And we should be thinking of how can we find ways in which we can piggyback on that kind of a setup. Go social and enhance your second screen. That was the point that I've just made now. And the next thing is let your audiences produce the content that they want to see. So really, as it was pointed out in the panel before, we need to be kind of pulling at what people are actually producing with their phones. What are they videoing in their communities in the hyper-local era in order to be able to then showcase what's happening there at a national scale. So the idea here is, as we saw with Who remembers Mido Masia, who was murdered in my hometown of Davidson, who was killed in my hometown of Davidson by the police? Now, that content was captured not by the SABC, but by community members who live in Davidson, and that was taken across into the SABC space and various other broadcasters. Now, this is what we are needing to be doing as community broadcasters in order to be able to really reach and access and interact with our communities, but also to showcase our product and our content across the country and perhaps even internationally in a way that is really engaging and really interesting, gets people to talk with one another about what's happening in a small, remote community that would ordinarily be a blip on the radar. The next one, and really here, this is the crucial one. None of the things that I've said before matter unless we keep to this point, which is keep creating compelling content. People want quality content. People know what they value, and if we really want to leverage our audiences in order to be able to access more funding and so forth, in order to be able to remain sustainable in the future, we need to give them what they want, and we need to be able to speak to what their needs and interests are. So the new age of broadcasting is coming. The winter of traditional linear broadcasting is coming. And the question here is, will you live or will you die? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Cheers. 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 Thank you very much to our two speakers. A big round of applause for them. I hope to die before that new age comes, so that it doesn't affect me. Listen, so after all the presentations that we have made, what I'm trying to see is whether we have, that's the key points for you. Just summed up before we take break. We'll break for lunch just now. But essentially, these are some of the points then as captured by our scribes. The nation is not having one conversation, it's having thousands of conversations. That's the point that came through from the panel earlier on, and I completely agree. I think it's something that we need to think about, because I suppose when we sit in Sandton, we tend to think that the conversation going on in Sandton is the conversation, but actually there are multiples, there are strands, there are all sorts of conversations and discussions going on in our country. Key point 2, erosion of resources in South Africa's newsrooms presents major challenges for quality stories. What can we do with what we have? Maintain quality, but still, of course, take into account the fact that we don't have the luxury of 5 news reporters per story. Key point 3, aggregate yourself, repackage old stories, promote 1 story per day. These are some of the suggestions then that people have made in terms of trying to deal with what we have, the resources in particular. Key point 4, South African newsrooms have been run by digital dinosaurs. So it is time that Lynn pointed out that, Lynn O'Connor pointed out that in her newsroom, she has these youngsters who have all these great ideas. Perhaps it's time that we give them a bigger say in how we run our newsrooms. These are some of the points that we have summed up, and I'm sure you've got your own as well. We'll certainly try and see if we can later on take your points into account when we summarize some of the issues. We're going to break for about 45 minutes, and I really, really would like you to be back here in 45 minutes so that we can wrap up a little later on. Have fun. Enjoy the lunch.
My time was running wild in dead-end streets, and every time I thought I got it made, it seemed the taste was not so sweet. So I turned myself.
Given what you're doing for a living, you have the best voice.
I've never caught a
sit back there and listen to you talk all day long.
How do you think so? Thank you very much. I really
Very well.
also there's Tanya Pampalone in there of the Conversation Africa, the producer of our next session, the Sustainability in the New Media Age. A big round of applause for them, please.
Said, son, look like bad luck got a hold on you, but it's too tight to mention. I can't get an extension.
There it goes. All right. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome. Our topic today is sustainability in new media age, and being from a weekly business magazine, it's constant headache, a weekly headache when we get the circulation figures. So this is very interesting to us. I mean, the internet threat has long been coming. We've seen it. If it stayed on our desktops, for the most part, I think we wouldn't be panicked. But the platforms, however, for media consumption have exploded. Habits of readers and, I guess, viewers are changing every day. And honestly, the business model has not changed and kept pace with it. But before I start this panel debate, can I get a show of hands from the audience of all those who are opportunistic about the future of media? A show of hands.
Optimistic.
Jesus.
Optimistic.
And pessimistic about the future? Yes, sorry, optimistic, sorry. The first one. Pronunciation, sorry, pronunciation. It's nerves. So optimistic about the future. Again. Okay, let's start again. Optimistic about the future of media. Hands up.
That's
Wow, this is okay. Pessimistic about the future. There's my editor, Tim Cohen, Financial Mail. I'm with you on that. All right. Okay, so that's quite a reading. But first, let me get Lisa McLeod, the GM of Digital Publishing at 24.com, to give us her take. I mean, you're at the forefront of this changing landscape. Can you just give us your thoughts on this?
Yeah, hi everybody. I'm Lisa McLeod, GM of Digital Publishing at 24.com, and
okay. Maybe.
And magnetic, as you can tell. And before that, I've actually only just been back in South Africa for 6 months. I was at the Financial Times in London for 12 years. As well. So I think my current job, which is pure digital play at 24.com, is in many ways significantly easier than my previous job, which was really trying to do a convergence between print and digital. And particularly at a 127-year-old newspaper company, very much like Andrew was talking about yesterday. I've said it many times before, but I'd say it again. I think not only for the Financial Times, but for many of you as well, particularly coming from a print environment, the amount of change that's happened in this industry in the last 10 years is probably about the same amount of change that's happened in the 100 years prior to that. So it has been a significant and enormous change for everybody, and it's an industry that in many places is in crisis. So I just wanted to just a little introduction for myself, and just in terms of what I'm interested in talking about today in terms of sustainability. The first point I would make is that I think that he who wins at tech wins. If you can get on top of tech, any kind of tech, if it's at company level, legacy systems, data stores, APIs, right down to the level of newsroom tools, making sure that journalists do have proper tools in the newsroom. That significantly just lifts people's ability to actually do their jobs properly and helps enormously with productivity. And it's not only about understanding the tools or understanding what they do, you actually have to learn how to use them properly. I mean, it has struck me many times over the years that people would be immensely more on top of their jobs and feel immensely less stressed if they just understood how to use the things in front of them. The other thing I would mention is around a conversation that we started yesterday, and I'm sure we'll continue today, about analytics and data. And there's a lot of fear and angst about displaying or sharing analytics, particularly among journalists, as to how their stories are doing. I would just put it to you in another way, which is to say that, in my view, this is the greatest gift we've ever been given as journalists, because right up until this point in time, we actually had no idea what our readers liked, what they didn't like. We would go out and do market research. I'm sure you've all been in these meetings. The market research says, whatever you do, don't move the company's page from page 16 to page 14 because your readers are going to hate it. And the editor goes, well, I think I'm going to do it anyway. So, you know, that's the level of research we've had up until this point. Data, analytics, the traffic of people on your websites gives you an absolutely crystal clear view of what people are interested in and what they like. And it's not to suggest at any point that you need to actually cater to that. You can decide if you want to set the tone for your newsroom. But I do think that there's enormous value in understanding how to display, promote, and sell your content effectively to your readers. So those are just the points that I'd like to make. Thanks.
Okay. Secondly, Vinayak Bhardwaj from the Open Society Foundation of South Africa. Your take.
Hi, good afternoon. Thanks for having me and thanks for organizing such a great event. There's been a lot of discussion around ad revenues, advertising, sustainability, and so on. For me, and I would imagine for OSF South Africa, which is quite central in supporting a lot of civil society organizations as well as public interest media outfits, the issue of media sustainability is inextricably linked to media freedom. And currently, I feel in the last day and a half, there's been insufficient discussion of the real threats beyond ad revenues faced by South African media. You have a situation where the Film and Publications Board has just put out a draft policy on internet censorship that would make even North Korean censors look liberal. You've got the secrecy bill sitting on President Zuma's desk, which David Mahlobo, the Minister of State Security, wants to sign into law, which would criminalize the possession of classified information on penalty of 15 to 25-year jail penalties. And so in that context, I do caution against an exclusive focus on ad revenues and branding and innovation in the newsroom as the exclusive drivers of media sustainability. So yes, the journalism in South Africa is in a profound crisis. Panelists here and those before have spoken adequately and in rich detail about what's happening. From OSF South Africa's perspective, the crisis in journalism coincides with two key developments beyond the legislative threats I'd mentioned earlier. The first is an insidious control of editorial by commercial interests. And secondly, and I'd alluded to this, the increasingly hostile legislative environment. And I mean, this extends beyond just legislative threats. The abuse of surveillance of journalists and their sources is an increasing threat to media freedom. Next week or the week after, the Inspector General on Intelligence will be appointed in a largely secret process. The appointment has pretty much been predetermined already. And this is an appointment with huge significance for journalists because if surveillance can go on in an unfettered fashion, as it already has, you only need to speak to Mzilikazi wa Africa to know the consequences of state surveillance that goes unregulated. This is a huge issue. Our interest, therefore, is principally to support freedom of expression and to cover issues that are in the public interest, consequently to foster an open society based on constitutional values. Historically, Open Society Foundation has supported numerous fledgling community media outfits across the different platforms. But in light of these threats we've mentioned, we've focused more on what I like to call the infrastructure of freedom of expression in this country, which then guarantees the existence of public interest media. So to the question, are any of these things, including donor-funded models of journalism, working? And for various people, the definition of working is different. For us, the continued success of public interest outfits in South Africa in monitoring drug stockouts in clinics across the country, in exposing maladministration in municipalities and across government and private sector, in exposing tender rigging in the nuclear deal for Koeberg, for example. And globally, Open Society Foundation funds journalistic outfits that expose racial injustices in the US criminal justice system, as well as challenging dictatorial regimes from Belarus to Burma. In that sense, public interest media is working. It is holding public and private power to account. But it seems that in performing such a watchdog role, it's almost cruel to ask the very same journalists to now think about a self-sustaining funding model. How is it that in addition to all that and their day job, they must also find a way to make their works commercially sustainable. But it is crucial, because only then can we sustain truly independent journalism, because even donors are fickle and self-interested, and there's a need for journalists to find a way to protect their editorial against any influences. And so what is the role of donors in this context? Currently, we see our role as protecting the independence of journalistic enterprise, both by supporting advocacy against censorship and by kind of funding niche public interest journalism outfits that act both as beacons of excellence, but also as important expose delivery mechanisms. And finally, we also see our role as supporting innovative ways of storytelling.
Okay. Second, there on the panel, Rian Volmerans, who I used to work with at Business Day, who brought us close to the 21st century. I think he left us on the cusp of the 21st century, but now he's head of digital at Metropolitan Republic.
Thanks, Ron. Yes, I mean, I worked in media for a very long time. I worked with Lisa also. I mean, I haven't worked with the other two, but I'm sure they'll come down the line, maybe. And then about a year ago, I made a move into what you might call the dark side of advertising. I don't write advertising lines, don't worry. I work in something mysterious called content marketing. And I thought it's a good time today to share with you some of the lessons that I learned in content marketing that can be applied to what I used to do, which is your jobs at the moment. So, I mean, we all know the challenges of newspaper newsrooms at the moment, the resources, the stresses, the time limits, all of that, the threat to independence, as you've just pointed out. But, you know, there's newcomers like Quartz, the conversation box, all popping up around you. But if you're still going to all that trouble of doing all that work, creating all that news, and making it as good as you can, why not make the most of your efforts instead of just, you know, tweeting the headline twice? So this is one thing I've realized, is that despite all the challenges, in South African media, you still create amazing stories. There's really, really good content created by really, really good people in these newsrooms. But you're not very good at telling people about it. Sure, there's social media is tweeting your headlines, you're on Facebook, but there's a lot more that you can do. On the other side, which I'm seeing very much up close now, you've got companies creating content. They're starting to compete with you, with their content. Sure, their content often is crap. Yes, I admit it. It's as simple as that. But for someone who's got 5 minutes to go on Twitter or on Facebook, there's only 2 links they're going to click on in those 5 minutes. And if those 2 are a recipe on a company's website instead of something in your food section, that's what they're going to go for. And why would they click on that? Because that company is investing in a lot more sneaky ways to get that link to where that customer is looking than you are at the moment with your readers. So, what can you do to think about that? If you're spending 5,000 Rand to create an investigative report, it's Amabungane, for example. That's what it's cost you to get that report into the Mail and Guardian. You want not only 5 people to read that report because you believe it's important for social justice or for whatever other reason. It's not headlined 10 funniest moments in a fire pool. It's not headlined man has sex with donkey, so it won't find an audience by itself, but it is important. If you find out about the ways that platforms like Facebook offer you these days to do something called remarketing, that's what retailers do to follow you around the internet, to make sure you see the content that they want you to see. That pair of shoes you looked at, you're going to see an ad 2 days later for that pair of shoes if you didn't buy it at that moment. Why can't you do the same with your content? You have to gather the data that you get from your readers and not just report like, hey, we had 5 million page views this month. That's fantastic, but it doesn't mean much anymore. Those numbers don't matter if you don't engage with those people properly. So you've got to go out there, study that data, look at each and every person that comes to your website, look at their data. That person has a profile. Find that person on the internet, show them the stuff that you want them to see at the right time in the right place. That's how you build an audience for the journalism that you want to do. And once you've done that, then you can start thinking about, okay, how does my commercial model fit into that? You're bringing the right audience to the things that you think, if you show it to them and they realize what value you're putting into these articles, they can see why they can give you money for that. So already there's a bit of a commercial model coming in there. So that's how you can try to ensure that this is a sustainable model that it develops out of how you get to know your readers. So that is, in short, basically what what I've been finding very, very interesting. I mean, I look back at, I used to be online editor at Business Day. I did the same job at Mail and Guardian, and I worked with Lisa in London, both online and in print. And it's something that I didn't do. You kind of think, the story's out there. Oh, if we put it on Facebook, it's done. It's on Twitter, it's done. And then you move on. Not necessary. What the New York Times guy said earlier about repackaging, reusing, remarketing your content, that's important.
Okay. And last on our panel, Marcus Stevens, the MD of Kagiso Digital. Your take on our opening remark.
Well, I've been involved with Microsoft for the last 5 years. And it's been interesting to see how their model has changed from creating content to curating content. And I guess that experience is not unique to Microsoft. And I guess in terms of sustainability, I think it was page 14,215 inside our website last month generated 14,500 rands worth of revenue. On the day that it actually made its appearance in our carousel on the home page, it generated a mere 2,400 rands worth of revenue. So just following up on the tech tax, I think that's what I call it, tech tax. One just has to get used to it. You've got to be discoverable. I think that's the key to sustainable media going forward. Make sure that everything you generate, people can discover. Embrace those discovery platforms. Because that's really going to keep journalism alive.
In summary, from your opening remarks, back to you, Rian, the key thing looks to be data analysis being the key ingredient to keeping, I guess, media alive in our future, to unlocking our future.
Yes, I definitely think so. It's very important. And the thing there is, I know that you don't have many people left in newsrooms. Retrenchments are taking huge bites out of the resources you have. But something like this is so important. You can't just tell that random advertising guy or that friendly sub-editor down the table to say, hey, can you just look at this and just figure out what we can do there. You've got to spend some time. Instead of taking 15 minutes an hour to be on Twitter, as we heard earlier today, why not take 5 of those minutes and just go read about something new that's not Twitter? Just 5 minutes. You'll be amazed at what's out there that shows you how you can tell more people about what you do and what you're writing instead of the usual channels. And then you learn more about them, and then you can do even more with that data, yes.
Yeah, your take.
I mean, to the point of knowing your readers better in order to produce better content and to make your content more alive, I can't but agree. My only concern is that, and having worked very briefly in a newsroom, is that the pursuit of sort of clickbait journalism can be a deathly spiral to the bottom. And you cater to the social justice stories, for example, are notoriously poorly read. And so the question when I was at Amabungane, but also now as a donor, we constantly ask is, what are the drivers of that? And with Amabungane, I think the answer does lie in the kind of dry style of writing that we were all notorious for, and with apologies to my former comrades. But I do worry if just a kind of head count analysis alone is what's required.
Lisa, yesterday we had this heated discussion about this, which is what we spoke about now, about writers getting their stats. Why do you think that's the way forward? And how do we not, all the good reporting doesn't suffer as a consequence of this?
Yeah, I think that there are a couple of sort of conflating things going on. When people think about analytics, and the immediate assumption from that point is if you give analytics to your journalists, they're going to start writing about the Kardashians because that way they're going to get more clicks, and then you can rate them and fire the people who haven't done it. And this is conflating a whole lot of very, very, very distinct streams of thought, and I think that that's quite a dangerous way of thinking about things. I will put that out there. There's also another thing I'll just bring to, just quickly on that particular topic is, there's a lot of sniffiness about clickbait journalism. Okay, can I just remind you that these are your children that are reading this? Okay, so they are all over it. They know all about this, and therefore, if they're your children that are reading it, they're also your future readers. So my view on this is rather get with the program and understand what it is about that clickbait journalism that that they're enjoying. These are also people who absolutely love news. I mean, the consumption of news among under 20s is higher than it's actually ever been because of the ease and availability and the freeness of it. So, I think that actually there are probably huge upsides to be had in that. And instead of everybody being really arrogant about it and saying, this is a race to the bottom, we really need to think about actually different ways of presenting news in ways that youngsters can actually get a handle on it and enjoy it. And that doesn't necessarily mean that it needs to be really gutter journalism, headlines and whatever. And oh, by the way, we've been doing gutter journalism for as long as the sun came up in the morning. So, it's really, this is not a world that is full of really, really high class, important journalism, and it never has been. So, the fact that it exists on the internet is no different to the way things have ever been. So, the other thing is around the analytics side of things, which is what we were talking about yesterday. If companies are really going to be so short-sighted that they're actually going to start ranking people on their clicks, then okay, well, there is a model, in fact, that speaks to that, and that's Forbes. Forbes actually pays their journalists, or they pay their contributors based on how well they're doing online. And as a result of that, they're getting 49 million page views a month. That's the business model that they've chosen to go for. That's what they've chosen to do, and if you join them, that's how you're going to get ranked. No thoughtful, decent news organization is going to start doing that to their journalists, and I can't think of one in the world that is doing such a thing. However, it is very important for journalists to understand, perhaps in, as I said, the placement and in terms of the promotion of their stories and the kind of content marketing that Rian is talking about. I watched one of my colleagues at the FT one day game the system. She wrote a really, really, really bog standard article. She jumped onto Reddit. This girl's brilliant. She can even code. She's that kind of journalist. There are only about 5 in the world, I think. They're unicorns, we call them. She went onto Reddit. She pushed it on Reddit. She got onto Twitter. She watched the analytics. She watched to see when her kind of audience was present on all of these things. And that story rose to the most read story on the FT, and it stayed there for 23 hours. Okay. And that was just from her gaming the system because she actually knew how to do it. She's 27 years old. She knew exactly what she was doing. And I thought it was a fascinating little exercise in how, you can actually use these things to your advantage. Free tools, they're all out there and they're available to anybody. So that's just, I think, the other side of the argument. She didn't have to write about the Kardashians to make that happen. So I think we all need to just calm down a little bit about what this means exactly. In my
Vinyaki wants to say something.
No, I'm quite happy to be cautioned against arrogance. But the question I had, Lisa, and maybe colleagues, you may be better placed also to answer it, is it is true, I think, that it's important to know who your readers are in granular detail, yes. and one can't, one can't sniff at the wonderful opportunities that digital media offers in that context to get a sense of who your readers are. In fact, nowadays, when we do some of our grant making, we do ask for those Google Analytics figures, right. Not just in terms of numbers, but also what sorts of devices are being used to connect to the content, because that itself is revealing, as you would know better than me. But so the question then is, and our topic is about revenue streams. Yeah. For me, is there any difference between trying to sort of monetize that traffic, to use language that you're more familiar with, versus the kind of monetization that goes on with print content? So, for example, Daily Sun is so successful, apparently, according to a report that I've read yes. No, so it is successful, but I'm saying the origins of its success yes. were actually linked to what's called the community chest corner. At some point, they used to do this thing where they literally sourced questions from communities or their readers on social grant issues and things that really affected them. So you buy readership, in a sense, through direct service provision, in a sense, and then you use that to sell content. So what are the possibilities, really, in the kind of, given our OSF's mandate or interest in keeping alive public interest journalism, to kind of do that?
Just on the point, the Daily Sun is still very much involved in their communities.
Yes.
It's in fact, I was with them yesterday. They pride themselves on the fact that, generally speaking, they hear from their readers will call Daily Sun reporters before they phone the cops when something's happening. because they know that they'll be there first. I mean, they absolutely know that they'll be there first. They're embedded in the true sense of the word. So, there's a real finger on the pulse of the communities in South Africa as far as that goes. Just a point on the public interest side of journalism. I really think it's extremely important to remember as well that where a story is hosted is actually irrelevant, and this is another thing that Rian was just saying. But the campaigns for social journalism that have happened on Facebook in the last couple of years are some of the most successful campaigns that have ever happened anywhere in the digital space.
Yeah.
If you think about the Joseph Kona campaign, that would be a great example. I mean, the thing went viral. It was massive. If you think about the Bring Back Our Girls campaign, it's a similar kind of thing. Okay, Michelle Obama holding up her hashtag. I mean, it didn't bring back the girls, but nevertheless, the point is, it absolutely a massive amount of attention for extremely important social justice issues. I mean, my Facebook feed is filled with social justice issues that I wasn't even aware of before I got onto social media.
Marcus, you want to...
So I maybe just touching on that discoverability and sustainability. So I mentioned Article 14,318 that generated 14,500 rands of the revenue, like 28 days after it was first published. But that 14,500 rand that it generated wasn't just on my platform, sadly to say. It was taking in consideration the Facebook reach that it actually generated all of that traffic. So we had to get our journalists to understand and our writers to understand that sort of story, and it was about another slain sports star, another stabbed sports star, so tragedy, and I think it was off the back of a third stabbing of that nature within the space of 14 days, and how lateral content played a massive role. So it wasn't necessarily the story of the day, which I can't remember which sports star it was that was slain, but I can quickly go onto Facebook now and check for you. And that, I think, is the point. Is the point that that Facebook made that article pop, and then brought the traffic back to our environments. And so that 14,500 rand probably would have been the same as a revenue generated from a newspaper article that would have been seen by its audience for that day in the case of a daily, and some leave behind. But I mean, that would have been that story gone and put to bed. And now that it's discoverable and rediscoverable, it's generated a heck of a lot more revenue than we expected.
Okay. Ron, in closing that loss, you want to say something?
I mean, I completely agree with you. It's all about the platform where you present it on. I mean, we don't even need to say mobile first or mobile central. I mean, it's been emphasized a lot today. I mean, I was at a Facebook presentation about a month ago where one of the Facebook spokespeople said, likes are not part of the future of Facebook. Just to show you how the emphasis on large volumes is changing. It's all about where something goes on a social platform or on a digital media platform and what engagement there is with that piece of content. So that's what you've got to understand. It's like I'm saying, it's fine to say there was 5,000 people who looked at it, but did they spend time on that article? Because Facebook will look at that, for example, as a measurement of how original and valuable your content is, and next time they'll know. Things like that. So there's a lot of metrics you've got to take into account, and then that's before you even start paying Facebook as an example platform to show your content to more people. Because as soon as you do that, you're able to target. You can target people. You know that the people interested in your social justice article are between 1825 that live in Johannesburg. You make sure they see it in interesting ways coming up on their digital media. And that's how you start building the audience for that article that you might not otherwise have.
So now we get a point where we get now the blanket approach of media of the past does not work. Target theories, right? But the question is, you were speaking of a young audience of 20-year-olds. Are they going to actually pay for the content? Right? The point of this thing is sustainability. Paywalls, are they a panacea to this whole thing? How do we enrich ourselves from this new audience? Okay, now we've discovered who they are. How do we make money from them? Which is the point. With you.
So I think if you haven't spent the time in understanding how they spend their money, you're not going to understand your part in the value chain. Mobile transactions. So we see mobile is about a seventh in terms of revenue, around generating revenue for online at the moment. Desktop is and desktop numbers are pretty flat. In fact, mobile numbers have exploded, and yet we can't generate the revenue, not in terms of advertising. But there are other models within mobile that you need to consider. Transactional. You talk about paid for content. I think they do pay for content. I think they're quite willing to pay for content, and I think we need to find more mechanisms to help them, impart with that money, and how we make micropayments to those people who have generated the content. That's who's going to own the future. Every single person in this room is, reliant on being paid for the skills that they bring to bear, and it's the ability to make those micropayments. So, can I pay the local journalist that lives in my neighborhood? Can I pay them for that article? In some way, technology's got to bridge that gap.
Yeah, I think. I think the biggest. Well, there's definitely a lot of research that indicates that youngsters are not willing to pay for news, which is an issue, but they are certainly willing to pay for online services. And I knew somebody in the UK whose child borrowed his credit card and racked up £3,500 worth of payments on Farmville. So, gaming, they pay relentlessly to get forward. So I think, this is why there's a lot of discussion internationally about the gamification of news and how to actually bring those two industries together, because there is a propensity to pay on gaming. I definitely think that what will change the environment, certainly in this country, in terms of paying for content, because there's much more openness to it, I think, in America and Europe at the moment, and that is simply because of the frictionless payment systems that you have. You can just literally touch your fingerprint on your phone and you've paid for something. So if you link to your dad's Amazon account or PayPal account, you can get anything you want on the internet, and they do. So I think what will happen eventually in this country is that there will be a frictionless payment system to the point that people are a lot more accustomed, trust their providers, and at the moment that trust relationship, interestingly, is really with the big carriers, so Vodacom, MTN, et cetera, and there are huge numbers of micropayments going through those big carriers at the moment. So there is a propensity to pay, and in that way, because there's a trust relationship with the carriers, they are taking healthy chunks of that revenue. So I think as it happens in the future, I think that there will be new models that emerge that make it easier for us to be able to cash in on that, other than the big fat paywall subscription.
But I think we've had a great example of it in this country via Mixit. When Mixit was at its peak, Mixit Moolah was the way that youngsters were paying for content. And so that psyche's been introduced already, and we've had some success. We've seen some success. I think they have some other challenges, though.
Yeah, I'm no expert on this issue compared to my colleagues, but my own observation from the local content in South Africa that I do pay for is mainly content aggregation. So, for example, Legal Brief is something I'm willing to pay for to a considerable degree, because it curates and aggregates content for me on a daily basis that I'm desperately in need of. And for me, that's in some ways symptomatic or represents the idea that in order to make people pay for your content, your content has to be indispensable. And largely, the media content that's focused on, the Twitter spat between Fikile Mbalula and so is dispensable. I'm not interested in paying for that. And too often, I think, media now has got itself stuck in this Twitter bubble where anything that gets massive retweets is what's the news. So we get a situation where only one journalist from Business Day, incidentally, pitched up when Tina Joemat Peterson was justifying the nuclear deal. This is a deal that will wipe out the entire budget of the country, and only one journalist, Cape Town-based, was there. Media 24 covered the largest march in Cape Town's history, the Palestine March, based on tweets about the march. The Media 24 building is one of the tallest buildings in Cape Town. They simply needed to lean out of their window to see what was going on. And they didn't. I do want to pay for content. I do want to pay for journalism. But not the journalism as it currently exists. It's not indispensable. Most of it is trash.
I think a response, Uber, and I think say no more. I mean, it's revolutionized the vehicle industry. I mean, you know, cars sit idle for how many hours a day, and it's allowed people to generate incomes where they in past weren't able to. So, you know, if we embrace models like Uber, and technology will change the way that content is discovered, the way that content is paid for, and it will revolutionize efficiencies.
Okay. I mean, as we're waiting in the South African context for people to start paying for content and helping us in our newsrooms, where is the relationship with advertising? I was telling you guys yesterday of a story of one of the big advertisers actually telling one of the major newspapers that they should actually pay them for advertising in their publication. Just the strength of advertising, how it's overpowering newsrooms. So where does it leave advertising? You have moved to the dark side, so I guess you can tell us your take on what advertisers are thinking about this medium.
You know, maybe I made it sound like, you know, like these guys are coming up with their own very sneaky ways of, you know, selling stuff to you, but it's actually us at the agency having to teach them about it too. As much as you think you might know these things, neither does an advertiser. You know, so as long as you have, for example, advertising salespeople who only know how to sell one model of advertising for your publication, and they don't know any better, they're not going to sell anything else to advertisers who may not know anything else either. So there's an education process on both sides that you've got to go through. And then, you know, also don't forget as you've said, like things like Uber and technology, because as soon as you bring a new technology into the mix, there's an opportunity to charge for it. You know, this week they've released the first commercial headset for Oculus Rift. Imagine if you're the first newsroom in South Africa to create a 3D report of marches around Cape Town. And you can charge 10 Rand a go to have a look at that. People will pay for that. Done, you know. Maybe 2 years down the line, it won't be like that anymore, but look for these opportunities. And then if you have such an amazing thing on a new technology, if you then bring advertising into that, that's quite an easy win.
Okay. Back to journalism and editorial independence in this world of commercial pushes. I want to go back to all these things that we deal with on a day-to-day basis. How do we maintain this integrity of our reporting?
Absolutely. It's a very crucial question, and I think it speaks to the fact that, you know, what you said about advertisers having such significant control, and not just private advertisers, although I'm glad there's a focus on private sector. Often it's always public sector that gets a bad rep. But the fact of the matter is the state is the biggest advertiser in this country, and in so doing, it's able to wield considerable influence over content. In a study by OSF's program on independent journalism, one of the suggestions was that ad revenues by the state particularly must be distributed according to circulation figures. But when you have a publication like ANN7, or not ANN7, sorry, the New Age, which is owned by the Guptas, who are very close to the ANC, publish their circulation figures, yet continue to attract state revenue, it's not clear whether the state advertising is there because there's a clear understanding of the New Age's public interest and its actual public consumption. And so in that sense, I do think it's worrisome. But of course, we're also seeing hostile media takeovers, and in that context, editorial independence is absolutely sacrosanct. You cannot have situations where, because Goldfields wield such considerable influence, they can call up Koos Becker and he can then call the carte blanche journalist and say, I want to have a look at your copy before it goes to broadcast. And that's happening. That's starting to happen. And so I do think we need to be very careful.
I disagree. I think one of the most successful news organizations and media houses in our country, you know, and Lisa represents them, I must commend them because they make my job a little easier too, because they're so tight around their editorial policy and not to blur the lines between commercial and editorial. And
sorry, I just meant it's a threat that we need to be alive to. I'm not suggesting that today it's happening. Certainly not. I don't have evidence of that.
That's definitely something that's still being protected.
Chris would take kindly to that.
And your
Okay.
take on editorial independence, and just your take?
Oh, no, absolutely. I mean, I think, and again, it's a lot of the discussions that I've heard happening in the last couple of days, I think that there's also sort of a conflation of ideas between, for example, not agreeing or agreeing to run some content in exchange for great big adverts, or and the other side of the coin, which is the native advertising. I mean, it's the monsters in the kitchen and all of these kind of things. You know, I mean, I was discussing this with Marcus a little earlier. I mean, we at 24.com, News 24, very recently set up a 16-person reporting team with bureaus around the country, being run by one of the best editors in the country, Andrew Trench. That is going great guns. And I tell you that, you know, I mean, if we're going to carry on funding that team by running very, very well executed native campaigns on News 24's mobile site, then so be it, and long may it last. I mean, the point is that we have to try and stay sustainable. This is the topic of this conversation, after all. And, you know, it's a really minor inconvenience to readers, and I don't see that that is in any way actually jeopardizing our editorial integrity or the ability of our reporters to report very, very solidly. So that's just my view on that.
I don't mean to be confrontational, Lisa, but
please do.
Your news wire has benefits to those that can't afford to generate content, but there are some negatives to it, and that's the SEO value and search engine optimization. And I spoke about discovery earlier, and that's everything. And they, you know, Google's changed its algorithm, the big mighty Google.
Yes.
And now duplicate content is frowned upon, and so many of the people that will take your content will lose some of that SEO upside. And I suppose there's a give and take on every side.
There's a give and take, and in our case, as you know, we're giving that content away free to digital publishers. So, you know, that's
somebody's got to pay the bills, right?
Somebody's got to pay the bills, and that is us at the moment.
Sure.
Yeah.
We can't leave here. We spoke about digital and the future. What about print circulation? I guess close to some of us older guys. Is there any saving circulation figures in this country as a passing? What's your take on circulation figures about?
I think it's so important to understand print's role in the new media consumption and a day in the life of. And I read don't tell anyone, I do read newspapers from time to time.
Yeah.
And it's the best thing in my bubble bath. It's not, it doesn't take, I'm not taking my iPad in. And so it has a place, and in terms of saving circulation, I'm not sure about saving circulation, but you know, it's respected for what it is and its place. I mean, I've heard the other day that online or, you know, display is the new newspaper, and if that's the case, we're in real trouble.
You, Rian, haven't been there.
I mean, the millions of times I've been in meetings where people have obsessed about the decline in print circulation. I don't think it's going to change. I mean, there's no real recipe to make that turn around. All you can do is to make sure while your print circulation still works in some way for you, fine, do it, it's working. But make sure you put enough energy into your online operations so that eventually it'll start covering some of those gaps.
I'm a scientist by training, and so I obsess about these statistics quite a lot. And I do worry that there's also the confounding factor that since 2008, South Africa's economy hasn't done well. It lost over 1 million jobs during the recession. It hit a lot of companies' bottom lines. And so the advertising revenue drop I'm not sure the extent to which a proper study has been done attributing ad declines due to digitization or ad declines due to simply companies reduce their marketing budget when they're in crisis. But that said, I mean, I don't see the circulation figures rebounding from their current status.
Yeah. No, I'm afraid I'm probably in the same boat with that. But I think, if I could just say, though, the one thing about the circ figures on print products around the world is that there is a very emotional attachment to having a certain level of print. This is, just to be very clear, this is not a personal thing, and I think that people think that they're doing something wrong if their newspapers are losing circulation. It is evolution, that is it, end of story. People have moved on, things are changing, people are consuming content in different ways, and newspapers are becoming a casualty of that evolutionary process. And, it's got nothing to do with bad journalism, bad management, crappy print contracts, or whatever the case is. It is just simply the way of the world. So that's just my view on that.
As we close this panel, I guess what we can get from all of us here is the key ingredients is knowing our audience and targeting them with the right content. And of course, the payments, the future, the development of payment technologies. When I started this thing, I asked everyone about the, okay, let me pronounce it better, optimistic stance on media. Has that, show of hands, is that anything? Does that remain the same?
Sorry, I'd like to ask a question.
Okay. You have a minute, yeah.
It's a two-part question. Thank you. For the gentleman from the Open Society, we're speaking about editorial independence when it comes to advertisers and government, but without at all sounding conspiratorial at all. I want to speak about the influence of donors as well, who may have an economic or political agenda. How do you then safeguard that? Yeah. And then, secondly, the market doesn't make sustainability possible at all. What would necessarily be needed would be some sort of trust for media organizations to operate independently. And Alida Dasnoir from The Independent, she attempted that a year or so ago, but that ultimately failed. So if you could just answer those two questions on independence from also donors as well, and the overall independence in sustainability for titles. Thanks.
I totally agree. I think, and I foregrounded my remarks earlier by saying that sustainability is important even for those who are funded by donors, simply because even donors are fickle and self-interested, and that includes the Open Society Foundation. And I fundamentally believe that the pursuit of truth is all that should drive journalists, not who's paying their bills.
Sorry to get engaged in the conversation, because you currently have to apply every second or third year again if you are.
Yes, sir, that's right.
Are we going to have one more question from one more? Time, okay, I was a big red, time's up. I have one more question only. Big time.
Thank you. I've got a question and a comment for Mr. Marcus Stevens about technology. So, the social media companies, we all work for them anyway, and their prime asset is our information, which we gave away free. So,
can you speak up? Sorry, we can't hear you.
You can't hear me?
Yeah.
Am I clear now?
Yeah. Yeah.
Sound man? Okay. Oh, Mr. Stevens, about technology. I was saying the social media companies, previously, we all work for them anyway, and their prime asset is is our information, which we give away free. So with the establishment of 1989 of the World Wide Web, co-founder of the Google, Larry Page, wants to set up a stateless world compound in San Francisco Bay in the United States of America, where it's mostly, I'm sorry to say the words, white people, mostly male, smart creatives, will be free to walk to do uninhabited by laws or poor people. So, and the Penn Pales Foundation, the Pales founder, who wanted to have a stateless in the Pacific Ocean for the smart and the rich. And he's
Can you come to the question quickly?
I'm coming to the question. That's the last sentence. So my question is, why is the social media do not invest in job-creating enterprises? That's the first question. The second one is, why is the social media okay, that one is so critical. That's the question for Mr. Stevens. I'm done with the question. The second one is for Mr. Advance. I'm done with the first question from Mr. Stevens.
Okay, so you're saying that social media uses your content to make money And is that the line of the question?
No, my question was saying, why the social media companies do not invest in job-creating enterprises? And then the second one goes to...
Creating enterprises.
Okay. Then the second one goes to Mr. Venajik Bajwav, who was talking about, I quite him saying about something about the freedom of expression. So, sir, the chapter 2 of the Bill of Rights, so section 16 of 1A, which says everyone has the right of freedom of expression. And in the same chapter, section 2, which says the right of the section 1 does not extend to advocacy or a hatred that is based on race, ethnicity, gender, or religion, and that constitutes incitement to cause harm. So to underline the word cause harm, we saw it by the James picture that was shot in Alexandria of the Xenophobic attack.
Okay.
Do you think that journalists have the right of expression in South Africa?
Okay, thank you. Thank you on that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I think social platforms definitely, have you seen inside Facebook? They allow you now to make micropayments to each other. So I can sell my skateboard to my friend. So they're definitely involved in uplifting communities and putting money back into the system. You've just got to use them.
Yeah.
Sir, that was a beautiful question which I don't have enough time to answer in this platform. Could we engage afterwards? My simple answer would be that public interest and the harm done must be weighed up against each other in deciding those kinds of things. But let's have a discussion, sir.
Right. Thank you very much for your time. Sorry about that.
Oops. Thank you, Ron. And your panel. A big round of applause for Ron and the panel. Thank you. Hopefully there'll be a networking session where we'll get to whoop out our constitution and specifically go to certain sections and discuss them. Unfortunately, because of time, we don't have the privilege of going through the Constitution at the moment. But what we will do is and I'm serious, what we will do is we'll move to the next discussion. But before we have the next panel, we have the short sharps. It's a critical issue about funding, and you heard really fascinating discussions, and I hope people were taking notes. I was sitting next to, I don't want to call him a dinosaur. Yes, these students, they say to me, go sit next to Alistair, both of you are dinosaurs. So I was sitting next to Alistair and we were discussing and really listening very thoroughly to some of the issues that are coming through here, because funding becomes a critical point. You can say whatever you want, but if there's not enough money to fund newsrooms, so that we are able to send reporters to go do these in-depth discussions, these in-depth reports in the deepest corners of Limpopo, it's pointless. The discussions become quite pointless. So what then do we do where these matters are concerned? 10 funding models to consider for independent journalists. Vinayak is going to come back. He's going to talk to us about that. But also that will be soon followed by Caroline Southey, who will talk about 10 things I learned from launching a startup. A big round of applause for both of them.
Hi, good afternoon. So the 10 funding models to consider for independent journalists. The first one, sorry, this was typed up in a pessimistic phase of the future of journalism. The first one, obviously being from the Open Society Foundation that I can talk to, is philanthropic intervention. And philanthropic interventions are various kinds. Some donors prefer to fund individual stories. Of course, that comes with the risk that one of the questioners sort of anticipated about donor bias. The other forms in which philanthropic interventions into the independent journalism space takes is protection of editorial independence, e.g. funding, litigation, startup seed funding, and also funding increasingly for innovation. The second is mobile journalism targeted at USSD or these feature phones. I'm no expert in this, so I had to do quite a bit of research around it, but I understand these days Mixit has specific media wallet possibilities to fund specific stories, micropayments, as I think Marcus was mentioning earlier. Recently, the evolution of short stories for young people over SMS and Mixit, I think the site is called texttonight.com, is an example of how independent journalists can deliver their content over mobile in a cheap and accessible way, but one that also earns them a living. More generally, something to consider is differential pricing based on the type of device used to access content. Something that's being explored across the world, particularly in developing countries, is the idea of pricing more expensively content access through more sophisticated devices as a way of cross-subsidizing content delivered to low-income markets on cheaper devices. A new platform by Preikelt Foundation called Vumi, which reaches apparently over 150,000 subscribers, is now being adapted for the delivery of 500-word stories that can be investigative, feature, opinion, etc. And that's maybe something also to consider. The advantage of this is, again, through the micropayment scheme, there's possibility of monetizing your content. Something they're also trying to introduce is similar to the scratch and type in mechanisms for airtime payments. One could get little strips of card which you sort of scratch and then pay for journalism. That's still very much in the making as far as I understand. Something else I thought to flag in a context where most of our examples seem to come from sort of Western and advanced economy context is the Malaysia Kini subscriber-based model. So Malaysia Kini, full disclosure, was initially funded by the Open Society Foundation through the Media Loan Fund, and has grown over 10 years to become the biggest independent Malaysian news site with over 90,000 paying subscribers. So that's also something to consider. The model rests on Malaysia Kini's indispensable nature as the only independent publication. Google has recently launched a contributor platform which allows people to support websites they enjoy for $1 to $3 a month. This allows independent journalists, opinionistas, and others to publish their own content without hunting for ad revenues. Something called uncoverage.com is a new website that connects readers who are passionate about a particular issue and investigative journalists keen to uncover it. The platform allows journalists to profile their work and gauge interest in particular issues. Beaconreader.com is another website that is a publishing and crowdfunding platform. So unlike the previous one, which is a purely funding platform, journalists can promote their projects to get support from subscribers and then publish on beacon.com once they're done. For independent photojournalists, a new website called Sponsume.com allows crowdfunding for journalists. The platform allows crowdfunding of creative projects, including photography, and photography, film, and multimedia ideas, and is currently available in 6 languages. The last one, which I thought was quite interesting, was something called tubestart.com, which is aimed at digital video projects on subjects ranging from opinion and comedy to hard news. Currently, it's been used to successfully fund various channels on YouTube, I'm told, and also for video blogs. And so those are the 10 models I would flag for your attention in case you didn't know of them already, that support and allow for independent journalists to build an audience, make money, and publish good content. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Cheers. Yes, please. No worries. Cheers.
Good afternoon. Hi. I just want to start by thanking Tanya Pampaloni. I wouldn't be on this platform if it wasn't for her. Thank you very much. And for a great conference. So, 10 things I've learned since I started my startup. The conversation. Why the conversation? I was looking for a re-entry point back into journalism, and I learned about the conversation. It was an appealing model, innovative, hugely successful, where it had been built elsewhere. Didn't have an Africa presence. I saw the gap. I put up my hand. And the first lesson is, there are gaps. There are opportunities. Find them and chase them down. Finding the money. The Conversation Africa is runs entirely on money from funders. This was a challenge when I put my hand up 18 months ago. The biggest challenge was I really suck at asking for money. I'm really bad at it. But I've learned a few things in the last 15 months. 2 in particular. Be clear about what your model is. Know what you're doing. And know what your funder wants. Know what they want to fund. It's actually not about you. It's about them. Read what they do really, really carefully. Find the entry point. Find the point of mutual interest. If it isn't there, don't waste their time. Don't waste your time. Oh, that's useful. That was me finding the conversation. Those are our funders. Is that okay? You got them? Wait, we're going to get there. Okay. So the lesson on the funders is know them, understand them, and if you don't do either of those 2 things, don't waste their time and don't waste yours. The third lesson was, it's all in the team. I mean, I know they say this. They say this in management books, hubba hubba. But actually, it is. And find people who aren't like you and who do things that you can't do. And even if they can do what you can do, they can do it better than you. Alex Story is sitting at the back. She's the general manager of the conversation. She can work a spreadsheet. I couldn't even dream of doing what she can do. So, lesson number 3. When you're building your team, leave your comfort zone. This is the team. Brilliant group of people. The writers. Okay, so the way our model works is only academics can write for the site. The whole point of the exercise is putting the work of academics in the public domain. It's hard. It's really, really hard. But it's central to the model. Our aim is to make explanatory journalism, journalism that sheds light on particular subjects and that exposes myths for what they are. I've been advised by a lot of people, a lot of them very clever people, to adjust the model. Academics in particular keep telling us that we must write their stories for them. I think it's a really bad idea. Lesson number 4, don't deviate, even when what you're doing is really, really hard. Certainly at the beginning, you might need to adjust later, but stick to your knitting when you get going. Next lesson, find and follow your readers. The reader is actually all that matters. It's why we do what we do. Am I allowed to swear? Yeah. Okay. I was talking to an investigative journalist recently, and I was explaining that I didn't understand his stories. He's done quite a few exposés. And he said, you must follow the facts. And I've got the facts. That's him. And I continued to protest that I had been reading him, but that I still couldn't get through what he was trying to tell me. At which point he said, fuck the reader. I believe the reader is the only reason we do what we do. It's why we're so obsessed about making beautiful journalism. Our model means we can reach a lot of them, globally, the conversation is being read by 24 million people a month. So it exists in Australia, the UK, the US, and now Africa. Social media is at the heart of that, as is Creative Commons. Everything on our website is free for republication by anybody and everybody. The lesson, your reader is all that matters. Make the journalism with them in mind and do it well. Then pursue them, find them by every means possible. Okay, I think that's about 4. I'm just going to rush through the next 6. It'll be harder than anything you've ever imagined. The build is the easy bit. The doing is the hard. So there are 3 lessons I've learned, which I'm just going to mention very briefly. No sleep, no sex, and no booze. The site has completely beautiful metrics. The Conversation in Australia has built a back end that allows us to watch every story, where it's being read, who's republishing it. And I have become obsessed. When I'm not editing, I'm tracking metrics obsessively. And the last 3 are, it'll also be the most exciting thing you've ever done. The sheer exhilaration of making journalism in a functional newsroom, the amazement when you read, and after 5 weeks, the fact that 307,000 people have gone to our site and read our stories. Thank you. That's who's republished us. Sorry, I forgot about these. That's it. Thanks.
I thought you were going to say, fuck technology. Thank you very much. Thanks indeed. Vinayak and Caroline, we really appreciate your presentations. So one of the key purposes of the Menell Media Exchange is sharing knowledge, but also sharing ideas. So we've heard from a number of experts already, and they've given us new insights. They've spoken about new tools, new techniques, etc. I'm going to ask now Catherine Kennedy of the South African History Archives to introduce and share something from our past, and hopefully not as far back as Hendrik Verwoerd. But also just help us tell stories of our present and our future. Over to you, Catherine. Or we're going to watch the video first.
This is a moment of enormous significance in the history of our country. Through the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, we can now deal with our past.
Let's start with the amnesty hearings in Cape Town this past week. In June this year, the country watched with fascinated horror as former security police captain Jeffrey Benzin reenacted the torture method that gained him dubious fame, the wet bag method. Benzin is asking for amnesty for the torture of a number of political detainees, as well as for the killing of Cape activist Ashley Kriel.
The last word, however, belonged to the workers of COSATU. They were not amused by the apologies, explanations, and sometimes fancy footwork of big business.
Days the TRC have had how all South Africans, black and white, big business and workers, were all freedom fighters for liberation.
The government has heard the appeals for urgent reparations, and we shall be ready to provide modest assistance when the details have been forwarded.
Thank you for telling your story so that the country could know what happened in the past, so that the wounds might be healed. You have paid a very heavy price for our freedom and for the peaceful transition. May we never devalue that freedom.
In 2013, the South African History Archive, in conjunction with the SABC, launched an interactive multimedia website on the work of South Africa's Truth and Reconciliation Commission, centering on the 87-part Truth Commission's Special Report television series. Broadcast nationally by the SABC between 1996 and 1998, this critically acclaimed weekly series reported on the testimonies being heard at TRC public hearings across South Africa during the time, and reflected on the workings of this then groundbreaking transitional justice effort. In 2007, with the financial support of the Charles Stewart Mott Foundation and the Atlantic Philanthropies, SAHA began the slow process of locating and digitizing the series, and then combining it with various TRC documents to form a multimedia player that was launched in 2010, intended to support much-needed ongoing transitional justice work in the country. SAHA and the SABC then collaborated to put the entire product online in order to make the work of the TRC more widely accessible and to introduce a new generation of South Africans to this vital period in the making of our democracy. In order to make the site truly searchable, SAHA catalogued, transcribed and indexed all episodes of the television series and then linked each section of these episodes to the related section in the TRC archive from the official 7-volume TRC final report, as well as transcripts from TRC hearings, reparation and rehabilitation workshops, amnesty decisions, details of those victims of gross human rights violations as identified by the TRC, and those submissions made to the TRC, focusing on particular sectors and institutions' roles in either upholding or opposing apartheid. The website is aimed at non-profit institutions engaged in education, outreach and heritage work, and civil society organizations working in the field of transitional justice, both in South Africa and abroad, as well as journalists, researchers, lawyers, and interested members of the public. The website also contributes to highlighting the unfinished business of the TRC by providing a platform to showcase those stories that remind us of why it is vital for the future of South Africa to follow up on the recommendations of the TRC. The website also enables SAHA to publish previously unseen TRC documents for public access, including the recently released TRC Section 29 transcripts. The Section 29 hearings were closed hearings of the TRC, relating to investigative inquiries, and were comprised of the testimony of individuals who were under oath to divulge the full extent of their knowledge of some of apartheid's most heinous crimes. Given the fragile nature of South Africa's new democracy at the time, they were held in camera, that is, closed to the public, and most of the information obtained was never officially released. Hearings held under Section 29 included discussions of the death of Samora Machel, the Helderberg disaster, investigations into Vlakplaas and the workings of the security branch, and the deaths of anti-apartheid activists such as Rick Turner and Griffith Mxenge.
I'm a bit short. Well, I think getting a video to do your work for you is a way to really keep it short and sharp, so I don't really have terribly much to say, except for the fact that the resource is there for you. It's free. It's over 80 hours of audio-visual and thousands, tens of thousands of pages of documents that are cross-searchable so that you can really explore, thank you, this history. And I'd encourage you to think about it not so much as history, but actually as about stories that we need to re-engage with, stories that we need to pick up again. It's been nearly 20 years since the TRC started on its mission, but I think we've all forgotten the work of what was intended to be our great memory exercise in South Africa. Remember, the TRC was only ever intended to be a starting point and to lay down the roadmap through its recommendations, but the majority of South Africans have never seen the findings of the TRC, aren't familiar with the recommendations, and certainly don't seem to be paying attention to government's failure to follow up on those recommendations. I would pose to you that a lot of the challenges we're facing in the country today and the stories that we're grappling with today can be traced back to our past. and what we haven't done about following up on those stories, what we haven't done about following up on prosecutions, what we haven't done about ensuring that people that are owed support, that were promised support, have received that support, about finding the missing bodies, and about giving families closure. So please, do re-engage with those stories of the past, because I challenge you to look at the headlines we're seeing today and not see resonances with many of the stories that are contained on that website. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Catherine. Thank you. Thanks indeed. Of course, that was produced by Isak Menell of the SABC. Thanks, Catherine. So we're going to take a break. We're going to go for tea break. But before we do, again, we would like to remind you of some of the key points so far in the discussions. Media is in a filter bubble. Retweets are not news. That came through quite sharply in the previous panel discussion. But also clickbait. Journalism isn't a race to the bottom. A lot of people criticizing this kind of journalism. Key point 3, huge majority here at this conference, the delegates are optimistic about news future. There was a bit of a confusion about whether they're opportunistic or optimistic, but in the end, it became clear that we're talking about optimistic. Key point 4, decreasing print circulation, mostly about readers' habits, is not bad for journalism. This is a very interesting and a touchy point for dinosaurs who still believe, of course, in their newspapers, but the reality is that it is happening, and as Lisa, I think it was, who made it very clear that don't take it personal. It is just the way of the world. It's evolution. Just deal with it. Live with it. So we'll take a quick tea break, and I'm going to ask you to be back. Just please give me an indication of the time, please, if you can put it up there. Is it 15 minutes? It is 25 minutes. You got more than enough. And maybe time then to read that constitution. Ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen. All right. So this is the final session, the final panel that will wrap up things for us. And we really appreciate you staying on. But we know that there's also an iPad mini to give away. That may be an incentive for people to stay on. We're not suggesting that you're here simply because we said we'll be giving away that iPad mini. We know that you're staying on because you're finding value in the discussions. Yeah? Peter Ndoro says, yeah. So we shall continue though. Final panel here. We've been building towards this, of course, all day. Now, this is a session where we put together innovation, sustainability, and brand, where we engage, earn trust, share stories, establish context, and serve and connect with our audiences. In a session produced by Laura Grant of the Mail and Guardian and moderated by Dinesh Balia, a person who obviously knows a thing or two, or 10 maybe, about storytelling. Here is journeys in news storytelling, case studies in South Africa. A big round of applause for the panel, please. Hello, I'm very well.
Afternoon, everyone. Afternoon, everyone. Thank you. So we don't have a fancy video. We haven't gone and talked to editors and newsrooms and so on and so forth. We're going to kick off because we've got a rock star panel, and what I'm going to do is just give you 10 storytelling devices very quickly. Devices is actually the wrong word to use, but we stuck with it because it kind of sounded sexy. In essence, it's 10 ways to tell stories using the resources that are at your disposal. Anyone heard of Facebook? Anyone have a Facebook account? That's super. You could use that for journalism. I think Andrew Phelps was talking about the fact that Facebook is the frenemy, he said yesterday, of the New York Times. And that's because you can share your content via Facebook very, very easily. One of the things I want to say about using Facebook and any sort of social media, and we heard this message this morning, is that it's kind of coupled with dumbing down of content. We tend to equate still to this day that length equals depth. That needs to change. We need to start thinking about how to tell stories simply and how to tell those stories with the same amount of meaning and depth. And that needs to start with all of us trying to change our writing style. You also heard Gus yesterday talking about those journalists on Twitter who are able to brand themselves. I saw Gus at the back. And he picked journalists who are actually very, very good writers in long form. He picked people who can communicate a message no matter what. And the point I'm trying to make is if you're a good writer or a good communicator, you can do it on whichever platform. It doesn't mean that you have to stick to 2,500 words. You can do it in 140 characters at a time. My voice is being slightly ungovernable. Okay, tweet the story out. Now, the point I want to make with this is that even though we say Facebook is for pushing content, for sharing content, for making sure that we're marketing ourselves, branding ourselves, and so on and so forth, we need to treat these social media platforms as publishing spaces. I think as journalists, we're too fixated content can be streamed over social media. Visualize your data. A site like tableau.com. It takes your data that's sitting on a spreadsheet. You know, I was saying to a journalist the other day, we've got all this fantastic data around census material, we've got election material. When you tell a journalist to try and turn that into a good story, they'll say to him, no one's interested in that. But if you visualize your data, someone's going to pick it up and read it and understand it better. The same with financial information. We heard this morning on a panel that people don't understand financials. Guess what? If you put it in a way they can understand it, they will consume it. And then moving on to visualize the story. Again, text, that's what we're told. Yes, text is important, but the same style of writing, the same structure that you apply to text goes into creating infographics, ways in which we can visualize stories and tell stories. Site like PictoChart, I think yesterday, Laura, you pointed out PictoChart. Free resource available for anyone to be able to do this. Curate the story. We've talked a lot about getting closer to our audiences. Our audiences are our eyewitnesses. They're our first-hand sources. Curating stories means that we can rely on them. Yes, you could peer out the Media 24 building and tell the story yourself, but you want to get closer to your audiences. Why not make them feel as if they're part of making the news, which they want to be? That's how you get them. That's how you engage with them. WhatsApp the news. Which news agency is doing this? EWN. Okay, still to be tested, we'll see, but people are WhatsApping the news out to you. Why? Because we want that small chunks of information sent to us very, very quickly and on a platform that we're using all the time. Anyone use WhatsApp today? Yes. And then SMSing the news, sorry. I'm getting ahead of myself. Frontline SMS is a very interesting tool. It's a free open source tool available to anyone, but it's mostly used by aid organizations and institutions trying to share information around education, healthcare, and so on and so forth. But SMS is something that's very overlooked by media organizations. We've got a generation on this continent that only knows how to use a mobile phone. And I'm not talking about iPhones and Samsung Galaxies and so on and so forth, but simple feature phones. And their primary way of communicating is via SMS because it's cheaper. Those people need the news too. Those people are possible consumers to you. All right, and then to bring it all together, a little tool that we use often in our newsroom is thinglink.com. It's a multimedia tool that allows you to overlay lots of content on a single photograph. Very, very simple to use. It does the work for you. It allows you to produce multimedia interactive content very quickly. You don't have to host videos. You don't have to host the sound and so on and so forth. You're aggregating the content, putting it together for someone to consume. I'm trying to rush. I got a sign pointed at me. And I guess my two takeaways from this is no matter what you do, and this is something the students particularly should pay attention to, all the bells and whistles don't matter if you don't tell the story. That's your role as a journalist. The second point I want to leave you with is particularly for those media managers in the newsrooms, we may not be able to monetize all this content, but we have the opportunity right now to empower our journalists to learn, to innovate, and to experiment. Giving them these tools or access to these tools and encouraging them to use it means that we're shifting this culture of journalism towards experimentation. It's something that we're dealing with all the time, the stagnation, the fact that people don't want to pick up new skills. But bringing in these free and open source tools into the newsroom allows us to innovate. Thank you. Okay. And now, let me take my jacket off so that we have a change of scenery. Okay, just to mix it up a little bit. So our innovation storytelling panel this morning, or this afternoon, is really to bring together the entire MMX experience that you've had over the last 2 days. And you've heard a lot about how we can't make money, that we can't really monetize this content, that we have lots of constraints on what we can do in terms of resources, money, and so on and so forth. And sustainability has been one of the themes of this conference. But what we want to do now is try and put our problems behind us and think about the positives about digital storytelling. So our panel this morning, oh my God, I'm on the screen. Our panel this morning, anyone who knows me knows how much I love being on camera, is firstly Ashfaq Karim. Ashfaq, do you want to wave? Ashfaq is formerly of Al Jazeera. He helped to innovate the app Al Jazeera Plus and is now, I'm happy to say, the coordinator for the WITS Journalism Honours Program, our flagship program at WITS Journalism. And then secondly, Jonathan Anser, very, very well-known freelance podcaster, and formerly of the Independent
Cadet School.
News Cadet School. And obviously, I'd like to call him, I try not to refer to him as the podcast man, but he really is in South Africa at the moment. And then Tegan Bedsar, and it's written here, evangelist for new media technologies. A very, very smart woman who's based with SABC News Online. Finally, Laura Grant, who produced this panel, who did all the hard work for me. She works on digital and data projects at the Mail and Guardian. So they're going to run through their presentations very quickly, and then we'll take some questions thereafter. Thanks.
Cool.
Hi, guys. Thanks, Dinesh, for that. I was quite impressed that this conference is running on time. And when I sat here, I saw this big time machine that tells you exactly how much time went. And when Dinesh was speaking, it started flashing red. So it's quite scary, and I hope we stay within the 45 minutes. I also hope that we've all discussed this, we've like conspired before we're starting this, and we want to hear from you a lot more than we actually want to speak. But I've been asked by Laura and the MMX team, who've been very kind to actually get us to come over here to speak about AJ Plus. Does anyone know what AJ Plus is? It's a product of the Al Jazeera Media Network. Any hands up in the room? Okay, there's one over there, 2, 3. Okay, not too bad. There's a bunch of hands, maybe about 20. Okay, very quickly, AJ Plus, the way it was conceived, I'll try to be brief. When Al Jazeera we acquired a channel in the US and we were going to expand into the USA. But part of our expansion into USA meant that our online streaming would be cut. That was the cable deals. That's what they required from us, the cable companies. So we wanted to circumvent that. And initially, our pitch, sort of as the digital first people in the organization, are always fighting with management and legacy and everything else, was let's start an online channel. But that doesn't mean take our video that's on television and put it online, but actually original content for an online audience whose consumption habits are different compared to people who are sitting at home clicking their televisions. It's a different audience, it's a different age, it's a different age category, and the way they want the information is different. As we started building this, our vision changed. And we said, instead of it just being an online channel, which conception was going to be on YouTube mainly, we said it's going to be an app primarily. And we'll obviously still have content on social media, including YouTube and Facebook and everywhere else, Instagram, but we changed it towards an app. Now, some of the things I don't actually, have you guys, the guys over there, could you just put, that's the AJ Plus homepage. Now, when Dinesh was speaking earlier on, she said the homepage is dead. Well, with AJ Plus, we don't even have a website. We have a website if you go to ajplus.com, but it's a promo page, it's a marketing page. It's an app, and we are available on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and everywhere else. The idea of the product was this is going to be primarily a video product, right, for 15 to 29-year-olds of a global generation, right, because Al Jazeera's coverage footprint is global, who are interested and mainly getting their information in an innovative way using this, right? So, we're using a very big screen over there, but it's meant for this little screen over there. Just a few questions, and I don't want to sort of say this just to promote the product, but just to give you an idea. We've launched in September. Well, I'm not part of them anymore. They launched in September last year. How many views do you think we've gotten so far, video views? Hands up. Anyone want to scream a number out? You waited 45 minutes ago, and you better be quick. Anyone want to scream a number out? Sorry? Higher, higher. 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 I've got 50 million maybe yet? Yeah. Higher. Okay, this is taking too long. 120 million views, right? Now, we don't have a website. Here's the second question. How many million views do you think we have just on Facebook? 90 million, right? So 70, and could you guys just scroll down the page and slowly look at just the videos and just look at the amount of views that average videos are getting? 40,000, 50,000. I can't see that screen, so I'll use my phone, right? So there's something about an Italian doctor thinks he can perform the world's first heart transplant, 66,500 views. Something about the NAACCP, 100,000 views almost, right? The belly button challenge, which is a bit of, possibly clickbaiting, 160,000, right? We have a flashcard there afterwards, right? Student debt, a very important issue, 12,000 views, right? And if you scroll down further, homosexuality in India, which is a very important story, 50,000 views, right? We have some videos at about 1 million. Now, there's a few things, I just want to discuss this instead of going and show you the videos and everything else. One of the challenges we went through, and this was a difficult, just to sort of give you an insight into the organization, how they built this, right? We took all our editorial people, all our editors-in-chief, and all our managing directors of various channels, it's a big network, and we told them to leave us alone. And the director general at the time said, fine, you guys go build your new America channel and everything else, and leave a team of developers and a team of young journalists alone, and let them figure this out, and when they're done, you can go and have some oversight. But right now, it's their thing, it's their baby. You don't understand this, leave them to do it. And it was a great experiment, right? I mean, one of the things we were first discussing, and I'm sure we've discussed in this room today, right, how the audiences are changing and tools and everything else. And these tools are really great, and please adopt them and use them, and thanks for everyone who's come here and shown us those tools. But honestly, if we don't first, as the editorial people in our newsrooms, understand that the culture, the philosophy, the psychology of the audience is changing, it's like pissing in the wind. Like we're going to use these tools, and we're not going to know why we're using these tools. We're going to use these tools because Dinesh told us to do it, or Andrew told us to do it, or someone cool who's a geek and knows the young people told us to do it. And so what we do is we create newsrooms, and we get some data journalists in, and some people to do infographics, and we think that's going to change, and it changes nothing. It's your executive producer level, or higher, right, that needs to understand that the way people are consuming information because of social media, because of multiple screens, has fundamentally changed. And that's not just for young people, it's for anyone who is part of the, well, basically our audience, right? Because most of us, yes, we publish for the whole country, but honestly, really we're publishing for the intelligentsia, right? And all those people use smartphones. All those people use Facebook, Twitter, and everything else. And what Dinesh was saying about sharp, short information, I mean, what's lovely about being online is we can produce videos that are 24 seconds, some of them get millions of hits. We can produce a video which is 35 minutes. Most are not. Most are between 30 seconds and 4 minutes, right? And that's the one thing. But the second thing that's changing massively with this audience development is traditionally, we as big media institutions, what we provided was we because of lack of information, because the public didn't have internet 20, 30 years ago, because they couldn't interact with us, because they couldn't hold us to account, right? We felt that we were on some pedestal, and we developed a narrative and a language where we speak to them like this, right? And the modern mind finds that condescending. They think that's really not nice. And while we think that this kind of knowing all information maintains our credibility, it destroys our trust. Because for our audience to trust us, we need to be both credible and relatable. So we need to speak to them like this, in their language. We need to approach them with language and insights that they can understand. And I mean, I'm already on 36, so I'm stealing their time. So that's basically what I wanted to say. And I mean, you know, we'll go to the rest of the panel and look forward to some of your questions at the end. Thanks a lot. Cool.
Jonathan.
Sorry, I'm going to stand here.
Hang on.
Sorry, I don't often get a platform, so I'm going to take advantage. This is something I've always wanted to do. Amanda! Nobody responded.
Do it again.
Hands up, all those who think Adnan is innocent. Nobody. Oh, okay.
Adnan, oh, okay.
Okay, if you don't know what I'm talking about, here's a quick recap. A popular Maryland high school pupil, Adnan Syed, was sentenced in 2000 to life in prison for the murder of his ex-girlfriend, Hae Min Lee, despite the fact that the prosecution's case rested on one dodgy witness, Jay. For 15 years, Syed has maintained his innocence. Last year, the podcast Serial, a true crime whodunit, re-examined the murder investigation. In each weekly chapter, journalist Sarah Koenig became an amateur detective. She spoke to Adnan in prison, revisited the crime scene, tracked down members of the jury and long-lost classmates, and pored over police records and cell phone records. She didn't know if he was guilty, but she wanted to figure it out. Serial was to podcasting what the Beatles was to music, revolutionary. It's a podcast renaissance. It's the golden age of podcasting. This is what print headlines screamed. Within a month, Serial had a cult following, including a free Adnan hashtag, Adnan Did It websites, memes, and more than 5 million subscribers checking their smartphones every 30 seconds for a notification that the next episode was ready to download. One of the biggest winners was MailChimp, or is it MailChimp? The email service which sponsored the series. MailChimp's ad earwormed its way into listeners' hearts. I'm not an early adopter, But when it came to listening to podcasts, I was a pioneer, long before serial was a thing. And that's mostly thanks to my hate-hate relationship with South African talk radio. Podcasts changed my life because I no longer hated being in a car. I remember one evening making my way home from the CBD in peak hour traffic. The red-faced man in the car next to me slammed his fist into the hooter. The woman in the car behind me threw up her hands. We were all captive to the gridlock, but I couldn't have been happier. It's not like I was on the way to an appointment with a dentist that I was happy to be stuck in traffic. Like everyone else in the city, I had places to go and hands to shake, but unlike them, I had a feast of podcasts waiting for me. This American Life, The Gist, The Moth, BBC Radio 4's Friday Night Comedy, Radio Lab, and Death, Sex, and Money. The podcast Death, Sex, and Money, not the actual Death, Sex, and Money. I listened to This American Life, and it was an episode about superheroes. Which superpower would you choose, asked Ira Glass. Flight or invisibility? Flight, definitely flight, I thought, although imagine the stories I could get with invisibility. Since becoming a podcast junkie, I arrive home calm. Before podcasts, I jumped from radio station to radio station, a slave to Kevin from Kempton Park, Eddie from Vicksburg, Sandy from Santon's inane opinions. But Steve Jobs saved me from radio hell when he launched the iPod in 2001. This device not only revolutionized music storage, it also introduced a new platform for journalism, podcasts, audio journalism about politics, sports, satire, science, literature, money, and music. My podcast of choice is This American Life, an hour-long weekly show split into theme-based stories. It's quirky, powerful, poignant, and painstakingly researched. It's storytelling at its gripping best. Technology has made podcasts accessible. Thanks to smartphones, millions of people walk around with the internet in their pockets. Some walk around it with the internet on their wrists. Cars are being built with internet capacity, and Wi-Fi will soon be the new Coca-Cola, available wherever you go. But unlike Coca-Cola, it's free and it won't give you diabetes. The serial effect has seen media houses around the world dive into the podcast medium. A recent research survey showed that the numbers of listeners has multiplied and the number of podcasts produced has doubled. The mobile phone has become the dominant consumer device of our age. Advertisers are interested in podcasts because they offer high engagement levels. It's radio on demand, which you can listen to while commuting, cooking, walking, and when you wake up at 3 a.m. from a nightmare about the imminent death of print media. In the early 2000s, podcasts were geek territory, made in garages and mostly about tech, but they have shot into the mainstream and have become well-produced, well-researched, slick productions. Another podcast positive is that once you have subscribed, the content finds you. Podcasts are easy to download. They are free, which is great for listeners. For podcasters, not so much. And they're of a high quality. So it's not difficult to see why podcasts have become so popular. Well, popular with everybody except our local media houses. At the beginning of 2014, I realized that while the podcast industry is flourishing elsewhere, I couldn't find too many local podcasts. So while listening to Startup, a podcast about a podcaster starting a podcast startup, I decided to launch a podcast startup called Sound Media Productions with a fellow podcast junkie who is also a sound engineer. But we found that local media houses are not quick to dive into podcasting, and editors don't yet get podcasting's potential for storytelling. Radio stations think putting a clip of one of their shows on their website and calling it a podcast is a podcast. It's not. There are so many, videos may not have killed the radio star, but podcasts are gonna. Sorry, Marlani. There are so many intriguing local stories waiting to be told, and they will soon come to an ear near you. We're yet to crack the podcast model, a business model, but I believe excellent content will attract listeners who will bring advertisers. Who needs invisibility or flight? Helping to save South Africans from Eddie in Vicksburg and reducing road rage on South African roads is a real superpower. I've made a little montage of some of the podcasts that we've done. I hope it's not too painful, but it's 4 minutes, and please have a listen. So listen. So play. Please.
I think the podcast has left the conference.
They've lost it.
It's coming.
Extraordinary Lives is a podcast series that celebrates great people. We explore the impact that they have made on South Africa and the world. People like Arthur Chaskelson, a brilliant legal mind, South Africa's public protector, Thuli Madonsela, cartoonist Jonathan Shapiro, also known as Zapiro, Ruth First, comrade, communist, investigative journalist, Penelope Jane Dunlop, also known as PJ Powers, also known as Tandeka. Special guests are invited into the studio to talk about people who have inspired them. People such as Freshly Ground's fabulous Solani Mahola. I was going to ask her to sing a song for us.
Oh, yes.
Justice Edwin Cameron. I still feel his loss every day. Today's guest, Lauren Bucas.
I thought you were going to say they're both very glamorous.
Marianne Tam.
In a few years, I'm going to be better than you.
The show is a three-way conversation between our guests, me, Jonathan Anser, and experts such as Justice Albie Sachs.
Here was this comrade, who just enjoyed doing her hair up nicely.
Muso Roger Lucy. My God, this is going to be a bloody disaster. Prof. Kapana Ratele.
It is said that we tell stories so that we do not die.
Cartoonist Andy Mason.
I dyed his hair, but it turned out to be this orange.
Judge Lee Boslick and political analyst Judith February. The show features poignant moments, a few sad bits, and a wealth of wonderful insights into the lives of extraordinary people. With the occasional belly laugh. But that's not all. Extraordinary Lives gave us momentum to continue our podcast journey. Next, we produced a very successful series of cycling podcasts with Bicycling Magazine. Firstly, we taught cyclists how to defy gravity. Welcome to the Bicycling Podcast. Our first series, How to Climb Like a Boss, is designed to help you climb like a mountain goat, or at least to get you to the top of a hill before your mate. It was so successful that we got a sponsor for our next series.
Your Best Time Cycle Tour Podcast is brought to you by Dischem. Choose safe supplements.
In which we help riders achieve their best August times. Thank you for downloading your Best Time podcast. Today's guinea pig is Adele, a social media expert and cycle tour virgin, who has convinced her husband to join her on this journey. Apparently, a couple who pains together remains together. And then we reported live from the finish line at the world's toughest mountain bike race.
The top riders at the Absa Cape Epic storm across the finish line, and it looks like they've hardly broken a sweat.
From bikes to books, we saw an opportunity in a wealth of successful South African authors and launched a quirky series in which we brought all sorts of authors into the studio, revealing an unusual side to them with our secret weapon, the sound effect Rorschach test.
That reminds me a lot of the first time I had sex.
Nothing.
That seems to be like a comrade snoring. This comrade is supposed to be going on duty.
That sounds to me like when you get groups of males together, particularly if it's related to rugby, and they start barking like dogs.
And of course, book readings.
In time, we'll all look back and wonder how we couldn't see that Tim Noakes was in the pay of Big Collie the whole time.
And a Q&A. Which books have got the most controversial reactions?
Oh, unquestionably, Real Meal Revolution. I mean, it was just like, it was a bomb. It exploded.
Podcasting is the bomb. It's a great opportunity for storytelling and offers journalists an incredible platform. All we need now is for innovative editors and the people with the money to get with the platform. Cool.
Laura. You going to come up?
I'll sit here. Okay, so I spoke to my editor about Al Jazeera Plus. I said, look how cool this is. I'm at the Mail and Guardian, and he said, that's just awesome, but we don't have the resources. And so, yeah, it was done in the States. Maybe the South African situation is completely different. I know that if Jonathan were to pitch, or anyone in my newsroom were to pitch something about podcasting, the first question that would be asked would be, how are we going to make money? And, you know, that's... I've been working in a newsroom environment, and there's a lot of, I think, maybe fear of the future. And yes, yesterday I was listening to Andrew Phelps with his presentation, and the thing that really struck me was he said, in the past, people looked for stories. Nowadays, stories have to look for people. And I think that what everyone else has said today kind of really, it really reinforces what he said. You can't, you know, I come from a print background. I used to be the chief sub. I used to lay out 2,500 word stories with one picture. No one cared what went with it. And I called it grey slab journalism. It was like a concrete block on the page, and you were expecting your audience to commit to reading this. And you can't take that and put it online, because it's the same. You have to know what your readers want. You have to respect your readers. So I tried really hard for people to bring in more pictures, but you know, there's space constraints in print. So about 3 years ago, maybe 4, I was given the opportunity to turn the Mail and Guardian's print edition into an iPad. And I just thought this was the best thing, because everything came together. I could put video, I could put loads of pictures, it didn't matter the length of it, I could put links, it could be graphics, everything. Suddenly the stories came to life. Our podcast edition did quite well. It grew really, really quickly, but yeah, it hasn't been sustained. So I moved off the podcast edition and started to think, I really wish we could take that same way, because the Mail and Guardian stories are quite long. I wish we could take that same podcast ability and put it at least on our online stories. So I started trying to experiment with this HTML5 thing, because the New York Times had just done Snowfall, and I thought, oh, we have to try. So I got the developers involved, and I think that it nearly killed them. We had 2 developers. They were put under huge pressure. I think they pulled off a miracle. It wasn't perfect, and I must admit they've never, ever agreed to work with me again on any of those projects. And the problem was that, you know, it's a huge amount of time and energy that you have to invest in translating these things onto digital platforms, and no one pays for it. At least the iPad, people had to download it and pay for a subscription. Online, they don't. So we have a dilemma. I waited for a while, and then suddenly all these free digital tools started to appear. And then I thought, this is our moment. I don't have to plague the developers. I'm going to start trying to use other ones. This was really recently that we did our first immersive story, and everyone was terribly excited, and I hope to do more. The point of this is that in South African newsrooms, we really can't afford to do the gee whiz stuff that the New York Times and the Guardian and all these other places, we can't afford to do that, but everything is developing so fast, and there's stuff out there that's available that lets you at least try and get away from the grey slab on the page or the grey slab online. In between, I got involved in data journalism, and I realized the real importance of exactly what Ashfaq was saying. You have to know your readers. I started to look at analytics, mainly because the stuff that was coming through was, these are the top 25 most read stories on our website, and it was kind of terrifying people. If you write about Julius Malema, Zuma or sex, you will get a lot of hits. But is that what you really want us to be? Do you want us to chase those stories? There was the dilemma, okay, page views gets you advertising, but we don't want to chase clickbait. But then I thought, you can't be scared of analytics. You know, you actually have to look deeper at the engagement things. I think I got fascinated by the change. You know, there's so many people looking at our stories on mobile phones, on tablets. And I started to think, I was doing data journalism, I was doing infographics, and I realized that if I was putting a story out on the website using, for example, Tableau, which is what Dinesh mentioned, it didn't work on a phone. But nearly half of our readers these days appear to be accessing our stories on a phone. So I started looking, okay, we need to adapt these things. We need to make stories shorter. You know, I was listening to Andrew talking about all the analytics and that the New York Times uses, and how they realized that to get stories out there to their readers, they had to have an audience development person. And I just thought, this is completely unrealistic for South Africa. And so is the ability to kind of, I don't know, I keep thinking we just don't have the resources. I know if I pitch this, someone's going to say, how are we going to make this work financially? And then I was thinking, you know, you can't lose hope. You get lots of positive feedback from the things that you do. We don't have an audience development team. And I thought, that's such a great idea, though, what he said today, is that we mustn't be scared by analytics to chase clickbait. But his idea of choosing one story a day and giving the person, it can be the reporter, it can be in your diary meeting, you just say, this one we are going to push out there to our audience and we're going to see if we can make it work. So when you have something that's not about Julius Malema, maybe it's a piece of investigation, then you decide, I don't know, give it a week ahead of time, get a team of people together and do that pushing. Decide how you're going to put it out on the web, how it's going to be in print, how it's going to be on a phone, whether you're going to use some sort of WhatsApp thing. Do you want to put something out there on Twitter and ask people to react so that they can participate in the story? So we don't do that. We have all this thing about digital first, but actually I think that we are afraid of digital sometimes. I mean, I don't actually want to be rude about anybody in case you're here, but there are really still people who don't want to put stories online at the same time as they go into print because they're scared it's going to damage our circulation. People won't read print. And you know what? It's a legitimate fear, but if you don't get with the program, if you don't, Rian in the previous panel said, things are changing. You can't hold on to Grace Lab journalism. You can't really believe that, look, you'll always have your readership that's prepared to put in the effort. But if you want to grow your audience, you have to look at what young people are looking at, the AJ+. You have to look at where people are listening to your product, where people are sort of consuming your product. Like as Jonathan was saying, if they're in a car, give them a story they can listen to in the car or at the gym. And I was thinking as well, we have limited resources, and I've been collecting free stuff to play with, and I've been playing with it, and I've been putting it up online. And, it's such great fun. And I've had people who are real old print people coming to me with stories, and we do a sort of interactive thing or make a graphic, and they get all enthusiastic. And that is what Andrew was saying. You convert people slowly, one at a time. We don't have a digital culture in our newsrooms here, I don't think yet, but I really think there's a ray of hope. Dinesh is training people how to use all these things. So is Ashfaq. There's some people who are quite old on the stage who are making these things and all excited about it. So, I really think that you should, if you're a management person in a newsroom, allow people to play. As Andrew Phelps said, you mustn't be afraid to experiment. As Ashfaq said, let the young people or somebody who's got an idea run with it and see what happens. If it fails, it fails. But you can't cling to this old print model or, we're all going to be worried about our jobs in 10 years' time. Thanks.
Thank you.
I'm going to share with you some of the things we do at SABC Digital News. I am a digital media specialist. It's a bit of a mouthful, but what? Can't you hear me? Is it a little bit better? Still bad. Sound, is it working? No. I'll try and project a little bit more, but is that better? Okay, fabulous. Thank you so much, Lynn. All right, thanks. So I'm going to share with you a little bit of what we do at SABC Digital News. I am a digital media specialist. It is a bit of a mouthful, but I just tell people in short, it is fun. I am one of two. My colleague Sia Africa and I form the core of a innovation unit, if you will. But what we do is, depending on the project that we are working on, we will involve our other online colleagues as well as radio and TV journalists. And in this way, skills don't get locked down. They get broadened, they expand, and we include everyone within it. And some other aspects of our role, which is quite broad in scope, is we are involved in content development, optimization, and production of the SABC News website. We guide new developments in new services and tools. It is very broad when I say that, well, from the above that I've listed, we act as a liaison between IT and editorial, because sometimes there's a little bit of a disconnect, so that's where we will come in. There's a huge coaching and mentoring factor within our role too. For example, in our staff meetings every Wednesday, we don't just do general housekeeping things. We actually have demos, and we talk about storytelling techniques, and we share that knowledge, and we invite our colleagues from different departments and platforms to share with us as well. We get involved in product design, content, product, and platform design too. So you get the idea. It is quite broad. We have a lot of fun. We get involved in lots of things. But in what our goal is in terms of a converged and collaborative newsroom is to provide digital options for our TV and our radio journalists, but also to bring them into our digital space as well. And what I'm describing to you is it's not a utopia. We still have challenges. We are still perfecting things. We are still experimenting with different storytelling techniques and tools and devices. We are currently working on a more flexible web solution for our digital storytelling. And we see our content as an ecosystem. We look at mobile, web, live streaming, multimedia, radio, TV, and we want to make it work and essentially make our content omnipresent.
Thank you. Short and sweet. We have exactly 11 minutes and 9 seconds left. So I'm going to open it up for questions. I have a few myself, but I think it's best to just try and get... I've seen some comments on Twitter. Those people that were being nasty, please stand up and make your comment. But if you would like to ask a question or two, at the back. Is there a mic?
You scream.
Can you scream? No. Is there anyone else so I can see where you are?
Oh, thanks. Thanks for first, I would like to Google bring the chorus back. Yeah, Google to bring the chorus back. Well, my question goes to the panelists there, even the previous one. So, do we see drones? I hear South African government has been planning to integrate drones in the economy of the country. So do we see drones playing an impact in broadcasting and media?
I'm sorry, I can't quite hear.
Drones.
Yeah.
Yep.
Drones, media and
Very, very interesting question. So role of drones in journalism.
There's legislation that consideration with drones. So
which is not passed yet.
Which is not passed yet. So perhaps, but we just have to wait and see on the legislation. There's also ethical concerns when it comes to drones too, because you can just imagine if there was let's just say it's a crime beat, you're on your crime beat, you're the first to arrive at a scene, and there's perhaps a really horrific scene in front of you, maybe a family has been murdered, and there you have a drone flying around. I mean, you need to take those into consideration, those factors into consideration.
Anyone else? Any other questions? Yes, Gus, at the back.
Hi, this is a question for Ashfaq. While you were talking, I downloaded and installed the AJ Plus app on my iPhone, and it's really great. So just a question about that. To what extent does the iOS, and I presume there's an Android app, benefit the channel itself and the bigger Al Jazeera brand, given that the audience that you're mostly talking to, millennials, I suppose, are not going to be your typical broadcast TV watchers? Has it actually had a big spin-off?
Okay, I mean, the thing is, obviously Apple and Android, Google Play, I mean, we're just using their platform. I mean, it's our relationship. There's not necessarily a need for any financial gain from them on that. Our app downloads in reality haven't been as significant as we'd hoped for. When we conceptualized the entire app, the idea was we'd have video, but once you get into our app, and if you download the app and play around for a while, it's gone through a bunch of iterations, and it's actually a lot simpler now than it was when it just launched. And the idea was the entire immersive experience, the rich experience that people sometimes throw around, would be in the app. So that's really it. I mean, in terms of impact, we found that, and I think we may find that there's some resistance to this idea in South Africa and in most parts of the developing world where data is expensive and internet penetration is low. But what Al Jazeera has always been at its core has been impact. We want to be impactful. And I think, I think that it's a case of we didn't try to convert an audience, but there were a bunch of people who just aren't watching TV. And so it's a product for them. It's not a case of spillover. You may get spillover. I mean, there's always a bunch of people who watch everything, right? But the idea was we want to go to a whole new audience that just consumes differently. And we want to empower them with information and inform them and do the public service of journalism for them in a new way. What is core to, I think, what we've done isn't the fact that it's an app or that we don't have a website. I've mentioned those things. But I think if you actually look at the AJ Plus videos, it's the language. And I think in South Africa, an outlet that does this well, Mohammed spoke about it as well, is the Daily Vox. The Daily Vox are fantastic. And honestly, there's probably a few big media guys in the room. You guys need to be really scared of them, or you need to start doing what they do. Because they resonate with almost every single person. We run a bunch of courses at our university, and whenever we show them Daily Vox articles, it immediately resonates with them. And the reason why is because they're not writing. We have to change our writing style. I can't say this more. I mean, it's not about all those tools and everything else. Those things are nice. But if we don't understand that we don't need to write leads necessarily the way we have been writing them, we don't have to do all of those kind of things, we are failing. No one speaks like the way we write. When we write, or whether it's the front page of the Star or page 3 or whatever else, the way we want to communicate is the way we communicate on Facebook, when we're around a braai at a dinner table. And our language has to resonate with that. And this is part of what I was saying about speaking down to your audience and relating to your audience. And I think that if you go and you actually go back to your archives, and if you have matrices there, right, look at your analytics and look at the way those articles have been written. If they have gone viral, it's either because it's really big exclusive news, and then it doesn't really matter how you sell it. It does, but I mean, it's gotten big because of the fact that it's exclusive, or it's because it's relatable. We need to relearn the art of communication. And it's changed. And maybe, so I'm not saying obviously we're journalists, most of us know how to communicate, but we're not possibly getting that we need to break through our many years of experience, learning how to communicate in a particular way, and understanding that all our audience, not just the young ones, actually communicate differently now, want to be spoken to differently now, want to be engaged differently. And if we can change that, I think we do a much, that should be at the core of an innovation in a newsroom. And then if we incorporate tools into it, it's just a bonus. And so, yeah.
We have 5 minutes. The gentleman at the back says 5. I say 5:39 according to my clock. Olani.
This question may sound like it has self-interest in it, but maybe it doesn't.
It probably does, Olani.
And it goes back to what Jonathan was saying a little earlier on. The tendency is when we discuss innovation, we tend to think that you cannot have traditional media and new media at the same time. And I think that's wrong, because let me take 702, for instance. Over the past 6 years, audience ratings have consistently gone up, regardless of new media like podcasts, etc. So what I'm trying to say is that you can have both. Traditional media can still coexist with internet and all these other innovative things that are coming up. So, and sometimes when I listen to these discussions, like, people tend to think that it's either this or the other. You can't have both coexisting. Can you comment on that? Well, it's not about protecting the radio star, but I mean, yeah, if we can, why not?
I do think, and I think that they can actually build each other up. That podcasts can make
in fact,
a lively and print article, and keep on working with each other. And I think they're not mutually exclusive. In fact, that they can work together. Absolutely.
Anyone else? Because we're now 4 minutes between someone and an iPad mini, so...
I want to say that I think that the storytelling techniques that you learn communicating with people online are really, really useful to reinterpret back into print to make your print product less dreary. It helps. And I also think that more young people, it's not that young people don't read newspapers. A lot of people in this country read newspapers. It's just that perhaps we need to look at how we present and how we tell stories. We mustn't talk down to people. We're not the only source of news anymore. People can get their information from anywhere, and we have to realize that. So I do think they complement each other.
Okay, I'm going to stop there, but I'm going to give the panel 30 seconds to tell me what the journalism of 2025 looks like. I would have gone with 2020, but it's only 5 years from now.
She thought with me.
Yeah.
So I thought, what does it look like 10 years ago? And it really kind of is the same almost, except there's a few new innovations. I mean, the print looks the same, but if you look back 10 years, there wasn't social media. The internet was kind of quite new. People didn't have to learn multimedia skills. I don't think that journalists can just specialize in print or even video anymore. You have to be able to go out there and tell this story using all the different tools if you're going to cut it. And I really don't think that print is going to die in South Africa. I think we'll still have print. And I think it's exciting, and people are going to absolutely love their jobs in 10 years' time.
Tegan.
I think that what will inform the future is now. So embrace the change, embrace the technologies. Don't sit on the sidelines and wait. Get involved. There is sometimes a bit of a fear factor, but if you go to the person in your newsroom who's perhaps doing these things and you haven't done them before, just learn from them. I'm sure they'll be really happy to share, but what you do now will inform the future and inform your relevance too as a journalist.
Ash.
I have no idea what the journalism of 2025 is going to look like, but I think it's going to be really awesome. I mean, if you just go back 10 years YouTube was launched. We didn't have Facebook, Twitter, it's a whole different world out there. But I think we should try to imagine if we look at the coverage of Nelson Mandela being released from prison, try to imagine what that coverage would look like if it happened today. I mean, and that, it would be so much more immersive. We'd have Oliver Tambo tweeting, we'd have Nelson Mandela tweeting, we'd have Winnie Mandela taking a selfie. I mean, it would be amazing. It would be, I mean, honestly, it would be outstanding. Our recorded history of the event, the way it resonates with all over the world, would have been so much more powerful. So I don't know what it's going to look like, but I think if you don't embrace it, you're actually doing yourself a massive disservice, because you can be so awesome, you can do such cool stuff if it's just all out there. And if you don't do it, like everyone else is, and you're just going to become irrelevant. And that's the truth. And whether circulation goes down or up, you will be irrelevant. You'll be unimpactful. You won't actually be driving the conversations. So yeah, cool.
Jonathan.
I think great storytelling will always find traction no matter the platform, whether it's one-word stories become the new thing, or whether it's a lot of stories. I think the danger, there are two scenarios. It's whether we've talked a lot about censorship, secrecy bills, and advertising revenue, but media houses also need to invest. And if media houses invest, I think there will be a lot of great journalism coming out by journalists. And if they don't invest, I think that there will be a lot of problems. So I think a lot of pressure needs to put on media houses as much as the government, etc.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
A big round of applause for the panel. Awesome stuff. Great, great stuff. Really, thank you very much, Dinesh and Ashfaq, Jonathan, Laura, and Tegan. We really thank you very much for the input. All right, so we're coming to the end then of the conference, but we've got a prize to give away, remember. And so this is how we're going to do it. I'm going to pick a number out of, is that how we're doing it?
And all the names are in the bowl. And you have to be in the room to win.
You have to be in the room to win. Is it me or is it you? No, they're going to blame that it's Radio Star again. All right, fine, I'll do it. I'll do it. Okay. Let's see.
It's just a number, not a name.
Right. So we've got the number.
Yeah, tell me.
The number is 289. 289. We're looking at the name now.
I'm building the drama.
Okay. Let's build the drama. Let the drums roll. Boo, 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 boo. Guy in the back.
All right.
That's it. And I'll tell you who is taking away this iPad mini. Mandla Ntsibande. Where's Mandla? Hey, Mandla. Is Mandla here? No, I want ID. No way. You're gonna have to show me your ID. You can't just come and say I'm Mandla Ntsibande. Oh, Mandla is not here. I must make sure first that Mandla is not here, hey? Okay, so Mandla is not here, hey? Okay, we'll count down. If Mandla is not here in 5 seconds, then we'll pick another number. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It's all gone. Forget it. We'll get another number now. All right. Got the number?
Yes, it is.
It is 543. Oh, 543.
Alrighty.
And then I'll tell you now, 543 is Tapelo Muruane. Tapelo Muruane. Tapelo is not in the house. Wait, don't be unfair. You've got to be in the room to win. Tapelo is not here. Maybe third time lucky, right? All right, listen, if nobody wins it, I'm taking it home. All right, so this is how much you pay for eat-halls. This is 550.
Oh my God, that's a lot.
550. 550. Teresa Mallinson. Teresa. Listen, at some point, wait, comrades. As a collective, at some point, we're going to have to make a decision that I must take it home. All right, so.
But there's more than 500 numbers. This could take a while.
All right, so let's see. All right, this is number 73.
Okay.
Is that you? Number 73 is Busisiwe Kumete, YFM, you young, come and take this thing. Where's Busisiwe Kumete? Oh, this is incredible. All right. This should do it. 387. 387 is Nonkululeko Sharon Hlophe. Nonkululeko Hlophe. Jeez. Where the hell are all these people? Huh? Where the hell are all these people? They went home.
Shame, hey?
It is a shame. All right, 417. 417.
It's like bingo.
Yeah, it is. All right. Percy Mabandu. Percy. Percy, come now, Percy. Wait. Wait, I think we need to make a decision here. Fair enough, comrade. So, 564. 564. Jeez, hey, we're held hostage by this iPad mini thing. And the winner now is Trust Mukamba. Trust Mukamba. Fine, have it your way. Have it your way. 404, 404.
Somebody must be in this room.
Yeah, somebody must be in. $404. All right, 404, and the winner is Kolani Gwala. All right, no, the winner is Opa Ngwenya. Opa. Here's a suggestion. I suggest that we give this mini iPad to a deserving NGO. What do you think? Wait, all right. How about this one? Wits Journalism School? All right, come, all right.
They stayed all day for this.
Yeah, how many is this? 292. Let's look at 292. 292. Marcus Stevens from Kagiso Digital. He was one of the speakers, wasn't he? You know Marcus Stevens? Eh? No, it doesn't go. All right, 274. This is insane. This is crazy. Lauren Rose Joseph. Next, ne? Okay, all right. Wait, maybe we should do something. Maybe we should do a bit of Sangoma tactics. Eh? Come now, we do like Sangoma does. Just breathe in here.
I don't know.
All right, so the number is 434.